everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
COTE Sōsuke Aizen, the Poet. Chapter 24-43, Chapter 24. 2,752 words. The morning of day 2 of the survival exam. Brilliant sunlight streamed through the gaps in the dense jungle canopy. Birdsong echoed through the forest, accompanied by the gentle murmur of a nearby stream. The deserted island's mornings were surprisingly refreshing. Our Class B's first day had ended extremely smoothly. The area around our base, the well, had firm ground, and the tents weren't uncomfortable at all. Even the heat of the midsummer night had been manageable thanks to the shade of the forest and the cool air from the river. We'd also avoided all penalty deductions. A perfect start. Foi. Man, I slept great. The water this morning is ice cold and amazing. An early riser, Shibata shouted energetically while washing his face at the well. Ichinos and the others were already getting ready for the day, and working together to prepare breakfast. Yeah. Everyone looks healthy. Seems like they're slowly getting used to survival life after making it through the first night. As I stepped out of my tent and stretched, silver hair suddenly swayed at the edge of my vision. Our angel, Shina Hiyori, was quietly admiring the dew-covered leaves. Good morning, Sōsuke. Did you sleep well? Ah. Even the vulgar buzzing of insects became a pleasant lullaby for once. Translation, morning. Even in the tent, no bugs got in, so I slept really well. Hee, that's good to hear. Hiyori tilted her head slightly and smiled. Sōsuke. If you'd like, would you go on a little morning walk with me? I feel like taking a stroll through the forest. Yes. A morning walk invitation from my best friend on a deserted island. There is literally no reason to refuse. Internally pumping my fist in victory, I responded with utmost elegance. If you desire it, then even this overgrown forest shall become a scenic garden. Allow me to escort you. And so, Hiyori and I set out on a light stroll around Class B's base. The morning forest was cool and refreshing, the scent of earth and greenery filling our lungs. Walking beneath the dappled sunlight, we exchanged peaceful little conversations like, "This flower is beautiful." "Ah, it really is." It was calm. Relaxing. Until we reached a crossroads in the forest. Rustle. 2 students in Class D tracksuits emerged from the bushes. A black-haired, sharp-eyed beauty with an intimidating aura, Horikita Susan. And silently following behind her, expressionless as always, the boy with vacant eyes, Ayanakuji Kiyotaka. Oh my, taking an elegant little stroll through the woods this early in the morning. Class B certainly seems relaxed. Horikita stopped the moment she saw us, speaking with a thorny tone. Her face clearly showed traces of exhaustion. Class D likely still hadn't secured a stable base, or perhaps they simply hadn't adapted to the survival environment yet. More importantly, Horikita Susan was glaring at me with intense hostility, as if I were her mortal enemy. Whoa, she's glaring hard. Scary. Why is she this angry? Ah, right. During that violence incident trial in the student council, I was the one who handed Sudo a 2-week suspension and a 50-point class penalty. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Sweating internally, I tried to gently explain myself with I didn't really have a choice back then. But what came out of my mouth was that damp gaze crawling across the earth. It resembles a defeated cur howling pointlessly at a moon forever beyond its reach. Truly pitiful. The taste of mud suits one like you perfectly. Wawayaha. The worst possible thing came out. I was trying to explain myself, but instead I delivered an ultra-condescending villain monologue treating her like bottom-tier trash. Why does my mouth automatically pour gasoline on the fire when someone's already mad? As expected, Horikita's face twitched with fury. What was that supposed to mean? As always, your way of talking makes absolutely no sense. Are you mocking me? She glared back at me, not even trying to hide her irritation. However, at that exact moment, the ultimate translation machine standing beside me smiled kindly and opened her mouth. Ah, Horikita-san. Sōsuke-kun is saying this. Hyori-san. Wait. This is one of those times you don't need to translate. You still seem resentful about the ruling from the previous hearing, but the way you glare at me so bitterly makes you look like a pathetic loser. Your current miserable state suits you perfectly, is what he said. Something inside Horikita-san snapped. Hyoriiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiiii. You could have lied and softened it into good morning or something. Horikita-san is genuinely furious now. You really have a lot of nerve saying whatever you want. Why? Why is someone like you acknowledged by my brother, and allowed to become vice president of the student council? Horikita gritted her teeth, glaring at me with frustration twisting her expression. We're talking about the student council president now. I'm not even acknowledged, I just got forcibly dragged into becoming vice president and buried in paperwork. Wait. Is Horikita actually a massive brother fanatic? Internally startled, I tried to laugh it off with a, well, being student council president is tough too. But then, out came one of the most famous and brutally devastating lines imaginable. This is a good opportunity, Horikita-san. Let me teach you one thing. What? Admiration is the emotion furthest from understanding. There it is. My favorite Bleach quote from my past life. But this is the absolute worst possible line to drop on someone with an elder brother complex. As expected, Horikita's eyes widened as though I had stabbed directly into her deepest insecurity. Your admiration for your older brother may be so strong that it prevents you from truly understanding him, or the people around you. Sōsuke-kun says this because he's worried about you. Hyori immediately added a compassionate-sounding translation, but its core was still ruthlessly precise. Ugh. What could someone like you possibly understand about my brother? Horikita trembled with rage, and took a step toward me as though she might grab me at any moment. But Ayano-kuji silently reached out, and stopped her by the shoulder. Stop it, Horikita. Violence against another class means immediate disqualification. Losing your temper here accomplishes nothing. Let go, Ayano-kuji-kun. Calm down. He's the vice president of the student council. Faced with Ayano-kuji's calm but undeniable pressure, Horikita bit her lip and barely restrained herself. Thank you, Kiyotaka. Amazing save. You seriously saved my life. Internally sighing in relief, I turned toward Ayano-kuji, with a perfectly elegant smile, as though nothing had happened. Yo, Kiyotaka. You still seem just as bored with breathing as ever. Translation, morning, Kiyotaka. Glad you seem healthy. Yeah. Glad to see you're doing well too, Sōsuke. On the surface, it was simply an odd greeting between two male acquaintances. But internally, Ayano-kuji Kiyotaka was filled with extreme caution. Sōsuke. Even back in the White Room, he was unfathomable, but since coming to this school, the way he controls the board is abnormal. During the violence incident, the one who moved Ichinos in advance and destroyed the fake camera strategy one intended to use was unquestionably him. A cold glint flickered deep within Ayano-kuji's eyes. He completely read my movements and deliberately crushed both Class D and Class C simultaneously under the guise of equal punishment. And now he instantly saw through Horikita's weak point and destabilized her mentally. There's no way he hasn't already laid down some terrifying trap on this island too. Completely unaware of the overwhelming caution building inside Ayano-kuji's head, I decided to probe him a little. By the way, Kiyotaka. Did a mud-covered viper slither into your little flower garden as well? Translation, by the way, did a fake injured spy from Class C come to your base too? Ayano-kuji slightly furrowed his brow, unable to immediately parse the meaning. Naturally, Hiyori instantly assisted. Did a Class C student pretending to be injured infiltrate your Class D base as a spy, is what he's asking. The instant he heard the translation, Ayanakuji's eyes narrowed slightly. What is this girl? She's effortlessly translating Sōsuke's absurdly abstract metaphors instantly and perfectly. She isn't just an ordinary classmate. She completely understands and shares the depth of his language. She's dangerous too. Hiyori's innocent kindness had somehow transformed, in Ayanakuji's mind, into perfect code decryption by the Demon King's strategist. Ayanakuji looked between me and Hiyori before answering in a calm voice. Sorry. Even for you, Sōsuke, I can't hand over information about my class. That answer. The instant I heard it, the gears of my Aizen specs clicked perfectly into place. I see. So there is a spy. I nodded internally. If there hadn't been a spy from Class C, Kiyotaka would have simply answered no to lower unnecessary suspicion. But instead, he avoided the question by saying he couldn't share information. That means there's currently a Class C spy inside Class D. And my thoughts immediately advanced further. Ryuan's extravagant beach party yesterday, the 0-point strategy. Use up all points, infiltrate other classes with spies, force the majority of your own class to retire, and focus entirely on the 150-point leader guessing bonus. During the violence incident, Ryuan relied on Ishizaki as a subordinate to carry out his schemes, and I crushed it, so in a special exam this important, where class points could swing massively, would he really entrust the core role to a lackey again? The answer was no. Ryuan himself. I reached a hypothesis. The Class C leader, who remains hidden on the island after everyone else retires, personally hunting down the leaders of the other classes. There's a high chance that's Ryuan himself. Just from a single question and the nuance of Ayanakuji's reply, I had begun to grasp the outline of Class C's leader. Humph, that was a meaningless exchange. Be cautious if you wish, but watch your footing. The fangs of that viper may already be reaching deeper into your heart than you realize. Translation: too bad you won't tell me, but be careful of spies. See you around. Let's go, Hiyori. Yes, Sōsuke-kun. I turned away with Hiyori. Then, just before leaving, I looked back over my shoulder and delivered one final strike toward Ayanakuji. Kiyotaka. No matter how intricately you pull your strings, they are all transparent to me. So dance beautifully upon my board while you still can. Translation: good luck with survival, Kiyotaka. I'm rooting for you. While Horikita muttered, what is wrong with that guy, in open fury, Ayanakuji remained completely motionless until I disappeared into the forest. Transparent to me, huh? So he truly has completely grasped that I was behind the dummy camera plan, and the one moving behind the scenes in Class D. In this exam, the greatest obstacle is definitely you. My supportive encouragement had somehow implanted overwhelming pressure and caution into Ayanakuji's mind instead. Afterward, Hiyori and I returned to Class B's base at the well, where I immediately gathered Ichinos and Kanzaki for another strategy meeting. What's wrong, Aizen-kun? Did something happen during your walk? Ichinos tilted her head curiously. I shared my hypothesis regarding Class C's leader. The Serpent King lurking in the shadows appears to have chosen to sever his own limbs and become a solitary venomous fang. Translation: I think Class C's leader might actually be Ryuan himself. He believes there is a strong possibility that Ryuan-kun himself is Class C's leader, is what he's saying. Ryuan, the leader? Kanzaki exclaimed in shock. But yesterday, wasn't he the loudest one partying on the beach? The more attention a piece attracts, the easier it is to hunt. Why would he willingly make himself such an obvious target? That would be true for ordinary fools. Crossing my arms, I connected everything to the 0-point strategy I had already deduced. The mud ship has already begun sinking. They likely burned away their own escape route, cast off the worthless insects intoxicated by sweet illusions, and sent them fleeing back to the White Ark. Translation: normally yes, but after spending all their points, they've probably already forced most of their class to retire and return to the ship by now. And what remains behind is only a solitary throne. A lone viper abandoned by its swarm, hiding in darkness beyond all eyes, devouring the offerings brought by fools. A terribly cowardly and rational blind spot. Translation: that means only a few people remain on the island, probably just Ryuan and his spies. He's hiding alone in the forest and planning to identify the other leaders using only the information his spies gather. Beside me, our angel immediately converted my dangerously abstract logic into perfect Japanese. Normally that would be true, but combined with the 0-point strategy, the situation changes. After spending all their points, they likely force the majority of their class to retire before the final day. At that point, only a handful remain, most likely Ryuan-kun and his spies. By hiding alone in the forest and operating entirely through gathered information, he can drastically reduce the risk of exposing himself as leader, is what he means. I see. If most of them already retired, the other classes would assume Class C has completely dropped out, and then Ryuan could steal all the points while everyone lowers their guard. Ichinos gasped. A devilish strategy, but logical. Even Kanzaki wiped cold sweat from his forehead. It's still just a hypothesis. But the odds are extremely high. To clear the fog from this board, I require your eyes. Ichinos. Kanzaki. Give instructions to the exploration teams. What do you want us to do, Aizen? Search the depths of the forest for the footprints of a stray beast. If you find evidence of someone camping alone, do not engage. Report it to me immediately. Translation: while exploring the forest, if anyone finds signs of somebody camping alone, tell them to report it to us immediately. Please instruct the exploration teams that if they discover evidence of someone camping alone in the forest, they must not approach and should report it immediately, is what he said. Got it. I'll tell Shibata and the others. Yeah. If Ryuan really is hiding alone somewhere, there will definitely be traces. We'll thoroughly search for them. And so, rather than simply surviving, Class B successfully established a search network specifically designed to counter Ryuan's 0-point strategy. That afternoon, Class B's base remained as peaceful and lively as ever. Hey, Aizen. Check it out. We caught fish downstream. And we found mushrooms and edible wild plants too. Covered in mud, Shibata returned proudly carrying several fish speared on a handmade harpoon, and bundles of mountain vegetables wrapped in leaves. That's amazing. Great job, Shibata-kun. Ichinos welcomed him with applause. Heh. But how do we eat this? Just roast 'em. To merely burn them over fire would be an insult to the blessings of nature. Allow me to bestow supreme magic upon these crude chunks of flesh. Translation: leave it to me. I'll cook something delicious. Rolling up my sleeves, I began working as Class B's exclusive chef. Using small amounts of salt and oil purchased with points, along with herbs gathered from the forest, I utilized my flawless Aizen-spec cooking skills to prepare herb-grilled fish and mushroom and vegetable soup. Hua! What the heck? This is insanely good. It really is. It tastes like restaurant food. Aizen-kun, you're perfect even at survival. Sōsuke-kun's cooking is always the greatest in the world. Gathered around the campfire, Kanzaki, Shiranami, and the others smiled happily while enjoying the meal. Above us, the night sky sparkled with countless stars while glowing embers crackled gently in the fire. While the other classes struggled through muddy water, suspicion, frustration, and tension. Our Class B alone felt like a cheerful summer camp shared among close friends. These smiles. Ichinos, Hiyori, Kanzaki, Shibata, everyone's genuinely smiling and working together. I want to protect this happy place. Slowly sipping the black tea I had brewed after dinner, I looked up at the night sky. A-Class's leader is Totsuka. Class C's leader is most likely Ryuan. I already hold the weak points of 2 enemy classes in my hands. Now all that remains is to preserve Class B's peace until the final day. With quiet determination burning inside me, I passed the second night of the survival exam surrounded by the peaceful breathing of my sleeping companions. Chapter 25, Chapter 25. 2,299 words. Day 3 of the Deserted Island Survival Special Exam. By now, our Class B had completely adapted to life on the island, and we greeted the morning in an atmosphere so peaceful and stable it was almost unbelievable. Out of the 300 points the school had given us, we had only spent the bare minimum on the first day: tents, portable toilets, and a little food. After that, we committed ourselves to a remarkably frugal lifestyle. The boys like Shibata caught fish in the river with spears, while the girls like Shiranami and Amikura gathered edible berries and wild plants from the forest. As for water, we had secured the well spot on the first day, meaning we could boil as much safe drinking water as we wanted. Wonderful. This is basically the ideal camping life. For someone like me, someone who spent years as a hardcore loner who couldn't even make a single friend besides Hiyori, I thought bonding outdoors with classmates was something I'd never experienced in my life. And yet somehow, it's happening on a deserted island. Breathing in the crisp morning air, I felt genuinely moved inside. That morning, as usual, I was walking through the forest with Hiyori. We had 2 objectives. The first was to continue searching for traces of Ryuan. And the second, simply enjoying a peaceful morning stroll with my one and only best friend. Sōsuke-kun, look. There's a beautiful blue bird over there. Hiyori pointed at a small bird perched on a nearby branch and smiled softly. Sunlight filtering through the trees made her silver hair sparkle, and the sight of her profile looked like a fairy that had descended into the forest itself. So cute. Even without bias, the combination of Hiyori and nature is literally a masterpiece painting. My healing levels are maxed out. Suppressing the emotional storm raging inside me, I elegantly glanced at the bird. Ah yes. Ignorant wings that know neither the height of the sky nor the smallness of themselves, yet still rejoice in fleeting beauty alone. If it can be reflected within your eyes, then perhaps that bird's life held meaning after all. Translation: you're right, it's a beautiful bird. I bet it's happy Hiyori noticed it. Hee, Sōsuke-kun is kind even to little birds. Completely unfazed by my dramatic poetry, Hiyori continued walking beside me with a perfectly natural smile. To her, I was someone she could truly relax around, her closest friend. That was why we could share moments like this without any tension between us. As we listened to the crunch of fallen leaves beneath our feet, we spent our time together in peaceful contentment. While the other classes were sinking into paranoia over dwindling points and leadership guesses, our tranquility was almost abnormal. That night, the third day. Dinner had begun around the campfire, at our base near the well. However, after 3 full days of survival life, even in our favorable conditions, signs of fatigue had finally begun appearing on everyone's faces. Phew. I walked a lot today. Even the energetic Shibata dropped down beside the fire with tired shoulders. Amikura and Shiranami were rubbing their sore legs while laughing awkwardly. Meanwhile, Class B's absolute leader, Hanami Ichinos, moved briskly between everyone carrying a canteen and chilled towels. Shibata-kun, thanks for exploring all day today. Make sure to drink plenty of water, okay? Tomorrow morning you can stay in the tent and rest. And no, I'm still fine. I gotta help find food for everyone. Nope. If you push yourself too hard and end up retiring because you got sick, we lose 30 points. Resting properly is part of the strategy too, okay? Ichinos smiled warmly, but there was no room for argument in her tone. Asako-chan, Chihiro-chan, your legs hurt too, right? I'll massage them later, so you should rest for now. Kanzaki-kun, do you mind if we change tomorrow's exploration rotation a little? Yeah, that's probably best. We should clearly divide the people resting from the people handling physical labor. Perfect. Ichinos is seriously an incredible leader. Sitting on a fallen log nearby, I watched her with admiration. She perfectly understood everyone's exhaustion, mood, and physical condition, making sure nobody pushed themselves too hard. It was precisely because of her selfless kindness that Class B had made it this far without losing a single person. Honami-chan really is amazing. She's like everyone's mother. Hiyori smiled happily while holding a paper cup with both hands. Indeed. A light that burns away at itself to illuminate the path beneath others' feet. That radiance may one day consume her entirely, but for now, there is no shame in basking within its warmth. Translation: she really is amazing. I'm worried she might overwork herself, but for now we should just appreciate her kindness. Honami-chan's kindness is truly wonderful. Though Sōsuke-kun is worried she may be pushing herself too hard, he believes we should all be grateful for her care, is what he said. Ahaha, thanks, Aizen-kun, Hiyori-chan. But I'm really not tired at all, so don't worry. Ichinos turned toward us and flashed a peace sign. The third night passed. Then the fourth day. Thanks to Ichinos' flawless management and Hiyori's soothing presence, Class B continued progressing smoothly without a single dropout. Then came the fateful fifth day. That day, I ventured alone into the center of the island, deep into untouched wilderness far removed from every other area. Until yesterday, I had instructed Shibata and the others to search for traces of anyone hiding alone on the island, but no meaningful reports had come back. Which made sense. If the opponent was Ryuin Kakeru, there was no way ordinary students would find him through amateur searches. If I were Ryuin, and I wanted to hide from everyone, I'd choose a place no normal high school student would ever enter. Activating the full extent of my Aizen specs, my absurd physical abilities and spatial awareness, I silently moved through the dense jungle, parting thick ferns without making a sound. Eventually, I reached a slightly open clearing beneath fallen giant trees that formed a natural roof overhead. My eyes immediately noticed a faint irregularity on the ground. Quietly crouching down, I examined the soil. Found it. A cleverly concealed campfire pit hidden beneath disturbed dirt. And these footprints, the depth, the stride length. Someone camped here alone. The ashes were already cold. To avoid revealing his location through smoke, he likely only lit the smallest possible fire during the dead of night, extinguishing it completely before dawn and moving elsewhere. So he really is still here. A confident smile formed on my face. This level of concealment. These footprints suggesting a lone adult-sized male. It's definitely him. The dictator of Class C, Ryuin Kakeru. By now, every visible Class C student had disappeared from the island entirely. They had spent all their points and already retired back to the luxury ship. But Ryuin alone remained behind, surviving in the depths of the forest while waiting for information from his spies. A strategy worthy of the devil himself, exploiting a loophole in the rules. But even you can't escape my eyes, Ryuin. Having obtained the confirmation I wanted most, I quietly left the area and returned to Class B's base. As soon as I got back, I gathered Ichinos, Kanzaki, and Hiyori beneath the shade of a tree for an emergency strategy meeting. What's wrong, Aizen-kun? Did you find something? Sensing my unusually intense aura, as usual, Ichinos' expression turned serious. Crossing my arms slowly, I looked at the three of them in turn before speaking gravely. I found the filthy shed skin of the foolish serpent hiding within the darkness. Translation: I found traces of Ryuin camping alone deep in the forest. In the deepest reaches of the forest, where even light cannot reach, there remain traces of a solitary fire. Only one set of claw marks. A beast that abandoned its pack still crawls upon the hidden side of this game board. Translation: there were campfire remains and footprints. Judging from the traces, he's definitely operating alone. That dragon still remains upon this island, waiting for a chance to bite into our throats. Translation: I can't say it's 100% certain, but there's a 99% chance Class C's leader is Ryuin. As soon as my ominous report ended, Hiyori quietly nodded and translated. Deep in the forest, he discovered traces of a lone campsite including footprints and fire remains. While he cannot claim absolute certainty, there is a 99% chance that the Class C leader remaining on the island is Ryuin-kun, is what he said. Ichinos and Kanzaki both gasped simultaneously. The Ryuin solo leader theory, we'd proposed on the second day, had now transformed into certainty. So it really was true. That extravagant beach party was just a bluff, and Ryuin stayed behind alone. Ichinos shivered as if cold. If Aizen-kun hadn't realized it, we would have completely lowered our guard thinking Class C had already dropped out. Yeah. His persistence is terrifying. But thanks to Aizen finding those traces, his entire plan has collapsed. Kanzaki clenched his fist in excitement. Now we know both Class A's leader, Totsuka, and Class C's leader, Ryuin. If we submit those two names on the final day, Class B will gain an enormous amount of points. Yeah. Aizen-kun, thank you so much. If you hadn't been here, I don't even know what would have happened to us. Ichinos suddenly grabbed both my hands tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. Ooh, Ichinos is passionate. To think there'd come a day when classmates would sincerely thank me like this, for someone who spent most of his life friendless, this is honestly moving. Hiyori will always be my best friend, but gaining trustworthy companions like this really makes me happy. Deeply moved by these bonds of friendship, I nevertheless maintained my composed exterior and calmly withdrew my hands. A natural conclusion. The fate of a serpent foolish enough to crawl before a king requires no explanation. Hee, Sōsuke-kun really is reliable. Hiyori smiled beside me with complete trust in her eyes. Yeah. Getting praised by Hiyori really is the most comforting thing. Praise from your best friend is unbeatable. Having identified the leaders of both Class A and Class C, our victory was now virtually guaranteed. Then came the sixth day, as the survival exam neared its climax. At this point, there were no more unexplored locations left to discover, nor any need to investigate the movements of the other classes. There was only one thing left for us to do. Preserve our strength and reach the final day without a single retirement. All right. I'll handle all the firewood chopping today, so everyone else relax. Haha, you're energetic as always, Shibata-kun. Then I'll go fetch some water. On the morning of the sixth day, everyone at the base looked peaceful while enjoying the final stretch of island life. I also helped with chores, using my Aizen specs to carry heavy water buckets and manage the campfire fuel. That afternoon, the four of us, I, Hiyori, Ichinos, and Kanzaki, relaxed together on a blue tarp beneath the trees while drinking cold well water. So tomorrow's finally the last day. It feels like it went by so fast. Ichinos hugged her knees while smiling up at the blue sky. Yeah. At first, after hearing Mishima-sensei's terrifying explanation of the rules, I thought we were doomed, but in the end, this became the best possible experience for strengthening Class B's bonds. Even Kanzaki wore an unusually relaxed expression. That's all thanks to Honami-chan taking care of everyone. And of course, thanks to Sōsuke-kun creating perfect strategies behind the scenes. Hiyori smiled warmly at both of them. No, I'm basically cheating thanks to these overpowered specs. The truly amazing ones are Ichinos, who kept the entire class united without abandoning anyone. And Hiyori, who translated my poetry every single day. Filled with overwhelming gratitude and admiration toward them both, I quietly spoke. Just as the sky is darkest before dawn, this tedious game board shall reveal its most beautiful brilliance at the very end. Translation: tomorrow's finally the last day. I'm really excited for the results. The clowns who danced about without realizing their own foolishness will despair before they even understand their heads have already fallen. There is no dawn I await more eagerly than this. Translation: neither Class A nor Class C has any idea we already know their leaders. Tomorrow, let's celebrate our big victory together. My overwhelmingly final boss-like speech sounded downright villainous, as if I were eagerly anticipating the despair of the other classes. But by now, Ichinos and Kanzaki had completely adapted to my way of speaking and simply waited for Hiyori's translation. Tomorrow is finally the end of the exam. Neither Class A nor Class C could possibly imagine that we've already identified their leaders. He says he's very excited for tomorrow's results, is what he said. Ahaha. Yeah, I'm really excited too. Thanks to Aizen-kun, Class B's going to enter summer vacation with an amazing score. Ichinos laughed brightly. Aizen. Sheena. I truly believe from the bottom of my heart that Class B was fortunate to have both of you. Kanzaki lowered his head sincerely toward us. Hee, thank you very much, Kanzaki-kun. Right, Sōsuke-kun. Heh. I merely watered a few wildly blooming flowers. Translation: I'm really glad I ended up in the same class as everyone too. Above the deserted island, the sky stretched endlessly blue and clear. Tomorrow would finally be the 7th day, the day when every result would be revealed. A day where the schemes of every class would collide, filled with betrayal and despair. And yet only our Class B awaited it with absolute peace and excitement, like children happily anticipating the end of a school trip. Chapter 26, Chapter 26. 2,235 words. The 7th day of the special exam. The final day. Having survived a grueling week of life on the deserted island, we first-year students packed up the tents and supplies we had been issued, thoroughly cleaned the area around our bases, and then gathered once more on the beach where we had first landed. Under the scorching sun, the students lined up with expressions that mixed deep exhaustion with relief at finally being freed from this hellish experience. At the pier, the luxurious cruise ship carrying the students, who had already retired from the exam, was quietly waiting to take us back. It was time for the final roll call, where each class would submit the names of the leaders from the other classes. Yuki from our Class B, acting on my advice, confidently wrote down the following. Class A, Yahiko Tatsuka. Class C, Kakeru Ryuin. Class D, no nomination. Perfect. We confirmed Class A's base and verified that Tatsuka stayed on the island instead of retiring. We also figured out that Ryuin was hiding alone in the forest using the 0-point strategy. With this, our class victory is guaranteed. As I stood calmly on the beach, the students around me suddenly began to stir. From deep within the forest, through the gaps between the thick trees, a lone figure slowly emerged. His entire body was stained with mud and dirt, his uniform filthy and disheveled, his hair a mess. Yet his snake-like eyes still gleamed viciously like a predator staring down prey. The leader of Class C, Kakeru Ryuin. Ryuin. You stayed on the island this whole time. I thought Class C used up all their points and everyone retired to the ship. The students from the other classes cried out in shock, as if they had just seen a ghost. But Ryuin merely sneered at their reactions, wearing a fearless grin full of confidence. To him, this was the moment his perfect hidden infiltration strategy had succeeded. Based on information gathered from his spies, he likely believed he had perfectly identified the leaders of both Class A and Class D. Soon, the cold voice of homeroom teacher Mishima echoed from the speakers installed on the beach. We will now announce the results of the special exam. The final survival points, SP, for each class are as follows. The sound of waves filled the silence as every student held their breath and looked toward the speakers. Special exam final results. Class A, 70 SP. Class B, 325 SP. Class C, 0 SP. Class D, 225 SP. Updated class points. End of first semester after exam results. Class A, 1,410.74 CP. Class B, 732.10.57 CP. Class C, 458.458 CP. Class D, 37,262 CP. 0. The moment the results were announced, the fearless smile vanished completely from Ryuin's face. His eyes widened in disbelief. His teeth ground together violently. The overwhelming aura of a victor that surrounded him moments ago dispersed instantly, leaving behind only confusion and quiet rage toward a reality he could not comprehend. From his perspective, his hidden infiltration had been flawless. He couldn't understand how information had leaked, or why anyone knew he was the leader. What he failed to realize was that the Demon King's eyes had caught the faint traces he left deep within the forest. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in Class A as well. Katsuragi. Are you saying our strategy of making Totsuka the leader was exposed? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before Class B catches up to us. Students from Sakayanagi's faction angrily accused Katsuragi. He could only stand there silently with a grim expression. And then, while the other classes drowned in despair and panic, Class B exploded with joy. We did it. 325 points. Class B wins by a landslide. Woo-woo. No way. That's insane. We're almost caught up to Class A. Shibata raised his fists to the sky with tears in his eyes. Amikura and Shiranami grabbed each other's hands and jumped around excitedly. Even Kanzaki abandoned his usual composure, smiling openly from the bottom of his heart. Aizen. You're seriously amazing. Totsuka and Ryuan, your predictions were completely spot on. Yeah. Without Aizen's overwhelming insight, we might have fallen for Class C's cunning strategy and been completely outplayed. You truly have my gratitude, Aizen. Shibata repeatedly slapped my back while Kanzaki bowed deeply. Then Hanami Ichinos, who had spent the entire week desperately trying to keep every classmate from dropping out, came running toward us while holding Hiyori's hand. Hiyori-chan. Aizen-kun. We did it. We won. Her smile shone like the sun itself. Tears of relief and accomplishment glittered in her eyes. The wine known as victory may only be tasted by those who continued walking through the mud without ever giving up. For the indomitable path all of you forged together, I offer only my highest praise. Translation: it's all thanks to everyone's hard work. Seriously, great job. This victory belongs to everyone who never gave up no matter how exhausted they became. Thank you all for your hard work, is what he said. Yeah. But it's also because you and Hiyori-chan were supporting everyone behind the scenes. There's no way I could have achieved such an incredible result alone. Thank you. Really, truly thank you. Ichinos cried openly as she thanked us over and over. The entire class was wrapped in celebration, praising each other's efforts. As I quietly watched the scene, I felt a faint warmth spread through my chest. The loner I used to be is now standing in the middle of this noisy, warm circle of happiness. This feels incredible. If it's to protect everyone's smiles, I'll gladly use every cheat ability I have. Though deeply moved inside, outwardly I maintained my usual Demon King composure and spoke to the silver-haired best friend smiling beside me. Fufu. Such noisy revelry is unworthy of a king. Hiyori. You should join their innocent celebration as well. You've earned the right to bathe in the afterglow of victory. Translation: Ichinos and the others are calling for you. I'll stay here, so go enjoy celebrating with everyone. Fufu. Then I'll join them for a little while. Hiyori perfectly understood my meaning, nodded happily, and stepped into the circle with Ichinos and the others. Watching that warm scene from Class D's area was Kiyotaka Ayanokoji, his emotionless eyes fixed on me. As expected of Sōsuke. So he also identified the leaders of both Class A and Class C. Inside Ayanokoji's mind, the events of the week rapidly reconstructed themselves. He figured out Ryuan was Class C's leader because he understood the true nature of the 0-point strategy, and immediately predicted Ryuan would stay on the island himself. Sōsuke must have reached the same conclusion I did after seeing Ryuan's extravagant behavior. And then Class A. During my exploration, I happened to see Katsuragi and Totsuka leaving that cave together. A cautious person like Katsuragi would never risk putting himself on the front lines as the leader. It wasn't hard to infer that Totsuka, eager for recognition, had manipulated the occupation system. But Sōsuke was different. Ayanokoji recalled what happened at the cave on the first day. I was watching from the forest. Right after those two left, Sōsuke descended from a tree and examined the inside of the cave. He didn't discover it by chance. From the start, he predicted that some class would attempt to secure the cave, the best spot on the island, and waited there before anyone else. The 100-point difference between Class D and Class B came from two things: Koenji retiring immediately on his own, and Horikita intentionally allowing Class C's spy to steal information about the leader before using her illness to retire and switch leaders. That alone cost us 60 points on top of the difference in teamwork between the classes. Ayanokoji silently analyzed me as I stood calmly apart from the celebrating crowd. Even so, despite everything Sōsuke has done, he's never shown any sign of trying to expel me. That lowers the possibility that he's a White Room agent sent to bring me back. Sometimes he calls me to his room, but all he does is serve good food and force me to play games with him. I have no idea what he's thinking. Still, refusing his invitations might provoke something dangerous behind the scenes, so I have no choice but to go along with it. He's probably using those games to test my reaction speed, and using casual conversation during meals to analyze my abilities and mental state. I still can't understand his true objective. Why would someone with overwhelming abilities choose to maintain peace within the current class system instead? I can't let my guard down. I need to continue watching him carefully. While receiving Ayanokoji's wary gaze on my back, my thoughts had already shifted toward the next enjoyable thing. Back aboard the luxurious cruise ship, I took my first warm shower in a week. The hot water washed away the mud, sweat, and tension accumulated during life on the deserted island. After drying my hair with a clean, fluffy towel, and changing into slightly fashionable casual clothes, it finally began to feel real. Now then, my summer vacation truly begins here. My destination was the observation cafe on the top floor of the ship. During our time on the island, I barely had any chance to enjoy reading together with my precious best friend, Hiyori. At this point, my soul desperately craved the scent of printed pages, delicious tea, and above all else, her calm profile. Stepping out of the elevator, I entered the beautiful glass-walled cafe. Sōsuke-kun, I've been waiting for you. Hiyori closed her book with a soft snap and smiled. She was wearing the pure white summer dress we had chosen together at Kiyaki Mall. Compared to the dirt-covered tracksuit she wore on the island, she now looked elegant and refined like a noble young lady. Her silver hair shimmered beautifully beside her teacup. So cute. An angel has descended onto this ship. Just seeing Hiyori's smile instantly erased all the exhaustion from this past week. Internally giving a thunderous standing ovation, I gracefully took my seat across from her. Did you wait long? Yet even the sight of you waiting resembles a flawless painting. That immaculate white attire. It is more than enough to delight my eyes. Translation: sorry for making you wait. Hiyori, that white outfit looks amazing on you. Fufu. Thank you very much. Your casual clothes look wonderful too, Sōsuke-kun. Perfectly interpreting my dramatic poem, Hiyori blushed faintly as she opened the tea menu. After calling the waiter, I ordered Darjeeling tea, while Hiyori chose Earl Grey and a small chiffon cake. Outside the window, the deserted island gradually faded into the distance beneath the red glow of the setting sun, surrounded by the endless ocean. Life on the island was difficult, but now that it's over, it was actually a lot of fun. Enjoying the aroma of her Earl Grey, Hiyori spoke softly. Cooking with Honami-chan and everyone else, sleeping in tents. I'd never really experienced enjoying the outdoors with friends my age before. Sometimes wildflowers blooming while enduring harsh wind and rain leave behind stronger memories than flowers protected inside a greenhouse. If this past week remains in your eyes as something beautiful, then nothing could make me happier. Translation: same here. Survival was tough, but spending time together with everyone was really fun. Yes. But the thing I enjoyed the most. Hiyori gently placed her teacup onto its saucer and looked straight into my eyes. Was being able to see all those sights together with you, Sōsuke-kun. My heart sounded the loudest alarm of the day. Because you were there, I was able to spend this entire week without feeling anxious at all. Thank you for always helping me. Hiyori's words were sincere and completely unadorned. To her, I was simply her most trusted best friend. That honest affection slowly but powerfully warmed my heart from within. This is bad. I might actually cry. Spending 20 million points to end up in the same class as Hiyori was the greatest investment of my life. Suppressing the emotions swelling inside me, I lifted my cup with a flawless smile. It is a king's duty to preserve the beauty of his garden. There is no world in which I would permit a pure white flower such as yourself to be stained by vulgar mud. Translation: Thank you too, Hiyori. If you enjoyed yourself, then that makes me really happy. Now then, enough with these inelegant recollections. Shall we begin our pursuit of truth, uninterrupted by anyone else? Translation: All right, enough talking about the island. Let's relax and read together. Foo, yes. Then, here you go. Hiyori placed several mystery novels onto the table. I brought lots of books I wanted you to read, Sōsuke-kun. Excellent. I shall uncover every last mystery hidden within their depths. Translation: Awesome. Let's read a lot together. Inside the cafe of the luxurious cruise ship sailing across the sunset-lit ocean. Together with the most important and irreplaceable best friend in my world. I savored to my heart's content that sweet and luxurious moment where only the sound of waves and turning pages could be heard. Chapter 27, Chapter 27. 1946 words. The day after the special exam ended, and we finally returned from the harsh deserted island back to the luxury cruise ship. The first-year students were granted complete free time, as a reward for surviving the ordeal. In other words, a full-scale vacation at sea. Under the brilliantly clear blue sky stretched an endless ocean of sapphire. Located on the uppermost deck of the cruise ship, the enormous outdoor pool area sparkled beneath the blazing sunlight. Complete with water slides and even a lazy river, it looked less like a school facility and more like a world-class resort. After earning an overwhelming amount of points during the survival exam, and achieving a landslide first-place victory, the students of Class B had gathered there since morning, enjoying themselves with all the pent-up energy from the past week. All right. I'm going down the water slide again. Shibata-kun, you seriously have too much energy. Let's just relax in the lazy river. Okay. Asako-chan, lend me your floatai. Shibata's booming voice mixed together with the cheerful laughter of Shiranami, Amikura, and the other girls. Gone were the muddy tracksuits from the island. Now everyone wore colorful swimsuits, genuinely enjoying their vacation to the fullest. Meanwhile, I sat elegantly upon a premium beach chair beneath a parasol, at the best spot overlooking the pool. With the sea breeze rustling my bangs, I looked down at the paperback novel in my hand through a pair of sunglasses while leisurely sipping tropical juice. The perfect composition of the Demon King on his day off. Excellent. The air-conditioned interior of the ship is nice too, but summer truly belongs to the pool. Just watching everyone enjoy themselves like this feels strangely healing. I quietly narrowed my eyes at the peaceful sight before me. Then, soft footsteps approached from the direction of the changing rooms. Oh, sorry to keep you waiting, Sōsuke-kun. The moment I lifted my gaze, I nearly dropped my drink. Standing there was my one and only best friend, Shina Hiyori. The swimsuit she chose was a pure white bikini adorned with delicate frills, modest and elegant, yet carrying a slight air of maturity. Her pale skin, usually hidden beneath uniforms and dresses, glowed beneath the summer sunlight. Her slender shoulders, and the soft feminine curves I had never fully noticed before. Embarrassed, she lightly covered her stomach with both hands while peeking up at me nervously. COTE. What is this destructive power? A goddess just descended onto this ship wearing a swimsuit. For a split second, the calm processing ability granted by my Aizen specs completely short-circuited. Every male instinct inside me screamed not to look away from the beautiful girl before me. But at the same time, my reason slammed on the brakes with everything it had. Wait. Calm down, me. That's Hiyori. My best friend. The one person who stayed by my side all throughout middle school. Looking at her with impure thoughts is absolutely forbidden. If she realizes I'm thinking weird things, she might hate me. Losing the only person capable of perfectly understanding and translating my poems would be catastrophic. I desperately maintained composure, forcing my facial muscles into the expression of a relaxed demon king. I tried wearing this swimsuit. How does it look? Hiyori asked shyly, cheeks faintly pink. Faced with that devastating upward glance, I slowly removed my sunglasses and spoke with the utmost elegance possible. The radiance of pure white moonlight has eclipsed even the midday sun itself. Your beauty is sinful enough to make the very ocean lose its color. Translation: it looks amazing on you. You're ridiculously cute. It was supposed to be a sincere compliment from one best friend to another. But the instant she heard my words, Hiyori's entire face turned bright red. Sinfully beautiful. She covered her burning cheeks with both hands, eyes wandering helplessly. Did she understand the poem without a translation? And she's really embarrassed. Well, anyone would get embarrassed if their best friend praised them that dramatically. Sorry, Hiyori. Trying to recover, I gestured gently toward the pool. At that moment, Hiyori-chan. Over here. Come play beach volleyball with us. Ichinos waved enthusiastically from inside the pool. Yes. I'm coming. Hiyori gave me a small bow. Then, Sōsuke-kun. I'll see you later. And with light steps, she ran toward Ichinos and the others. Afterward, I occasionally joined the others in the pool myself. I got dragged into water polo by Shibata, went down the water slide a few times, and enjoyed spending time with my classmates. But for most of the day, I simply relaxed in my beach chair, sipping cold juice while quietly watching everyone laugh and play together. Take this. Ahaha. Hiyori-chan, that splash was huge. Hiyori laughed innocently as she splashed water with Ichinos and Shiranami. Watching her, a warm feeling slowly spread through my chest. I'm really glad. In middle school, Hiyori and I were lonely bookworms who only ever spent time reading together. And now, she has friends. She's smiling like that. Why does this feel like watching my daughter grow up? The guardian hidden beneath the Demon King facade quietly narrowed his eyes behind his sunglasses, enjoying the peaceful vacation of Class B to his heart's content. That night, inside the luxurious party hall located on the middle floors of the cruise ship, illuminated by dazzling chandeliers, Class B held a full celebration party for their victory. An extravagant buffet lined the room, alongside towers of colorful non-alcoholic cocktails and juices. Having changed from swimsuits into elegant dresses and stylish casual outfits, the students looked almost like young nobles attending a social gathering. Everyone got their glasses. Standing at the center of the room, Ichino's Hanami raised her glass high. Wearing a soft pink party dress, she shone like the sun itself. All eyes gathered on Class B's radiant leader. Great job surviving this entire week on the deserted island. Because everyone helped one another and stayed together until the very end, we were able to achieve such an amazing result. From now on too, let's continue supporting each other and build the best class together. Oh. Then, here's to our victory, and to the rest of our high school life. Cheers. Cheers. The clear clinking of glasses echoed throughout the hall. As the signal rang out, conversations exploded everywhere while students eagerly dug into the luxurious food. As for me, I occupied a quiet table in the corner, elegantly enjoying slices of roast beef. Beside me sat Hiyori, dressed in a pure white one-piece dress while happily eating a small cake. Sōsuke, this cake is really delicious. Fufu, the food on the island was nice too, but sweets really are special. Only those who have experienced starvation can truly understand the sweetness of nectar. Because we endured such hardship, even grains of sugar now shine like jewels. Translation: seriously. Dessert tastes way better after surviving that island. Fufu, that's true. As Hiyori smiled happily, our classmates began visiting our table one after another. Aizen. Seriously, thanks for everything this week. Ichino's told us you were the one planning strategies behind the scenes. Shibata approached with a huge grin while holding a juice glass. Behind him came Shiranami, Amikura, and many others. Aizen-kun, thank you. Whoa, they actually came all the way over here just to thank me. Class B really is full of good people. Alright, time to reply coolly. I calmly placed my glass down and gave an arrogant smile worthy of a final boss. Your gratitude is unnecessary. I merely illuminated the path upon which the pieces upon the board could shine most brilliantly. Praise yourselves for having the will to walk it. Translation: you're welcome. Everyone worked hard, so I don't deserve all the credit. P pieces. A board. Shibata blinked in confusion. But before things could become awkward, the angel seated beside me stepped in flawlessly. Everyone achieved this through their own efforts, so there's no need to thank him. He believes all of you did an amazing job. That's what he means. Ohu. Aizen's seriously so cool. His wording is scary sometimes, but he's honestly really kind. Thanks to Hiyori's perfect translation, the group became even more emotional before returning to the other tables. That was close. Without Hiyori, they might have thought I viewed the class as chess pieces. Once again, Hiyori proves herself to be my greatest best friend. As I secretly wiped away imaginary cold sweat, 2 more people approached. Ichino's Hanami and Kanzaki Ryoji. Aizen-kun, Hiyori-chan, do you have a moment? Ichino's expression became slightly serious. Kanzaki stood quietly beside her. What is it? At my question, Ichino's lowered her head deeply. Thank you. Truly. During this exam, I was only able to focus on everyone's condition and the base camp, because you were completely handling the other classes and our strategy behind the scenes. Without you and Hiyori-chan supporting us, there's no way we could have won like this. Kanzaki nodded firmly. She's right. Your absurd level of intelligence saved us countless times. I'm genuinely glad you're part of Class B. The 2 people standing at the center of the class looked at me with absolute trust and sincerity. Ichino's. Kanzaki. You 2 really are incredible. But don't misunderstand. I only gave advice because of my cheat abilities. The true strength of this class comes from your kindness. Suppressing the emotion rising inside me, I slowly stood up. Then, looking down at the 2 of them, I spoke quietly but firmly. I merely created ripples upon the water's surface. Translation: I only gave a little advice. No matter how perfect the calculated trajectory may be, if the vessel itself is fragile, the water will inevitably spill. The ones who embraced that fragile vessel with warmth, and supported it as an unwavering shield until not a single drop was lost, were the 2 of you. Translation: this class survived because Ichino's guided everyone with kindness while Kanzaki calmly supported the class behind the scenes. At my overwhelming aura and poetic metaphor, both Ichino's and Kanzaki inhaled sharply. Immediately, Hiyori smiled gently and translated. He says he only offered some advice. The reason this class stayed united and reached today without losing anyone was because of Ichino-san's kindness and leadership, and Kanzaki-kun's steady support behind the scenes. Aizen-kun. Hiyori-chan. Aizen. Even for me. The instant they heard Hiyori's translation, large tears began falling from Ichino's eyes. Kanzaki also widened his eyes slightly before awkwardly lowering his gaze. For an entire week, Ichino's had carried the burden of leading the class while never once showing weakness. And Kanzaki had quietly supported both her and everyone else from behind. I had acknowledged all of it. Praised all of it. Comforted all of it. Through poetry, naturally. Yuwa. Thank you, Aizen-kun. Hiyori-chan. Kanzaki-kun too, thank you for supporting me all this time. I'll keep doing my best. Ichino's covered her face while crying openly like a child. Kanzaki gave a helpless smile. It's still too early to cry, Ichino's, though, I'm grateful too. Perfect. My message got across exactly as intended. The ideal words of appreciation for a leader and the person supporting them. Internally celebrating with a fist pump, I elegantly raised my glass. The revelry is not yet over. Lose yourselves in this night to your heart's content. And so, the victory celebration for the deserted island survival exam continued late into the night, further strengthening the bonds of Class B like never before. Together with the smiling silver-haired girl beside me, I silently wished beneath the starlit sky that this peaceful, colorful high school life would continue forever. Chapter 28, Chapter 28. 2,148 words. The day after the cruise vacation that had been filled with the excitement and lingering triumph of the survival exam. Every first-year student received a single message from the school on their phones. This is a notification regarding the commencement of the summer group special exam. The carefree atmosphere aboard the ship froze instantly. The deserted island exam had only just ended, yet the school was already throwing them into another special test without giving them time to rest. The email contained a detailed explanation of the complicated rules. Summer Group Special Exam, Basic Rules. At 8 a.m. on the first day of the exam, all students will receive a message simultaneously. Students selected as the VIP will also be informed that they are the VIP. The exam will last until 9 p.m. for days later, with one complete free day in between. Students will be divided into 12 groups modeled after the Chinese zodiac signs. Twice a day, each group must gather in an assigned room for 1 hour of discussion. The content of the discussion is left entirely to the students. Answers may only be submitted through the designated email address using the student's phone. Each student may answer only once. The VIP themselves do not have the right to submit an answer. Any answer submitted for a group other than one's own zodiac group will be invalid. Detailed exam results will be sent to all students by email at 11 a.m. on the final day. Result conditions. Result 1. If every student in the group other than the VIP and the VIP's classmates correctly identifies the VIP, every member of the group receives 500,000 private points. Students from the VIP's class also receive the same amount. The VIP themselves receive 1 million private points. Result 2. If even one person fails to answer or answers incorrectly, the VIP alone receives 500,000 private points. Result 3. If a student other than the VIP correctly identifies the VIP before the exam period ends, the exam ends immediately. The student who answered correctly receives 500,000 private points. Their class gains 50 class points. The VIP's class loses 50 class points. Result 4. If a student other than the VIP answers incorrectly before the exam period ends, the exam ends immediately. The class of the student who answered incorrectly loses 50 class points. The VIP receives 500,000 private points. The VIP's class gains 50 class points. I see. After reading the message, I quietly let out a breath. So the deserted island exam was a physical survival battle, while this one is completely about psychological warfare and deduction. My assigned group was the Dragon Group. From Class B, the other members assigned there were Ryuji Kanzaki and Hitomi Tsu. That evening, each group was assigned separate times and gathered in different rooms aboard the ship. Perhaps to preserve fairness, the instructor overseeing our explanation session was not Hashinomiya-sensei from Class B, but Sakagami-sensei from Class C. Additionally, Sakagami-sensei said flatly, the group assignments and VIP selections were made after strict adjustments by the school. My ears did not miss that particular phrase. After the Q&A session ended, we were dismissed. Aizen-kun, Kanzaki-kun, could we talk for a moment? As we stepped into the hallway, Ichinos and Hiyori called out to us. Let's move somewhere else, Ichinos said. We should discuss how we're going to approach this exam. Fine by me. The four of us moved to a quiet lounge and began a secret strategy meeting. The key point of this exam, Ichinos began while displaying the rules on her tablet, is definitely results 3 and 4. If you identify another class's VIP before the deadline, you gain 50 class points. But if you're wrong, you lose 50. It's similar to the leader guessing game on the island, except this time everything's split into groups, making the information war much more complicated. Kanzaki folded his arms. True. But unlike the island exam, there aren't any obvious clues this time. Trying to determine the VIP through conversation alone will be extremely difficult. No. Not really. The phrase strict adjustments from Sakagami-sensei was the key to everything. I slowly brushed my bangs back with refined elegance. Just as God does not roll dice, neither does this malicious little garden operate without order. Hidden behind the words strict adjustments lies deliberate design. Gather the scattered stardust and reveal the invisible constellation. Translation: the VIPs weren't chosen randomly. There has to be a pattern. If the school wanted fairness, then each class should have exactly 3 VIPs. First, let's identify every VIP in Class B. My grand, galaxy-scale poetic deduction left Ichinos tilting her head. Stardust. Beside me, my angelic best friend smiled gently and translated. He believes the VIP selection follows a fixed rule rather than randomness. Since the school mentioned strict adjustments, fairness likely means there are exactly 3 VIPs per class. We should first identify all the VIPs within Class B. I see. Ichinos clapped her hands. If there are 3 VIPs per class, that perfectly matches the 12 groups. She immediately pulled out her phone. I'll ask everyone in the class chat to privately message me if they were selected as a VIP. Thanks to the overwhelming trust Ichinos inspired in Class B, information gathered almost instantly. Only a few minutes later, 3 classmates contacted her claiming they were VIPs. The VIPs from Class B are in the Monkey Group, Snake Group, and Dog Group. She looked up in amazement. You were right, Aizen-kun. There really are 3. Good, Kanzaki muttered while writing the names down. That gives us 3 stars. But that alone isn't enough to form a constellation. He frowned deeply. Yeah. Ichinos sighed. 3 data points aren't enough to identify a pattern. Naturally. To understand the complete rule, we needed more samples. At minimum, information from another class, 3 more VIPs. And the optimal answer my Eisenspec calculations produced was an alliance with the most dangerous men in the first year. If one wishes to reach the heavens, one must sometimes clasp hands with venomous serpents crawling through the mud. With poison itself, we shall seize complete control of the board and build the staircase to the unseen throne. Translation: if we want to beat Class A decisively, we should cooperate with Ryuan's Class C and share information. If we want to secure enough points to surpass Class A, then we should form an alliance with Ryuan-kun's Class C and exchange VIP information, he says. Ryuan. Ichinos and Kanzaki reacted simultaneously. Kanzaki immediately objected. That man used insane tactics during the island exam. Forming an alliance with him is too dangerous. I also don't think Ryuin-kun would cooperate honestly, Ichinos admitted. Hiyori calmly supplemented their concerns. But at present, the only classes capable of completely consolidating VIP information are probably ours and Class C. Class B is unified by Ichino-san's trust, while Class C is unified by Ryuin-kun's fear. If we obtain information on 6 VIPs total, we should definitely be able to uncover the pattern. Kanzaki's eyes widened. Class D lacked unity. Class A was divided between the Katsuragi and Sakayanagi factions. Only classes B and C could gather information efficiently on a class-wide scale. You're right, Kanzaki admitted. But Ryuin would betray us the instant he obtained our information. A reasonable concern. But binding someone like Ryuin wasn't difficult. Removing a serpent's fangs is simple. One need only carve an inescapable collar upon its throat. Forged from an absolute contract. Translation: we just need a contract with severe penalties so he can't betray us. We can prevent betrayal by creating a binding agreement with heavy penalties attached, he says. Ichinos nodded slowly. You're right. Class A is already within reach. We can't afford to stop now. She took a breath. Okay. I'll contact Ryuin-kun. Following Hiyori's suggestion, Ichinos asked Kushida for Ryuin's contact information. As expected, Kushida had it. Ichinos immediately sent him a message and invited him to the lounge. 10 minutes later, Ryuin Kakeru arrived with both hands in his pockets and a fearless grin on his face. Kukuku. What's this? All the honor students from Class B personally inviting me. He dropped onto the sofa opposite us and swept his predator-like gaze across Ichinos, Kanzaki, Hiyori, and finally me. Ryuin-kun, Ichinos began directly, we want to propose an alliance between Class B and Class C for this special exam. Ku ha 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 ha. Ryuin burst into laughter. So the righteous little model students want to cooperate with me, huh? Fine. I'll hear you out. Then his eyes narrowed toward Hiyori and me. But there's a problem. Your class already has a huge lead over ours after the island exam. And on top of that, your precious vice president stole one of my class members. He was clearly referring to Hiyori's transfer to Class B for 20 million points. If we both identify the VIPs from classes A and D, we gain the same reward. That means the gap between us never closes. So unless the deal benefits me more, I'm not interested. Ridiculous. Kanzaki slammed the table. You expect us to concede additional benefits on top of equal information sharing. Expected. From Ryuin's perspective, merely discovering the pattern wasn't enough. Even if both classes won together, the gap between B and C would remain unchanged. So naturally, he demanded more. My thoughts accelerated at high speed. If both classes identify all the VIPs from A and D, both gain plus 150 class points. Then, if B and C identify each other's VIPs normally, both remain at plus 150 overall. The gap stays unchanged. So instead, Class B deliberately submits one wrong answer against Class C's VIP. That would make the final result, Class B gains plus 100, while Class C gains plus 200. But B needs additional compensation. In that case, we divide the private point rewards evenly between both classes. Yes. That should satisfy Ryuin. I raised a hand to stop Kanzaki and smiled arrogantly at Ryuin. So the ravenous beast demands premium meat before accepting chains around its neck. Very well. Then let us share a portion of our flesh and devour the heavens together. Translation: fine. We'll accept terms where Class B sacrifices some class points. After we feast upon the thrones of others, we shall intentionally misbite your throat, granting your class even greater strength. In exchange for our 100 rays of light, we shall bestow 200 upon you. Translation: after both classes gain plus 150 by identifying A and D's VIPs, Class B will intentionally answer one of Class C's VIPs incorrectly. The final result becomes plus 100 for Class B and plus 200 for Class C. However, the golden rain descending from the heavens shall quench our thirst equally. In exchange for surrendering light, the gold itself shall be divided evenly. Translation: in return, the private point rewards earned from the exam will be split evenly between our classes. 3 million each. What do you think? Ryuan frowned deeply. The hell are you talking about? Even Ichinos looked confused. Golden rain. But then Hiyori calmly translated every detail flawlessly. I see. The moment she finished, a dangerous grin spread across Ryuan's face. So you're willing to deliberately hand us class points in exchange for equal private point distribution? Ku. Fine. I'll take that deal. Wait. Kanzaki protested. Why should we willingly sacrifice points to Class C? Ichinos immediately stopped him. Kanzaki-kun. Calm down. This proposal makes sense. If we gain even plus 100, we can overtake Class A with certainty. And securing 3 million private points is a huge advantage for the class as well. She looked firmly at him. Compared to Class C, we already have a lead. Right now, the important thing is securing the top position. Kanzaki clenched his jaw. Understood. If you and Aizen agree, then I'll follow your judgment. Good. The negotiation was complete. Now all that remained was the collar. The contract is forged. But verbal promises are no more than dust scattered by the wind. So let us engrave an absolute curse upon ourselves. One so absolute that betrayal itself would erase our very existence. Translation: let's create a written contract stating that anyone who betrays the agreement will voluntarily withdraw from school. As proof of the alliance, we will create a written pledge. Anyone who violates the agreement must voluntarily withdraw from school, he says. Ku. Now that's interesting. Ryuan grinned fearlessly. So it's a contract staked on my expulsion and Ichinos's, huh? Fine by me. And thus, within the quiet evening lounge aboard the luxury cruise ship, a secret alliance between Class B and Class C was formed. An alliance bound by the condition that if either side betrayed the agreement, their leaders, Hanami Ichinos and Kakeru Ryuan, would voluntarily withdraw from school. Chapter 29, 1945 words. The lounge aboard the cruise ship was wrapped in complete silence. Moments earlier, a secret non-aggression pact had been forged between Class B and Class C, one backed by the terrifying condition that the leaders of both classes would voluntarily withdraw from school if either side betrayed the agreement. Ichinos calmly laid out the names of the 3 VIPs from Class B. Ryuan, in turn, placed the names of Class C's 3 VIPs onto the table as well. A complete list of every student in every zodiac group. I glanced at it once. That single glance was enough for the Aizen speck inside my mind to begin its absurdly fast calculations. Every fragment of information slotted neatly into the framework of the 12 zodiac groups. I see it now. With only the 3 VIPs from our class, I had already formed several possible hypotheses. But with only 3 samples, there were still too many variables, coincidences, fake patterns, misleading possibilities. But now we have 6 confirmed VIPs. Half of all 12 groups. That changes everything. All the false patterns disappear. Only one answer remains. I slowly exhaled and leaned back into the sofa, elegantly brushing my bangs aside. The script written by the gods is painfully simplistic, devoid of even the slightest trace of beauty. My words caused Ichinos and Kanzaki to raise their heads sharply. Ryuan narrowed his snake-like eyes. The order of beasts. The sequence of sounds. That alone governs this stage. The board is already in my hands. Translation: I figured out the rule. The zodiac order directly corresponds to the alphabetical order of surnames within each group. The first person to understand my meaning was, naturally, my one and only soulmate. Hiyori's silver eyes lit up brilliantly. I see it now. The VIPs are determined by zodiac order matching surname order. Amazing, Sōsuke-kun. All 6 names fit perfectly. At her excited explanation, Ichinos and Kanzaki hurriedly compared the lists. Rat group, first surname in order. Ox group, second surname. Tiger group, third surname. Every single VIP aligned flawlessly. It's true. Ichinos gasped. When arranged in surname order, all of them match their zodiac positions perfectly. Amazing, Kanzaki muttered, clenching his fist. With this, we can identify every VIP in every class. Perfect. Ku. Ryuan let out a low laugh. Your way of talking pisses me off, but your brain's the real deal. He grinned viciously. Now that we know the pattern, the rest is easy. We just move according to schedule. And just like that. Before the special exam had even truly begun, the alliance between classes B and C had already obtained the complete solution. The next day marked the beginning of the summer group special exam. Together with Kanzaki and Tsub, I headed toward the discussion room assigned to the Dragon group. Inside sat 14 students gathered around a circular table, including Class A's Katsuragi Kohei and Class D's Horikita Suzun. It's time. Let's begin. Breaking the silence was Katsuragi. Arms crossed, expression stern, he scanned the room. This exam punishes reckless probing. Therefore, Class A proposes that no one submit answers at all. Every group should remain silent and aim for result 2. An excessively cautious proposal. A strategy focused entirely on eliminating risk. You must be joking. Horikita Suzun immediately shot him down. In other words, Class A intends to surrender from the start and hide behind defensive tactics. It isn't surrender. It's rationality, Katsuragi replied coldly. If even one person betrays the group, everyone suffers. That only means you lack confidence in competing fairly against others. Sparks flew between them. Yet while the room grew increasingly heated, I merely observed quietly, as though it were all happening in some distant world. Foo. Katsuragi's caution is admirable. Horikita's aggression has merit too. But the answer is already in our hands. Externally, I maintained my composed expression, calmly sitting with my arms folded and eyes closed. Kanzaki also remained silent, wearing the faint smile of someone who already knew victory was guaranteed. The Class C students who knew the pattern carried similar expressions. And then, the first discussion session ended. Free time began. Now then. Checkmate. At the exact designated time that Ryuan and I had agreed upon beforehand. Students from classes B and C simultaneously pulled out their phones and submitted their answers to the school. Minutes later, the notification sound echoed throughout the ship. Every student received the same message simultaneously. As answers have now been submitted in all groups, the summer group special exam is hereby concluded. What? Shouts of confusion exploded across the ship. What the hell is going on? We only had one meeting. Who submitted answers already? Katsuragi, Horikita, and countless others descended into total chaos. Far from the commotion, near the window of another lounge, Ayanokoji Kiyotaka stared emotionlessly at his phone. Completely outplayed. His mind rapidly reconstructed the situation. All groups ended after a single discussion session. That isn't luck. Sōsuke moved. He pictured the man who had dominated the deserted island exam. He discovered the VIP pattern. But with only his own class's information, there wouldn't have been enough samples. which means he allied with Ryuan. Both Class B and Class C could completely identify their own VIPs. Using 6 samples, they uncovered the rule. Then both classes cooperated to identify every VIP. A brutally rational strategy. And impossible to stop. Ayanokoji quietly acknowledged it. Yet, not everything had been a loss. At least I gained something. He shifted his gaze toward the dark ocean outside. That one discussion session allowed me to secure a useful pawn. That unnatural fear hidden in her eyes, if manipulated correctly, I can gain complete control over her. As long as an unpredictable anomaly like Aizen Sōsuke existed in this school, living peacefully without protection was impossible. To protect myself, I need loyal tools. The exam may be over, but now I need to move carefully and secure her completely. Expressionless as ever, Ayanokoji quietly shifted his thoughts toward his next move. 4 days later. At 11 p.m., when the exam should originally have still been ongoing. Every student received the final results. Summer Group Special Exam Final Results. Class A, minus 150 CP/0 private points. Class B, plus 100 CP/2.5 million private points. Class C, plus 200 CP/3.5 million private points. Class D, minus 150 CP/0 private points. Updated class points. Class A, 1070 for 924. Class B, 1057 1157. Class C, 458 658. Class D, 262 112. The moment the results were revealed, screams of despair and jubilation erupted throughout the ship. Inside his room, Ayanokoji quietly closed his eyes after reading the details. 11 groups ended with result 3. 1 group ended with result 4. I see. After uncovering the pattern, they negotiated with Class C, who had too large a point deficit, and intentionally sacrificed one answer. Class B deliberately gave concessions. The board was completely controlled from start to finish. He stared silently into the darkness. Everything unfolded according to Sōsuke's design. Even Ryuan was reduced to another piece on the board. Aizen Sōsuke, you truly are this school's greatest irregularity. Yeha-hi-ho. Inside the largest party room aboard the ship, Class B exploded into deafening celebration. We did it. We finally surpassed Class A. I can't believe it. We actually became Class A. Shibata hugged his classmates while crying openly. Shiranami and Amikura jumped around with tears in their eyes. The once hopeless gap between us and Class A. We had overturned all of it within mere months. Midterms. The deserted island exam. And now this group exam. At last. We had reached the long-desired throne. Everyone. Thank you. Really, thank you so much. Surrounded by classmates, Ichino's Hanami covered her face and broke down into tears. Even Kenzaki's eyes had reddened. Yes, he said firmly. We have finally stepped onto the path leading to the highest seat. I quietly watched over the smiling faces of my classmates. But then, a calm warning sounded within my mind. We may be at the top now. But it's only the first semester of our first year. If we become careless here, we'll fall. To protect this peaceful, rose-colored school life, I need to tighten everyone's focus now. I slowly stood. The noisy room fell silent under the sheer pressure of my presence. To drown oneself in victory is the privilege of kings. But to celebrate while drinking from a cup with no bottom, that is merely a pitiful comedy. Translation: congratulations, everyone. But we can't afford to get careless just because we reached Class A. Silence froze the room instantly. We have merely broken through the first floor of an endless dark tower. To slumber upon a throne built atop thin ice is the behavior of fools. Bare your fangs. This cruel game has only just begun. Translation: graduation is still far away. We worked hard to reach Class A, so let's stay focused and continue fighting together. My overwhelming aura and absurdly dangerous poetry caused the class to pale instantly. Is Aizen angry? Did we get too carried away? Crap. Now I just sound like some terrifying buzzkill ruining the victory party. Hiyori, save me. As cold sweat poured down internally. My angelic best friend smiled gently and spoke. Congratulations on reaching Class A, everyone. But we've only just finished the first semester of our first year. Graduation is still a long journey away. Let's not become careless now that we've reached the top. Let's continue moving forward together as a class. That's what Sōsuke-kun means. The frozen atmosphere instantly thawed. Ah. Ichino's wiped her tears and nodded firmly. You're right. What we're aiming for isn't just becoming Class A once. We want all of us to graduate together from Class A. Yes, Kanzaki added. Aizen, your calm judgment always saves us. Voices of trust and admiration rose throughout the room. Thanks, Aizen. We'll work even harder from now on. Phew. Thank God. Thanks to Hiyori's translation, I transformed from terrifying angry guy into cool mastermind thinking about the future. The atmosphere shifted from drunken celebration into genuine unity. Watching over it all, Hiyori stepped closer beside me, her cute party dress swaying softly. Sōsuke-kun. You really are amazing. I never imagined we could reach Class A this quickly. Her silver eyes sparkled with pure admiration. Yoo. Hiyori praised me. I'm so glad I lived. Spending 20 million points to bring this angel into Class B was the best investment of my life. Suppressing the explosive joy in my chest, I slowly lowered my glass. Then I gave my greatest friend the finest Demon King smile I could muster. Foo-foo. Even the tallest tower begins with a single stone. This throne is the crystallization of the miracle all of you created with your own hands. I merely had the privilege of watching from the best seat in the house. Translation: I only helped a little. Everyone worked hard to become Class A. Seeing you happy makes me happy too, Hiyori. Foo-foo, yes. Hiyori smiled at me with a radiance more beautiful than anything else in this world. Around us, classmates laughed and spoke excitedly of the future. Ichinos waved enthusiastically from across the room. Aizen-kun. Hiyori-chan. Come join the toast. No matter how cruel or unreasonable this school's system might be, I had these warm classmates. And I had my one irreplaceable best friend who perfectly understood every word I spoke. Beneath the starry skies above the midsummer cruise ship, together with the people I cherished most, I fully enjoyed the glorious night of celebration upon the throne known as Class A. Chapter 30, 2099 words. Several days had passed since our return to the school grounds, after surviving 2 brutal special exams, and a luxurious cruise vacation. The scorching August sun blazed down upon the artificial island, while the deafening cries of cicadas painted the scenery of midsummer. Ah, it's so cool. Air conditioning really is humanity's greatest invention. Hee hee. After spending so long relying on natural wind on the island, this cold air feels truly wonderful. At Hiyori's invitation, if you aren't too tired, would you like to go read together? I had come to our favorite cafe inside Kiyaki Mall. Ichinos had joined us midway with a cheerful, mind if I come too, and now the 3 of us sat together at a table in the back of the pleasantly chilled cafe. Hiyori elegantly sipped iced lemon tea through a straw while turning the pages of a thick mystery novel. Ichinos happily dug into a fruit-loaded parfait while replying to messages in the class group chat. As for me, I traced the condensation on my iced coffee glass with a finger while quietly admiring the beautiful profile of my best friend immersed in the world of books. Ah, peace. After enduring that hellish island and those shipboard exams, even an ordinary tea break like this seeps into my soul. Honestly, all I want is to spend time reading books with Hiyori and eating good food with everyone. Just as I basked in that small, peaceful happiness, the phone in my pocket vibrated rudely. The caller ID displayed. Horikita Manabu. Gay, the student council president. Why is he calling in the middle of summer vacation after the exams are already over? Did I screw something up and get targeted? Internally panicking, I nevertheless maintained a perfectly calm expression and answered the call with elegant composure. What business brings the solitary king seated upon the summit to seek me out? Translation: Hello, President. Good afternoon, what's up? Aizen. What are you doing right now? Manabu's voice was as emotionless and cool as ever. I am currently restoring my spirit beside a pool of amber together with beautiful fairies. Surely you do not intend to rob me even of this fleeting respite. Translation: I'm at a cafe in Kiyaki Mall with Hiyori and Ichinos having tea. I see. Then I'll come there. Wait for me. Click. He ended the call immediately. Wait. Why is he coming here personally? And what do you mean, wait for me? Also, how did he figure out exactly where I was from that? Sōsuke-kun. Is something wrong? Perhaps sensing my inner turmoil, Hiyori lifted her gaze from her book and tilted her head. It seems the solitary king is on his way here. President Horikita is coming. Horikita-senpai is coming here. Thanks to Hiyori's flawless translation, Ichinos froze mid-stab with her parfait strawberry. A few minutes later, the bell above the cafe entrance rang. Around us, students began whispering. Ah, it's the student council president. Tachibana-senpai's with him too. Horikita Manabu and Tachibana Akane walked directly toward our table without hesitation. Excuse me, Aizen. Ichinos. Shina. Ah, good afternoon, Horikita-senpai. Good afternoon. Ichinos and Hiyori immediately stood to greet them politely. As for me, I remained relaxed against the sofa with one leg crossed over the other. Foo-foo. The king certainly travels lightly. You may remain seated. I'm not here on official student council business today. Manabu sat down opposite us and looked directly at our group. First, allow me to offer my congratulations. Your promotion to Class A, achieving such a dramatic reversal only a few months after the midterms, is an accomplishment unprecedented in this school's history. The strict student council president had openly praised us. Ichinos' face lit up immediately. Thank you very much. It was all thanks to everyone in the class working so hard. It was merely a trivial game. The pieces upon the board simply fulfilled their assigned roles. Nothing more. Translation: Thank you. We only succeeded because everyone in the class worked hard together. Manabu exhaled quietly. You're as confident as ever. All right, the president seems to be in a good mood. Speaking of which, Ichino said from the beginning that she wanted to join the student council, right? This is the perfect chance to recommend her. And while I'm at it, if I can get my greatest best friend Hiyori into the council too, maybe we could spend time reading books and drinking tea together in the student council room. Applauding my own flawless plan internally, I turned toward Manabu and spoke grandly. Student council president. Have you no desire to invite new light into your ancient fortress? What? Manabu frowned slightly. A golden blade radiating like the sun itself, guiding the masses onward. And a pure white oracle who spins my words into truth itself. With these two pieces upon your board, your reign would become even more perfect. More absolute. I guarantee it. Translation: Could you let Ichinos and Hiyori join the student council? They're both talented and would definitely be helpful. My overwhelming, galaxy-brained poem filled the table with silence. Tachibana sighed. Honestly, why can't you just say you want to recommend them normally? Ever since I joined the student council as vice president, Tachibana-senpai had relentlessly drilled administrative work into me, so she'd become strangely resistant to my bizarre speaking habits. As she sighed in exasperation, my best friend beside me smiled gently like a compassionate angel. President Horikita, Sōsuke is saying. Honami-chan possesses strong leadership qualities, and would certainly be valuable in the student council. And if possible, I would also like to join together with her. He's recommending us both. Hiyori's translation flowed perfectly. Hearing it, Manabu widened his eyes slightly before looking back and forth between Hiyori and me. Wait. Shina, you can actually understand what Aizen is saying. Hiyori nodded naturally. Yes. Sōsuke's words are very poetic and filled with metaphors, so they can sound difficult or cold at first glance. But hidden beneath them is always kindness and genuine concern for others. Kindness, huh? Even Tachibana muttered with amusement. Hard to imagine from this cheeky brat. Hiyori continued softly. He recommended Honami-chan because he wants to support her dream. And he recommended me too so I wouldn't be alone. Sōsuke is a very warm and caring person. That's why I can understand every word he says. Her completely sincere words pierced directly into my soul. She saw through the timid, gentle nature hidden beneath all my dramatic nonsense and accepted it entirely. Hiyori, you're the greatest best friend in the entire universe. I'll follow you forever no matter what happens. Internally sobbing in gratitude, I maintained a perfectly cool expression. Fufu, you flatter me. After silently observing us for a moment, Manabu let out a quiet breath. I see. Aizen. So this is how deeply others trust you. Then he nodded. Very well. Ichinos. Shina. I approve both of your admissions into the student council. Are really? Ichinos nearly leapt from her seat. Thank you very much, Horikita-senpai. I'll work as hard as I can. Seeing her bright smile made me internally fist-pump in victory. Nice, Ichinos. Now all that remained was enjoying elegant tea time with Hiyori in the student council room. Or so I thought. President Horikita. I'm very grateful for the recommendation but I must respectfully decline. Both Tachibana and Ichinos froze. Shina. Why? Manabu asked calmly. Hiyori lowered her brows apologetically. I'm already a member of the tea ceremony club. I've heard that this school prohibits students from participating in both club activities and the student council simultaneously. I treasure my peaceful time in the tea ceremony club, so I'll have to decline. Sōsuke, I'm really sorry. Wait. Hiyori's not joining. No. My dream of reading books together in the student council room has crumbled to dust. Inside, I collapsed to my knees while shedding tears of blood. But no. Wait. This school has rules against double memberships. I have no right to take away the precious time Hiyori spends in the tea ceremony club. A true best friend should respect her wishes and support her hobbies with a smile. Suppressing my heartbreak with every ounce of willpower, I looked at Hiyori gently. Do not concern yourself. No one has the right to bind the wings of a bird. If resting upon that branch brings you peace, then that alone is my greatest joy. Translation: don't worry about it. If the tea ceremony club makes you happy, then I'm happy too. Sōsuke, thank you. Hiyori smiled with relief. If her smile is protected, then sacrificing one dream is a small price to pay. After quietly watching our exchange, Manabu turned toward Ichinos. Ichinos. Once summer vacation ends, you'll officially join the student council. Until then, learn the basics from Aizen here. He's an exceptionally capable man. Yes. Please take care of me, Aizen-kun. Eh? I'm teaching her. Sure, Tachibana-senpai drilled all the paperwork and administrative work into me perfectly, but Hiyori won't be there to translate my nonsense. How am I supposed to teach Ichinos anything speaking like this? As I sweated internally, Manabu stood up. Good. Then this conversation is over. To celebrate your promotion to Class A, I'll treat you all to dinner. Come with me. And so. Inside the most luxurious yakiniku restaurant in Kiyaki Mall. An incredibly strange group sat gathered around a private dining table. Horikita Manabu. Secretary Tachibana. Myself. Hiyori. And Ichinos. There's no need to hold back. Order whatever you want. As he said this, Manabu personally picked up the tongs and began grilling premium marbled beef over the net. Horikita-kun. I'll do it. We can't have the student council president grilling meat himself. Tachibana. You always overcook it. I understand the optimal cooking time better than anyone. As Tachibana tried to snatch the tongs away, Manabu effortlessly dodged her while staring at the meat with terrifying seriousness. Premium yakiniku paid for by Manabu-senpai tastes absolutely incredible. Internally dancing with joy, I devoured the perfectly grilled meat he distributed. This is amazing. I've never eaten meat this delicious before. Hee hee. Honami-chan's cheeks are practically falling off from happiness. Ichinos and Hiyori were both smiling brightly as well. Aizen. Can you maintain your position as Class A from the second semester onward? Suddenly, Manabu asked while flipping a piece of meat. Naturally. I have no hobby involving surrendering a throne once obtained. Translation, of course. We'll all work hard together to stay in Class A. I see. I look forward to it. After a pause, Manabu quietly added. What do you think of Class D? Oh? So he's asking about his little sister's class. For someone who acts cold toward her, he really is worried about her after all. What a siscon. Then suddenly, a horrifying memory resurfaced. Wait. During the island exam I insulted Horikita Suzun non-stop because of this cursed poetic speech pattern. Crap. I need to smooth things over in front of her brother. I cleared my throat dramatically. Even insects crawling through mud may one day raise their eyes toward the heavens. Yet until they shatter their immature cocoons and bear true fangs, we possess no obligation to halt our own advance. Translation, they're still inexperienced right now, but they might grow stronger someday. Still, we won't slow down for them. Hiyori smoothly added. They're still struggling because they're inexperienced, but they have the potential to become powerful rivals someday. However, we don't intend to stop moving forward either. I think Horikita-san and the others will definitely become stronger. Manabu's lips softened very slightly. Foo-foo. I see. Then do your best not to be dragged down. Nice save, Hiyori. The president definitely looked happy just now. Still. The true danger within Class D wasn't Horikita Suzun. Kiyotaka is there too. As long as I can't predict how he'll move, Class D remains a dangerous irregularity, foo-foo. But even in a clash between classes, I won't lose to you, Kiyotaka. The sizzling sound of meat filled the room. Tachibana's complaints. Ichino's and Hiyori's cheerful laughter. And the awkward student council president silently grilling meat. This school was bound by cruel and unreasonable rules. But if I could spend moments like this surrounded by incredible friends, and my irreplaceable best friend, then perhaps I could even embrace this troublesome curse of dramatic poetry. On that midsummer night, with our promotion to Class A etched proudly into our hearts, we enjoyed a peaceful, passionate, and unbelievably delicious yakiniku celebration to our fill. Chapter 31, 1,788 words. After overcoming two brutal special exams, and achieving the long-awaited miracle of reaching Class A, several more days of summer vacation passed. One day, as summer break was entering its final stretch, our newly promoted Class A held a second semester rally organized by Hanami Ichinos. The location was a slightly upscale Italian restaurant inside Kiyaki Mall. Ichinos had rented out the entire place so everyone in class could attend. Freshly baked pizzas, colorful pasta dishes, giant plates of fries, and bowls of salad covered the tables as students laughed and chatted with drinks in hand. Thanks for coming, everyone. Starting from the second semester, let's all work together to protect our position as Class A. Cheers! Cheers! Ichinos' bright voice blended with the energetic responses of the class. Some students reminisced about the island and cruise ship exams. Others complained about unfinished summer homework. Some were already excited about the upcoming sports festival and cultural festival. Everyone was smiling, fully enjoying their school life. Ah, this is the best. This warm, peaceful atmosphere. I just want to eat good food and laugh together with these lively idiots forever. I sat quietly in a corner seat, elegantly eating a plate of pescatore pasta while savoring the happiness deep inside. Beside me sat my one and only best friend, Shina Hayori, dressed in a pure white summer dress as she happily ate tiramisu. Sōsuke-kun, this tiramisu is really delicious. Foo-foo. Seeing everyone smiling like this makes me truly glad I ended up in this class. Indeed. Even a swarm of insects drawn to the light can resemble an illumination from afar. This meaningless noise is not such a terrible distraction. Translation: yeah, really. Everyone looks happy, and I'm glad I'm in this class too. Everyone looks happy, and I'm truly glad I ended up in this class as well, is what he's saying. As Hayori delivered her flawless divine translation, Shibata and Kanzaki nearby smiled. Glad to see even Aizen's having fun. Yeah. We owe our current position to you. Delicious food. Amazing friends. My summer vacation was approaching a perfect happy ending. After the rally ended and the classmates gradually dispersed, Hayori asked. Sōsuke-kun, would you mind stopping by the bookstore for a little while? And so, the two of us headed to the large bookstore inside Kiyaki Mall. The cool, air-conditioned interior was quiet and relaxing. The scent of fresh paper and ink filled the air. Hayori stood in front of the mystery novel section, eyes sparkling as she traced the spines of new releases with her fingers. See cute. Hayori eating tiramisu was angelic enough, but bookstore Hayori is an archangel. My best friend is literally perfect from every angle. While internally giving her a standing ovation, I stood nearby with my arms crossed in stylish fashion. That was when. Good evening, Aizen Sōsuke-kun. Shina Hayori-san. Congratulations on your promotion to Class A. A voice rang out behind us. It sounded beautiful like a bell, yet carried a faint coldness beneath it. Turning around, I saw a small girl holding a cane. Short silver hair. Snow-white skin. She resembled a perfectly crafted French doll, yet her eyes held immeasurable intelligence and arrogant curiosity, like a predator evaluating prey. Behind her stood another girl with a perpetually bored and irritated expression, Komuro Masumi. The leader of the other A-class faction. Sakayanagi Arisu, was it? As I silently pondered, Sakayanagi smiled gracefully and lowered her voice slightly. Aizen-kun. If you don't mind, could we speak privately for a moment? Unable to read her intentions, I silently looked down at her. Beside me, Hayori gently tugged at my sleeve. Sōsuke-kun. She had clearly sensed the dangerous atmosphere surrounding Sakayanagi. To reassure my best friend, I gave her an extremely gentle yet stylish smile. There's no need to worry. I'm merely guiding a lost child for a brief moment. Translation: don't worry. I'm just going to hear what she wants, so wait here for me, okay? Okay. After Hayori nodded, I left her with Komuro and followed Sakayanagi to a quiet corner away from the crowd. So, What does one seek from a king after going through the trouble of clearing the room? As I arrogantly questioned her, Sakayanagi tapped her cane against the floor and stared directly into my eyes. Then she uttered a single phrase. The White Room. The moment I heard those words. The White Room. Ah, that absurd place I got expelled from at age 10 because they claimed real geniuses aren't necessary. Not like I'm hiding it or anything, but was this girl there too? I tilted my head internally. As far as I knew, the only acquaintance I had from their attending this school was Kiyotaka. I had no memory of a French doll-looking girl like her. Seeing that I showed absolutely no reaction, Sakayanagi narrowed her eyes slightly. The cradle of white emptiness, HM. Such a tedious landscape faded into oblivion long ago. Even your face does not remain in the corners of my memory. Translation: The White Room. I got kicked out at 10, so I don't remember you at all. Yes. We never spoke directly. However, I once watched through the glass as you and Ayanakuji Kiyotaka played chess when you were children. Oh. So you were spying on us. While I casually admired that fact internally, Sakayanagi tightened her grip on her cane and looked at me with combative eyes. If you have time, would you play a game of chess with me? Chess. Yes. Allow me to personally measure your ability. Refusing here would make me look like I'm running away, and turning down a girl's invitation isn't very gentlemanly. Very well. If you possess the resolve to peer into the abyss, then I shall teach you the taste of despair. Translation: Sure. It sounds fun to play chess again after so long. And so, the four of us moved to the terrace seating of a nearby cafe. A heavy wooden chessboard and pieces were taken out from the bag Kamuro had been carrying and placed on the table. Sakayanagi played white. I played black. With Hiyori and Kamuro silently watching, the battle began. Well then, I'll make the first move. Sakayanagi advanced her pawn. I activated the abnormal calculation abilities of my Aizen specs to their fullest. Inside my mind, dozens of future moves were simulated instantly. Whoa! This girl is insanely strong. Every single move carries clear killing intent and layers of traps designed to corner the opponent. Genuinely impressed by Sakayanagi's skill, I calmly moved my black knight with elegant fingertips. The opening remained even. As the middle game began, Sakayanagi's offense became increasingly fierce, relentlessly cornering my king. Kamuro muttered. As expected of Sakayanagi, that guy's completely on the defensive now. But so close. Your strategy is perfect, but my vision already sees your blind spot. I intentionally advanced my bishop straight into Sakayanagi's carefully prepared trap. I'll take that. Certain of victory, she smiled and captured my bishop. However, that was merely the beginning of the deeper trap I had prepared. The diagonal line opened by sacrificing the bishop. Into that opening, my black queen slid forward. Checkmate. All composure vanished from Sakayanagi's delicate face. She stared intensely at the board and realized that no matter where her king fled, it would inevitably be hunted down by my black pieces. To think I overlooked that. That bishop was bait. After biting her lip in frustration, Sakayanagi slowly tightened her grip on her cane and smiled happily. Fufufu, magnificent. As expected of Aizen Sōsuke. You truly are a real genius. The cold condescension in her eyes had vanished, replaced by the excitement of finding a worthy rival. I admit complete defeat. But that only makes me look forward to destroying you even more. Leaning forward across the table, she boldly declared. Starting from the second semester, I will officially take command of Class B, and I shall drag you down from that throne. What? Why am I getting targeted by an insanely dangerous girl? If she gets serious, my stomach's gonna suffer through another round of psychological warfare. Please stop. I just want to read books peacefully with Hiyori. Panicking internally and sweating bullets, I attempted to think of a way to escape this situation. However, what came out of my mouth instead was an incredibly arrogant and oddly familiar legendary line. Don't use such strong words. It'll only make you look weak. No way, this is literally the second time I've used this line at this school. How many times am I gonna recycle this quote? Do I seriously love this phrase that much? As I screamed internally, Sakayanagi's forehead visibly twitched from the direct provocation. I accept your declaration of war. I look forward to your challenge in the second semester, is what he says. Watching nearby, Hiyori immediately delivered perfect damage control with her translation. Unfortunately, Sakayanagi's pride had already taken heavy damage. Fufu. I shall return those words to you exactly as they are. Enjoy your false throne while you still can. She stood up, bowed elegantly with her cane, and turned away. Farewell, Aizen-kun. Shina-san. Masumi-san, we're leaving. Hey, wait up, Sakayanagi. Following behind her, Kamuro hurried away. Sakayanagi Arisa quietly departed from the cafe terrace, her small back overflowing with hostility and fighting spirit. After they disappeared from sight, I let out a deep sigh and rattled the ice in my coffee glass. Sōsuke-kun, good work. Sakayanagi-san from Class A was incredibly intelligent. She felt bottomless. Hiyori quietly murmured. During the island exam and VIP test, Katsuragi-kun acted as leader, but if she begins moving in the second semester, protecting the Class A position won't be easy. We can't afford to relax. Indeed. So the sleeping lion has awakened. Yet no matter how sharp its fangs become, they shall never reach the heavens themselves. Translation: yeah, really. The second semester looks like it'll be tough too, but let's all work together and absolutely keep Class A. Yes. I'll do my best to help you however I can, Sōsuke-kun. Hiyori's earnest and encouraging smile melted away the anxiety lingering in my heart. A new powerful enemy. Arisa Sakayanagi's declaration of war. The second semester would surely become even harsher and more unpredictable than before. But I had my irreplaceable best friend who perfectly understood the curse of my stylish poetry, along with the greatest classmates imaginable. Even if storms arrive, the path I walk shall never change. Together with you, I will witness the end of truth itself. Beneath the evening sky, I quietly and arrogantly smiled, carrying within my heart a vow toward the silver-haired girl standing beside me. Chapter 32, Chapter 32. 2,429 words. The long and turbulent summer vacation finally came to an end, and the second semester arrived at Advanced Nurturing High School. September 1st. Even though the lingering summer heat was still intense, the first-year students chatted in their classrooms before homeroom, sharing stories about their summer vacations. The classroom itself hadn't changed at all since the first semester. The desks and chairs were the same familiar ones we had always used. But the atmosphere surrounding us was completely different now, filled with absolute confidence and pride. After achieving total victory in both the deserted island exam and the cruise ship exam, we had successfully seized the top spot of the year. Everyone in this room was now, without question, a member of Class A. Excellent. My seat is still right beside Hiyori's, and the atmosphere in class is perfect. I'd like to spend the second semester peacefully and quietly like this too. As I nodded inwardly to myself, the homeroom bell rang, and our homeroom teacher, Chie Hashinomiya-sensei, hurried into the classroom. Alright everyone, take your seats. Let's have another great semester together, my adorable Class A students. Standing at the podium with a huge smile, Hashinomiya-sensei clapped her hands. Thanks to all your hard work, teacher's paycheck is looking pretty healthy too. But this school isn't that forgiving, okay? So right away, I'll announce the next special event, the sports festival. The moment she said sports festival, excited cheers erupted throughout the classroom. Oh! It's finally here. The athletic club students like Shibata lit up with excitement, while those bad at sports exchanged nervous looks. Okay then, I'll put the rules on the board, so make sure to read them carefully. Hoshinomiya-sensei operated her tablet, and detailed rules appeared on the monitor. Sports Festival Basic Rules. All school years will be divided into 2 teams, red team and white team. Classes A and D will form the red team. Classes B and C will form the white team. Participants for each event and round must be registered in advance. Individual points will be awarded based on event results. Rewards and penalties. The single highest scoring student across all years, overall MVP, receives 100,000 private points. The highest scoring student in each year level receives 10,000 private points. The bottom 10 students overall receive -10 points on all subjects in the midterm exam. Class rankings within each year will affect class points. First place, plus 50 class points. Second place, no change. Third place, -50 class points. Fourth place, -100 class points. Total victory between red team and white team. Winning side, no penalty. Losing side, all classes receive -100 class points. Event categories and individual rewards. Events are divided into mandatory participation, recommended participation, individual competitions, team competitions. For individual competitions, first place, 5,000 private points or plus 3 exam points. Second place, 3,000 private points or plus 2 exam points. Third place, 1,000 private points or plus 1 exam point. Last place, -1,000 private points. If unable to pay, -1 exam point penalty. If a student registered for a recommended event cannot participate, replacement costs 100,000 private points. Event list. 100-meter sprint, mandatory/individual. Hurdles, mandatory/individual. Pole toppling, boys only/team. Ball toss, girls only/team. Tug of war, boys and girls/team. Obstacle race, mandatory/individual. Three-legged race, mandatory/team. Cavalry battle, mandatory/team. 200-meter sprint, mandatory/individual. Borrowed item race, recommended/individual. Four-way tug of war, recommended/team. Mixed gender three-legged race, recommended/individual. 3-year combined 1,200-meter relay, recommended/team. I see. So these are the rules this time. Crossing my arms, I quietly analyzed the situation. The class ranking point differences mattered, but the heaviest issue was the penalty from the team result. If your team lost, every class on that side automatically lost 100 class points. And we, Class A, are paired with Class D, Kiyotaka's class, as the red team. Meanwhile the white team is Class B led by Sakayanagi, and Class C led by Ryuan. Those two troublesome classes joining forces will definitely create an ugly battlefield. I broke into a slight cold sweat internally. Sakayanagi's overwhelming intelligence and Ryuan's ruthless brutality. If those two united as the white team, they would absolutely become a nightmare to deal with. Those are the rules. Everyone, make sure not to get hurt and prepare properly. As Hoshinomiya-sensei cheerfully ended homeroom, the classroom instantly exploded into sports festival discussions. That same day after school, at Ichino's request, Class A remained in the classroom to hold a strategy meeting for the sports festival. Thanks for staying, everyone. Standing at the podium, Hanami Ichino wrote key points on the blackboard while addressing the class. For this sports festival, the biggest things we need to avoid are red team losing and getting the -100 class point penalty. Students ending up last place in individual events, or in the overall bottom 10, and receiving exam penalties. She looked directly at everyone. I want to propose a strategy for event registration. In the mandatory individual events, I think we should intentionally place both fast runners and slow runners into the same races. Huh? Fast and slow people together? Shibata tilted his head. Yeah. For example, if fast people like Shibata-kun and Aizen-kun enter the same race, even if one gets first place, the other will only get second or third. From the class perspective, that means our own classmates are stealing points from each other. It's inefficient. Ah. I get it. So instead, we spread the fast runners across separate races so each can reliably get first place. Then we place the students who aren't good at sports into the remaining slots of those races. Kanzaki nodded. I see. Extremely rational. Excellent. This setup prevents allies from competing against each other and maximizes point gains against other classes. But Ichinos continued, if students bad at sports get matched against other classes' fast runners, there's a high chance they'll finish last and get the -1,000 private point penalty. Why yeah. I'm definitely getting last if that happens. One of the more bookish boys nervously shrugged. So here's the second part of the proposal. Ichinos smiled gently. For this strategy to work, I have one request. A request? Right. Since students can earn or lose private points individually, I want all rewards earned by top performers to go into a shared class fund. All of it? Yes. And in exchange, if someone ends up last place because they cooperated with the strategy, the penalty will be paid using the class fund everyone contributed to. She looked around the classroom warmly. Finishing last wouldn't be that student's personal fault, it would be the result of cooperating with a strategy for the class's victory. And students who place highly only do so because others accepted different races. So instead of one person bearing rewards or penalties alone, the entire class shares them together. This way, students who aren't good at sports can participate without fear, and athletic students can also feel the arrangement is fair. Oh. That makes me feel way safer. Yeah. I'm really slow, so this helps a lot. We're running for the class anyway. Nobody planned to hog the rewards. Relief spread among the less athletic students, while the athletic ones agreed enthusiastically. It was the radiance of an absolute leader who abandoned no one and led everyone together toward victory. Naturally, the proposal passed unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Also about the recommended participation events later on. Ichinos pointed at the latter half of the event list. Borrowed item race. Four-way tug of war. Mixed three-legged race. And the final relay. For these, I want our strongest athletes to participate as much as possible. Shibata-kun. And Aizen-kun. Could I ask you to? Of course. I'll show everyone what an ace can do. Shibata pounded his chest proudly. Then everyone's expectant gaze turned toward me in the back of the classroom. Me, huh? Well, with these overwhelmingly superior physical abilities, there's no reason not to participate. Time for me to become the pillar of Class A and deliver overwhelming results. Slowly rising from my seat, I stylishly brushed back my bangs. A blade does not choose its battlefield. If there exists a wall standing before the king, then I shall simply shatter it into dust. Translation, leave it to me. I'll give it everything I've got in the recommended events. The sheer intensity of my poem made my classmates flinch slightly. Oh. Aizen's really fired up. But then the pure white angel seated beside me gently stood up with a smile. I understand the request regarding the recommended events. For the sake of the class's victory, I intend to crush every rival class standing in our way and give my all in the competitions, is what Sōsuke-kun said. Oh. As expected of Aizen. With Aizen-kun there, we're safe in the recommended events. Thanks to Hiyori's perfect translation, the classroom atmosphere instantly transformed into passionate unity. Ichinos smiled happily. Fufu, thank you, both of you. Then tomorrow after school, I'd like us to do physical evaluations on the field so we can decide detailed assignments and race orders. Sound good? I'm in. All right. Time to get serious tomorrow. And so Class A's battle toward the sports festival began amid blazing enthusiasm. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day. After school. On the athletic field. Under the still blazing sunlight, our Class A students gathered in gym clothes and began measuring physical abilities by event. All right, Aizen's next. 50-meter sprint. Very well. I stepped onto the starting line. In the lane beside me stood Shibata, the fastest runner in class. Aizen, you had crazy physical ability on the island too, but in a straight sprint I'm not losing. Foo-foo. Do not blink. You'll be left behind. On your marks, set. Go. At Kanzaki's signal, I kicked off the ground. At that instant, the overwhelming physical power granted by my Aizen specs was fully unleashed. Doom. A sound utterly inhuman echoed across the field. Without even sweating or pumping my arms desperately, I sprinted forward with perfect elegance, like gliding through the sky itself. Goal. Ha! I crossed the finish line. A moment later, Shibata dove across after me. The stopwatch in Kanzaki's hand displayed an unbelievable number. What kind of time is this? Aizen, you ran 50 meters in the mid-5-second range. Here. The entire class exploded in disbelief. Shibata bent over with his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. No way, you looked like you completely disappeared. Oops. I may have used a little too much power. But with the physical ability of the Aizen specs, even jogging lightly gets close to Japanese records. And after that, my overwhelming domination continued. In grip strength testing, I casually broke the meter's limits without even trying. Is the machine broken? In the long jump, I gracefully soared through the air and landed absurdly far into the sandpit, causing a cloud of sand that made Kanzaki cough. In every single category, I utterly overwhelmed even second-place Shibata and secured an undisputed first place. That's incredible, Aizen-kun. You're like an Olympic athlete. Ichino stared at the results sheet with wide eyes. At this rate, we can leave all the recommended events to Aizen-kun. Indeed. With Aizen here, no matter what schemes Ryuan or Sakayanagi devise, we can crush them through sheer power. Kanzaki firmly patted my shoulder. My classmates surrounded me with praise. Amazing. We've already won the sports festival. Fufufu. This feels good. Everyone's relying on me so much. All right. Time to raise class morale to its absolute peak with an overwhelmingly stylish poem. At the center of the class, I slowly crossed my arms and gazed toward the sky, radiating the aura of an absolute demon king. There is no need to fear overwhelming power. It merely means that the weight of the heavens has descended to force those crawling upon the earth into submission. Translation: everyone, don't worry. I'll absolutely take first place and earn us points. You need only stand behind me and watch from the finest seats as the foolish enemies are trampled and ground into dust. Translation: we're absolutely not losing to the other classes, so just relax and do your best in your own events. Silence. The atmosphere on the field froze instantly. Hi. My horrifying poem declaring that other classes would be ground into dust sounded like the threat of an actual mass murderer, especially after seeing my absurd physical abilities. Aizen's actually going to kill students from the other classes. Ground into dust. Hi. Everyone started backing away in genuine fear. Aw crap. Right after showing off my physical abilities, that poem sounds completely psychotic. Everyone's terrified. Hiyori, save me. As I internally panicked, a pure, gentle voice like ringing bells echoed beside me. There's no need to be frightened by my abilities. I'll do everything I can to dominate the rankings and bring points to the class, So please don't fear the results and simply enjoy your own events with peace of mind, is what Sōsuke-kun means. Hiyori's compassionate divine translation spread across the field. The frozen expressions of my classmates instantly brightened. Oh. That's what you meant. Aizen, your wording is terrifying. Geez, you scared me. But if you're that serious, then this is really reassuring. Shibata laughed while smacking my back repeatedly, while Amikura and Shiranami sighed in relief. Even Ichinos smiled brightly. Fufu, Aizen-kun's enthusiasm is really dependable. Fu saved. Without Hiyori, I'd have become the class's mad destroyer god before the sports festival even began. As expected of my best friend. Her translation accuracy is divine. Internally, I prostrated myself before Hiyori in gratitude while outwardly maintaining a cool face. Fufu. Naturally. I brushed the sand from my gym clothes. Fufu. Sōsuke-kun, I'm really looking forward to the sports festival. Hiyori stood beside me with a happy smile. I'll cheer for you with all my strength when you run. Indeed. Victory tastes finest when shared alongside your smile. Translation, thanks, Hiyori. If you're cheering for me, I'll definitely win. And so, after completing the physical evaluations and demonstrating my overwhelming strength, Class A's strategy planning and race assignments proceeded extremely smoothly. Arisa Sakayanagi's schemes. Ryuin Kakeru's revenge. And lurking in the background, the White Room's masterpiece, Kiyotaka Ayanokoji. On the battlefield known as the Sports Festival, the first great trial of the second semester where powerful enemies gathered, Aizen Sōsuke would proudly step onto that stage with my cheat-level abilities in order to protect the smiles of my beloved classmates and my dearest best friend. Chapter 33, 2043 words. After finishing the overwhelming display of physical ability on the school grounds, later that evening as dusk began to settle in, the core members of Class A had gathered at a calm cafe inside Kiyaki Mall to hold a detailed strategy meeting for the upcoming sports festival. The participants were Hanami Ichinos, the class's absolute leader; Ryuji Kanzaki, the strategist; Hayato Shibata, the mood maker; Asako Amikura and Chihiro Shiranami, who helped organize the girls; and finally, me and my one and only best friend, Shina Hiyori. At the spacious seating area made by connecting two four-person tables together, colorful drinks lined the tabletop, while the ice inside the glasses clinked softly. So, thanks to everyone helping out yesterday, I managed to organize all the physical test data. Ichino spoke while looking at the list displayed on her tablet. Based on the spread the fast and slow runners apart strategy we decided on yesterday, I want to start assigning who goes into which race. Alright. So basically us sports club guys just need to rack up as many first-place finishes as possible, right? We'll run our hearts out to cover any penalties and build up the class fund. Shibata slammed down his iced coffee with a grin. Yeah, that's reassuring, Shibata-kun. But we can't just scatter people around randomly. Ichinos nodded and Kanzaki calmly continued. Correct. Yesterday's strategy is only our basic formation. The key is accurately predicting the movements of the other classes, especially Ryuin's Class C and Sakayanagi's Class B, and avoiding their strongest players while stealing victories wherever possible. Right. Especially for the girls' races, I'd rather avoid ending up against monsters like Ibuki-san from Class C or Horikita-san from Class D. Amikura said nervously, and Shiranami nodded in agreement. Exactly. That's why we need to correctly predict the individual abilities and intentions of the other classes. Ichinos' expression tightened slightly as she looked up from her tablet and stared directly at me. So, Aizen-kun, the strategy everyone came up with is what we just discussed, but is there anything else? Some kind of trick or guaranteed method to win for this sports festival? Like in the previous special exams, maybe some loophole in the rules we're missing. Ichinos, Kanzaki, and the others all waited for my answer with bated breath. After all, during the deserted island exam and the cruise ship test, I had led the class to victory through the overwhelming intellect granted by my Aizen specs. Naturally, they were hoping I had another magical strategy. But this time, it isn't that simple. This sports festival is fundamentally different from the previous exams, centered around psychological warfare and information battles. I slowly set down my iced tea, quietly closed my eyes, and elegantly brushed back my bangs. Then, bathed in everyone's expectations, I spoke with the overwhelming aura of a demon king. There are no shadows lurking in blind spots upon this battlefield. This is merely a simple struggle where sharpened fangs, and the cohesion of the pack alone determine the flow of blood. My deep, calm, yet absolute voice fell over the cafe table. Thus, the means available to us are limited. As Ichino suggested, we place lions and sheep within the same cage while carefully observing how long neighboring packs continue walking side by side. And above all else, we must never allow anyone to glimpse our book of prophecy. It was an excessively grandiose poem overflowing with metaphors and symbolism. After hearing it, all 5 of them froze completely with giant question marks floating over their heads. As expected, they don't understand. But there is no need to worry. Hiyori is here. As I placed complete faith in her internally, the great angel beside me quietly set down her teacup and smiled gently. Sōsuke-kun is saying this. This sports festival isn't a special exam in the usual sense. It isn't the type of event where exploiting loopholes or using underhanded tricks will work. In the end, it's a straightforward contest of athletic ability and teamwork in group events. Therefore, all we can really do is what Honami-chan suggested: distribute fast and slow students into the same races, decide whether or not to cooperate with Class D in the team events, and make absolutely certain that our participation lists never leak to the other classes. Hiyori's perfect divine translation revived the frozen 5 instantly. I see. So this really is just a straightforward sports festival. Kanzaki nodded deeply with understanding. In other words, instead of trying cheap tricks, we should face things head-on with pure ability. Oh, so that's what you meant. Shibata laughed loudly. If it's a sports festival, our class has plenty of athletic students, and our teamwork is the best in the grade. In a direct clash, there's no way we'll lose. Yeah. With Honami-chan and Aizen-kun here, I feel like we can win any event. Amikura and Shiranami smiled in relief. As the atmosphere brightened again, Hiyori tilted her head slightly and asked another question. Sōsuke-kun, what about cooperating with Class D, since they're on the red team with us? If the red team loses, we'll lose 100 class points, so working together seems natural. At her question, everyone's eyes turned toward me once more. Cooperating with Class D, Some level of coordination is necessary since we can't afford for the red team to lose. But sharing our individual event lists would be far too dangerous. Kiyotaka is in Class D, so they'll probably be fine, but if those lists leak to Sakayanagi or Ryuan, they'll completely counterpick us and crush us one by one. After logically reaching my conclusion, I smiled arrogantly. We need only cross paths at the moment we hunt great prey together. There is no obligation to share maps of our individual hunting grounds. Information leakage is a deadly poison capable of collapsing the board itself. Silence and confusion fell over the 5 again. At this point, it had become a traditional part of Class A strategy meetings. Hiyori immediately translated beautifully. Even if we cooperate, it should be limited to team events like pole toppling and the girls' ball toss. There's no need to share participation lists for individual events like the 100-meter dash. The risk of information leaks is too high. That makes sense. Everyone's faces brightened. You're right. We'll keep our individual event lists strictly confidential within Class A and only coordinate team event strategies with Class D. Ichino's quickly typed notes into her tablet. Then tomorrow, I'll try talking to Horikita-san from Class D and suggest cooperating in the team events. Horikita-suzun. The moment her name came up, memories of the disciplinary hearing after the violence incident, and all the provocative poems I'd thrown at her on the deserted island, flashed through my mind. Right. The student council president's little sister seriously hates me. If she learns I'm one of Class A's strategists, there's a real chance she'll refuse cooperation out of sheer stubbornness. For the sake of the class, I should honestly apologize in advance in case my presence complicates negotiations. I took a deep breath and spoke quietly, lowering my gaze. Ichinos. The thorn seeds I scattered in the past may now dye your feet in blood. Within the eyes of the black-haired Valkyrie burned a bottomless hatred toward me. My very existence may become the spark that shatters this alliance. Ichinos blinked in total confusion. Black-haired Valkyrie. Dye our feet in blood. As the others struggled to understand, Hiyori gently translated again. Because of incidents like the disciplinary hearing during the violence case in the first semester, Horikita-san from Class D strongly dislikes me. Because of that, there's a high possibility our cooperation proposal may be rejected due to my presence. I'm truly sorry if my past actions become a burden on the class. The moment Hiyori finished, Hanami Ichinos vividly remembered the disciplinary hearing from the violence incident during the first semester. At the time, Class D had proposed the fake camera evidence strategy. Aizen had opposed it directly. And Hiyori had translated his words as, "Using fake evidence to threaten someone is a crime. I don't want Ichinos-san to do something so dirty." The moment she heard the word crime, the trauma of her own hidden past sin had been violently dragged into the light, throwing her into panic. Her shoulders trembled faintly as the old fear and guilt resurfaced. But standing before her now was Shina Hiyori, smiling gently enough to erase those painful memories. And beside her was Aizen Sōsuke, quietly accepting responsibility, with a melancholic expression. Back then, Aizen-kun and Hiyori-chan used harsh words because they wanted to stop me from committing a sin. The fear inside Ichinos transformed into warm trust. A soft smile bloomed across her face as she looked at me. No, that's not true at all. Even if Horikita-san rejects our proposal, then that's just how it is. We'll simply win through our own abilities. Ichinos looked straight into my eyes and gently shook her head. It's not your fault, Aizen-kun. During that hearing, you were the one who shouldered the greatest burden for all of us, right? You've helped this class again and again already, so nobody would ever blame you for something like this. So please don't worry. What an unbelievably kind girl. She's not only forgiving all my past disasters but actually thanking me for them. She's too radiant. Internally, I was weeping while prostrating myself before Ichinos' bottomless kindness. But outwardly, I remained the solitary demon king, merely allowing a faint smile to form on my lips. Ichinos is right. Your intellect has saved us countless times. Hold your head high, Aizen. Kanzaki nodded firmly as well. Touched by the warmth of the class bonds, it seemed the strategy meeting was finally ending peacefully. However, there was still one final, worst-case scenario I needed to warn them about. I slowly opened my eyes and cast a sharp, cold gaze across everyone present. Yet the true threat is not the blade that approaches openly. Within the white camp lurk a venomous serpent consumed by madness, and a queen who mocks the board itself. Should they cast aside their chains, this dance of dust will easily transform into an execution ground. The atmosphere in the cafe instantly tightened. The shield that wards off unseen weapons is the eye of God. Those pieces without turns to play should use the glass eyes in their hands to capture every truth. To drag the malice hiding in shadows into the light. As the five listened in silence, Hiyori translated with a more serious expression. The white team contains Ryuin-kun, who uses ruthless methods, and Sakayanagi-san, who is aiming for Class A. If they work together, there's a possibility they'll use dangerous interference tactics, or even try to injure people during races. Therefore, students who are free during events should record the competitions from multiple angles using their phones. That way, if anything happens, we'll have video evidence of foul play. What? Interference. Trying to injure people. Shibata's face went pale while Kanzaki gritted his teeth. That's definitely possible with Ryuan. Even if the rules prohibit it, he'd exploit the referee's blind spots to target key athletes. Recalling Class C's past behavior, Kanzaki deeply agreed with my proposal. And without evidence, the school won't act. I see. The eye of God. If everyone records separately, it becomes both a strong deterrent against malicious acts, and a decisive weapon against lies if something happens. Brilliant, Aizen. A perfect defensive setup. Yeah. I'll message the whole class group chat right away, and ask everyone to help record. Ichino's hurriedly began typing on her tablet. Amikura and Shiranami also declared. We'll keep watch when it's not our turn too. Good. That gives us both deterrence and countermeasures against physical interference from the white team. If constant eyes are watching, Ryuan's violence and Sakayanagi's schemes won't be easy to execute. I elegantly lifted my glass of iced tea. Arisa's Sakayanagi's intellect. Kakeru Ryuan's madness. Upon the battlefield known as the sports festival, crowded with powerful enemies, Aizen Sōsuke would stand proudly with a flawless formation, prepared to protect the smiles of my beloved classmates and my precious best friend. Chapter 34, Chapter 34. 2,326 words. After school, in the student dormitory. A rich Darjeeling aroma drifted through my spacious one-room apartment. Seated around the low table on cushions were Ichinos, Kanzaki, and Hiyori. As we elegantly sipped the tea Hiyori had prepared with practiced ease, we waited for the guests, who would soon arrive. Sigh. Honestly, I really didn't want to participate in this meeting at all. Outwardly, I maintained an arrogant and flawless smile, but internally I was letting out a deep sigh. Because of all the stuff I've done, Horikita-sen seriously hates my guts. I even asked them to handle the negotiations without me. But Ichinos had practically begged me with tearful eyes, saying, I absolutely want you there, Aizen-kun. And Kanzaki had added. On the battlefield of negotiation, your mere presence is enough to prevent Class D from carelessly playing their hand. Please. For some reason, he'd even started imitating my dramatic way of speaking. As a result, my room had ended up becoming the meeting place. Hiyori-chan's tea is always so delicious. Fufu, thank you very much, Honami-chan. Today I tried blending the tea leaves a little. The two girls chatted peacefully while Kanzaki quietly sipped from his cup. It looked like an elegant aristocratic tea party, but the topic we were about to discuss was the muddy strategy of the upcoming sports festival. Then, ding dong. The sterile sound of the doorbell echoed through the quiet room. The enemy has arrived. First, let us prepare tea. Translation: looks like the Class D people are here. Hiyori, can you prepare tea for them too? I gently placed my teacup onto the saucer and muttered in the calm, composed manner of a final boss. They're not enemies, Aizen-kun. We're meeting to cooperate today, remember? Ichinos immediately retorted in an exasperated yet familiar tone. Fufu, our guests are here. Then I'll prepare tea for everyone from Class D as well. Smiling cheerfully at my dramatic phrasing, Hiyori gracefully began preparing additional tea leaves and cups. I stopped Ichinos, who had begun standing to answer the door, and headed there myself as the host. When I opened the door, 3 representatives from Class D stood there. Hey, Aizen-kun. Thanks for inviting us today. The one greeting me with a refreshing smile was Hirata Yusuke, one of Class D's leaders. Behind him stood my childhood friend, Ayanakuji Kiyotaka, wearing his usual unreadable expression. And then, standing beside Hirata was the black-haired beauty, Horikita Suzune. The instant she saw my face, her teeth audibly ground together as she glared at me with murderous eyes. Hi. Horikita-san is super pissed. Scary. What's with that look? She's practically awakened the killing intent aura. Help me, Manabuoni-chan. I screamed internally. And honestly, her hatred toward me was completely understandable. There were reasons for it, deep as the ocean, and all seemingly my fault. First, during the disciplinary hearing over the violence incident in the first semester, I had used my authority as student council vice president to impose severe penalties on Class D. But more importantly, during the second day of the deserted island exam, when we encountered each other in the forest, the curse had caused me to mercilessly provoke her as a loser crawling through the mud. On top of that, I'd ripped open her brother complex with the legendary poem. Admiration is the furthest thing from understanding. The despair and rage on her face back then still haunted my dreams. And to top it all off, during the VIP exam, I had allied with Ryuan from Class C and outmaneuvered Class D. To someone as prideful and victory-obsessed as Horikita, I was nothing less than a gigantic wall that utterly humiliated her. And the most unforgivable enemy in existence. Horikita-san, let's at least go inside first, okay? We can't start anything just standing here glaring at each other. He's right. Let's hear what Ichinos and the others have to say first. Hirata tried calming her down with a strained smile while Kiyotaka quietly spoke from behind. But Horikita's anger showed no signs of subsiding. Refusing to even step across the threshold, she coldly declared. Hirata-kun. Ayano-koji-kun. I opposed speaking with this man from the beginning. Have you already forgotten what he did in the previous exam by conspiring with Ryuan-kun from Class C? Forming a trusting cooperative relationship with someone this despicable is impossible. Harsh. Painfully reasonable. It wasn't like I'd wanted to team up with Ryuan. It had simply been a desperate measure to secure victory for my class. Please, Horikita-san, just come in and drink some tea so we can calm down. I want a peaceful discussion too. Determined to soothe her anger, I opened my mouth to offer a gentlemanly and friendly welcome. What purpose is there in a crawling insect resenting the footsteps of the giant elephant that crushed it? Aya. Wrong. Why does it always turn into maximum level taunting? My icy baritone voice froze the air in the entranceway. My condescending gaze. My overwhelmingly arrogant posture. My very existence behaved like a perfected work of art crafted solely to irritate her. What are you even saying? Calling people insects, how much more can you possibly look down on others? Horikita's face flushed bright red with fury. At that moment, the great angel came trotting over from the back of the room with a soft smile. Ah, Horikita-san. Welcome. Smiling like an angel, Hiyori began translating, in her crystal-clear voice. What Sōsuke means is, just as one doesn't concern oneself with stepping on insects by the roadside, defeating your class in the previous exam was insignificant to me. Clinging to resentment over something so trivial is unsightly. Hiyori-san. Stop. Why are you translating it so accurately and adding lethal poison? Please wrap it in softer words. Just lie and say, welcome. Aizen Sōsuke. The sound of Horikita's patience finally snapping echoed through the hallway. She stepped forward, about to grab me by the collar, but Hirata and Kiyotaka quickly restrained her from both sides. Stop, Horikita-san. Calm down. We didn't come here to fight, right? Let go of me, Hirata-kun. This man, I absolutely won't forgive him today. A black-haired beauty rampaging in the entrance, while a handsome guy and an emotionless boy desperately held her back. Internally, I was trembling in terror. Outwardly, however, I remained perfectly composed, wearing an unfazed smile as though mocking Horikita's fury. Come on, let's not stand around out here. Hiyori-chan made delicious tea for everyone. Hearing the commotion, Ichinos peeked out from deeper in the room and tried to ease the atmosphere. Thanks to Ichino's endlessly cheerful voice and Hirata's desperate persuasion, Horikita finally lowered her spear and reluctantly stepped inside. A few minutes later, the members of Class A and Class D sat facing each other across the low table. Horikita hadn't touched her tea at all and still glared at me like I was her mortal enemy. Meanwhile, despite feeling like her stare might bore a hole through my stomach, I elegantly crossed my legs and sipped my tea with the composure of an absolute ruler. Ha ha. So we're here to discuss the sports festival, right? Ichino-san. Hirata forced the conversation back on track with a strained smile. Yep. Sorry for making you come all the way here. The reason we invited everyone from Class D today is because we had a concrete proposal regarding cooperation during the sports festival. Ichino's opened the notebook in front of her with a serious expression. It's a strategy we decided on in Class A recently. For the group events, pole toppling, cavalry battle, and the ball toss, we were wondering if we could share strategies and cooperate with Class D beforehand. Cooperation, huh? What kind exactly? For example, in pole toppling, we could coordinate the placement of our defense and offense teams to neutralize attacks from powerful classes like B and C. And in cavalry battle, we'd like our classes to cooperate and focus targets together. It was an extremely reasonable and rational proposal. I see. Certainly, avoiding unnecessary conflict in the group events would increase both our chances of scoring points. Hirata nodded thoughtfully. However, Ichino's continued. I don't think we need to share our participation lists for individual events like races or obstacle courses. Every class has its own circumstances, and going that far might make things feel too restrictive. Yeah, I agree with that. Partial cooperation in group events isn't a bad deal for Class D either. At Hirata's agreement, Ichino smiled brightly like a flower blooming. Meanwhile, Horikita remained silent, her sharp gaze never leaving me. I quietly set my teacup down and glanced at Kanzaki beside me. As expected of you, Aizen. For some reason, Kanzaki looked at me with admiration as he muttered quietly. Even while facing such blatant hostility and provocation from another class representative, you remain completely unfazed, merely overlooking the board with cold detachment. Your immeasurable composure is truly astonishing. Kanzaki, you do realize my heart rate is through the roof right now. What's with that respectful look? Meanwhile, on my other side, Hiyori smiled peacefully and asked. Would anyone like another cup of tea? Completely unconcerned by the hellish atmosphere in the room. And then there was one more person. The man with the most troublesome thought process in the room. Ayanokuji Kiyotaka. Hidden beneath his expressionless mask, his mind accelerated silently. Aizen Sōsuke. As always, he's impossible to read. Kiyotaka observed the childhood friend elegantly smiling before him. What happened at the entrance earlier wasn't simple provocation. It was a sophisticated psychological attack that accurately stabbed into Horikita's trauma from her previous defeat, and robbed her of her composure. And indeed, Horikita's anger has narrowed her thinking and significantly reduced her ability to critically analyze Ichino's proposal. His gaze swept across the room layout and the neatly arranged teacups. This tea gathering itself is the same. By inviting us into his own territory and deliberately creating a relaxed atmosphere, he's actually amplifying Horikita's stress and vigilance. By placing Ichino's at the forefront of the negotiations, while he himself acts as an absolute being observing from above, he has completely dragged the initiative of this discussion into Class A's hands. What a terrifying man. Now that he possesses the authority of the Student Council Vice President, escaping his game board may already be impossible. Ayanokuji Kiyotaka had once again trapped himself within his own overanalysis, raising his wariness toward Aizen Sōsuke by several more levels. Kiyotaka's staring at me really seriously. What? Does he want another cup of tea or something? Feeling my childhood friend's intense gaze, while completely misunderstanding it, I elegantly took another sip of tea without dropping my arrogant smile. So, will Class D agree to these terms? Yeah, no problem. I'll bring it back and explain it to everyone in class too. In the end, thanks to the two sane and reasonable people, Ichinos and Hirata, the details were adjusted and confirmed several times, and a partial alliance between Class A and Class D for the sports festival was successfully established. Thanks for today, Aizen-kun, Shina-san, Kanzaki-kun, Ichino-san. Let's go, Horikita-san. Yes. As they prepared to leave, Horikita shot me one final piercing glare. Hey, she's still glaring at me. At least this time, I should try acting friendly and repair our relationship a little. I'll gently say, sorry about today, don't worry too much about it, okay? Wearing the smile of a perfect gentleman, I gave my farewell. There is no need for you to lower your head. An ant cannot be blamed for failing to touch the scales of a dragon. Return home while savoring the bitterness of your own insignificance. Yawara wahawa. It happened again. Why do my taunting skills max out whenever I talk to Horikita-san? That's not an apology at all, it's just adding insult to injury. There's no need to feel depressed today. It is simply the natural law that the weak cannot reach the strong. So please return home while fully savoring your own powerlessness. Hiyori Saaan. Stop. Please stop right there. Is what Sōsuke said. Hiyori cheerfully waved goodbye while delivering the perfectly translated lethal poison with a smile. Horikita trembled with rage from head to toe, biting her lip so hard it nearly bled. Say whatever you like. No, enough already. Aizen Sōsuke. I swear I'll drag you down from that arrogant throne of yours someday. Throwing out those hatred-filled parting words, Horikita turned on her heel and stormed out of the room. Kiyotaka also exchanged one final glance with me, as if confirming something, before quietly leaving. The storm-like guests departed and silence returned to the room. Phew. That was tense. Ichinos stretched deeply and sank into the sofa. You did well, Ichinos. It was a perfect negotiation. Kanzaki praised her while Hiyori smiled warmly. Good work, Honami-chan. Then Ichinos turned toward me with narrowed eyes. Aizen-kun. You really shouldn't provoke Horikita-san that much. We finally managed to reach an agreement. Relationships bound together by the chains of compromise will eventually rust and shatter. Only overwhelming fear can truly make others submit. Translation, sorry. I didn't mean to say any of that either. I apologize. However, half-hearted kindness would not benefit her. Only by engraving the overwhelming difference in power into her through fear can they be properly guided. Geez. Aizen-kun, you can be really strict sometimes. Ichinos puffed her cheeks in exasperation. Meanwhile, I was finally freed from the pressure and internally shedding tears of relief and blood tears of regret simultaneously. It's over. My stomach seriously hurt. More importantly, if I keep verbally destroying the student council president's little sister like this, that SysCon president is going to genuinely snap someday. I'm terrified of going to the student council room tomorrow. Unaware of my pathetic inner turmoil, the setting sun streaming through the window cast the long, dark shadow of the endlessly arrogant and flawless Aizen Sōsuke across the floor of the room. Chapter 35, Chapter 35. 2,629 words. With only 1 week remaining until the sports festival, the after-school hours of the second semester had become incredibly hectic for Class A. Every day was filled with event practice on the athletic field, strategy meetings to investigate the movements of the other classes, and discussions meant to raise the morale of the entire class. On top of that, I also had to deal with the crushing workload that came with being the student council vice president. In the truest sense of the phrase, my days were dizzyingly busy. One evening, in the student council room bathed in the light of the setting sun. For once, neither Miyabi Nagumo nor Ikuto Kiriyama were present. Apparently they had class meetings related to the upcoming sports festival, making this rare absence possible. As a result, the only people left in the room were Student Council President Manabu Horikita, Secretary Tachibana-senpai. Our class's absolute leader, Hanami Ichinos, who had newly joined the student council in the second semester. And me, the vice president. Truth is always hidden on the reverse side of a stone tablet stained with mud. Do not be deceived by the words written upon the surface. From the sea of falsehood, dredge forth the genuine voice. Translation: the numbers on page 3 of this club budget request don't match the total amount, so please recalculate them. Stone tablet, covered in mud. Ichinos froze completely while clutching the document I had handed her. Apparently, even with her excellent intellect, she couldn't decipher the simple clerical instruction hidden within my words. Watching this unfold, Tachibana-senpai let out a deep sigh before walking over to Ichinos. Aizen-kun, if you keep talking in such roundabout ways, of course someone who just joined the council is going to be confused. She gently took the papers from Ichinos. What Aizen-kun means is that the equipment expenses and travel expenses here don't match the total amount below, so he wants you to double-check the calculations. I see, that's what you meant. Sorry, Tachibana-senpai. Thank you very much. I'll fix it right away. Thanks to Tachibana-senpai's accurate and sensible explanation, Ichinos' face brightened instantly as she began tapping away at her calculator. Tachibana-senpai, thank you so much. Every time I try teaching Ichinos' student council work, everything that comes out of my mouth turns into abstract stylish nonsense, so I always end up dumping the actual explanations onto Tachibana-senpai. I feel bad. Internally apologizing profusely, I continued typing elegantly at my laptop. The quiet clacking of keys echoed through the room. Eventually, after all the paperwork scheduled for the day had been completed, Manabu closed his laptop and spoke in a serious tone. Once the sports festival ends, preparations for transferring authority to the next student council will begin immediately. Tachibana and I will formally retire from the council then. What? My hands stopped typing instantly as I screamed internally. The president and Tachibana-senpai are retiring. I mean, they're third years, so obviously they'd retire eventually, but I seriously respect both of them. Now that it's actually happening, this feels unbelievably lonely. Suppressing the feeling of loss swelling in my chest, I quietly stood and addressed them. A great star does not fall. It merely entrusts its light to the next generation before returning to the eternal heavens. Translation: thank you for all your hard work. I'll really miss you both, and I'm grateful for everything you've done for me. Indeed. If the light we leave behind can illuminate even a small part of this school's future, then I'll have no regrets. Manabu narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. You caused me quite a bit of trouble in various ways, Aizen. Aizen-kun really stayed the same until the very end. Tachibana-senpai smiled softly, half exasperated and half amused. But thanks to your support as vice president, we were truly helped. Thank you. Even though it was only for a short time, President Horikita, Tachibana-senpai, thank you so much for everything. I'll support both the sports festival and the transition process with everything I've got. Ichinos straightened herself and bowed energetically. After the transition is officially complete, we're planning a farewell party with all the student council members. But since Nagumo and the others aren't here today, for someone as strict as Manabu, his next words were surprisingly casual. Since work is finished, how about the four of us go somewhere for dinner as an early celebration? Oh. In that case, why don't we eat at Aizen-kun's room? Ichinos' face lit up as she suddenly began advertising my cooking skills. Aizen-kun is an amazing cook. Hiyori-chan and I get treated to his food all the time. My room. Wait, I don't even have expensive ingredients fit for serving the student council president. What do I do? Oh. Aizen cooks. Manabu looked unexpectedly interested. Meanwhile, Tachibana-senpai seemed to be imagining me in an apron and visibly short-circuited. If you don't mind, you may invite Sheena as well. Let us make it a modest dinner for 5. And so, the top 2 members of the student council were invited to my room, Hiyori was hastily called over, and an impromptu dinner gathering for 5 was held. Several hours later, my room. I am impressed. To think such authentic cuisine could come out of a student dormitory. It's delicious. Did you really make all of this yourself, Aizen-kun? Manabu and Tachibana-senpai stared wide-eyed as they sampled the dishes I had swiftly prepared. Special beef stew. And fresh fish carpaccio with special sauce. The ingredients had simply been whatever was available, but by fully utilizing my Aizen specs, I had crafted them with absolute perfection, from heat control to seasoning. Aizen-kun's cooking really tastes like something from a restaurant. Ichino's puffed out her chest proudly for some reason. Yes. Sōsuke-kun's cooking is the most delicious in the world. I could eat it every day. Hiyori nodded repeatedly with an adorable smug expression completely different from her usual translation mode. Even the finest nectar is no more than muddy water if there is no one to savor it. I am grateful for your praise. Translation: they were just simple ingredients, but I'm glad everyone likes it. Food tastes better when shared together. No matter how wonderful the food may be, it only truly shines when shared with precious people. Thank you very much for your compliments, is what Sōsuke said. Hiyori immediately supplied a perfect translation, and the dining table became wrapped in warm, peaceful atmosphere. Even Manabu, who rarely softened his stern expression, seemed to genuinely enjoy the meal today. Eventually, once the meal ended, Hiyori expertly prepared tea for everyone. The rich fragrance of Darjeeling filled the room. After taking a sip, Manabu casually spoke up. By the way, regarding next week's sports festival, you Class A students will be fighting on the same red team as Class D. How is your coordination progressing? Ah, of course. As expected of a Siscon big brother, he's worried about the situation in his little sister's class. But the next instant, all the blood drained from my face. Wait. Coordination. Forget coordination. During that strategy meeting with Class D the other day, I completely provoked Horikita-sen non-stop. This is bad. If he finds out, I'm dead. Flashbacks of everything I had done to Susan Horikita flooded my mind. The severe penalties and class point deductions I imposed during the first semester's violence incident hearing. The loser crawling through the mud poem on the deserted island exam. Joining forces with Ryuan during the VIP exam, and utterly crushing Class D. And finally, the relentless verbal abuse during the previous meeting. Looking at it calmly, the things I've done to Horikita are literally those of an utterly evil villain. If he finds out, this loving big brother president is going to physically destroy me. Sitting beside me, Ichino's also seemed to remember the battlefield-like atmosphere from that meeting, and awkwardly forced a smile. Please, mouth. Just say something harmless like we're cooperating well with Class D. I put on the calm expression of a dependable vice president and spoke. To teach a struggling fledgling how to fly, one must sometimes possess the cruelty to kick it from the nest. Only after being stained by mud and learning its own helplessness can true wings finally unfold. No. Why did it turn into that? It sounds like I'm saying she's immature, so I'm thoroughly crushing her to educate her. I'm dead. I've touched the president's reverse scale. Manabu's eyebrow twitched slightly. Then, the great angel immediately smiled and began translating. Horikita-san still has many immature aspects and struggles with cooperation. However, rather than guiding her gently step by step, I deliberately stand before her as a harsh wall and force her to experience frustration so she can grow on her own. For that purpose, I will not hesitate to use severe methods. Is what he said. Hiyori. Thanks for the perfect translation. But that's basically a confession that I've been bullying his little sister. It's over, my school life ends here at the hands of the student council president. Internally drafting my will, I lowered my gaze. Ichino's and Tachibana-senpai also wore expressions saying, ah. So you're really saying that? While nervously watching Manabu's reaction. Holding his teacup, Manabu quietly closed his eyes. After several seconds of silence, he slowly opened them and nodded deeply. No. Susan would never recognize her own faults or grow unless she faced trials of that caliber. Aizen, knowing you, you must have recognized her shortcomings and deliberately taken on the role of the hated villain by standing before her as a harsh wall. Thank you. Safe. Somehow he interpreted it in the most convenient way possible, so I survived. Thank God Manabu Oni-chan is such a good person. Internally pumping my fist in victory, I merely responded with an arrogant smile that seemed to say, think nothing of it. Then, after quietly placing his teacup onto the saucer, Manabu sharpened his gaze and looked directly at me. Aizen. Regarding the next student council president, I intend to nominate Miyabi Nagumo. Tachibana-senpai and Ichinos both inhaled sharply. The true meritocracy he advocates will mercilessly discard the weak. A system where individuals with ability can even destroy the class structure itself and freely transfer between classes. If Nagumo becomes president, there will undoubtedly be a flood of expulsions. What? What is that? Destroying the class system. Tons of expulsions. Nagumo had ideals that dangerous. I had no idea. That's terrifying. I trembled internally at the horrifying ambitions Manabu revealed. Originally, I wanted to nominate you as the next student council president. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. With your caliber and overwhelming ability, you could guide this school properly. However, if I were to nominate a first year like you through exceptional means and steal the presidency from Nagumo, the second years led by him would never remain silent. The entire school would be dragged into a fierce faction war. Manabu's sharp gaze moved from me to Ichinos and Hiyori seated nearby. You yourself could repel any underhanded trap Nagumo prepared without suffering a scratch. But in his desperation to reclaim the throne, Nagumo would almost certainly target those around you, Ichinos, Shina, or even your classmates, and place them in danger of expulsion. That is what concerned me. Manabu Oni-chan. He's really thinking about all of us. He's right, if I became president and started a massive faction war, Nagumo would absolutely target everyone in my class. Thank God I wasn't nominated. Internally, I prostrated myself in gratitude toward his consideration. That is why, Aizen. I have a request. Manabu looked at me with profound trust. I want you to remain in the next student council. As vice president. Wait. Doesn't that still mean working under Nagumo? That sounds like a hellish death march filled with non-stop harassment. But Manabu-senpai is sincerely trusting and asking me. I really respect him too, so it's hard to refuse outright. When Nagumo begins abusing his authority and losing control, the only one capable of restraining him from within and protecting the students who need protecting is you. His words carried undeniable conviction. Nagumo has no equal among his peers. He is bored. Simply having someone as exceptional as you at his side as vice president will naturally draw all of his focus and hostility onto you alone. No matter how viciously Nagumo attacks, someone like you would remain unaffected. Simply by standing there as an overwhelming existence, you could ultimately protect countless students from unreasonable expulsion. Manabu looked at me with deep trust. You once told me you would stand in the heavens as the absolute breakwater against Nagumo's dictatorship, protect this school's order. You can do it. No. Basically you're asking me to become the ultimate punching bag that absorbs all of Nagumo's hatred. Even assuming I can survive it unharmed, I still don't want that. Also, that standing in the heavens thing was just another accidental stylish poem explosion. I'm not some superhero. I just want to live peacefully. Ha. But if it's Manabu-senpai asking, I guess I have no choice. I'll just accept in a normal way like, sure, I'll keep an eye on Nagumo and handle some of his hostility. Calm down, me. I slowly lifted my teacup with an arrogant smile and spoke. If the one seated upon the throne should succumb to madness, then I shall shatter the heavens themselves along with that throne. No. That's not what I meant. Why did I'll keep an eye on things turn into if Nagumo steps out of line, I'll utterly crush him as vice president. If it is the burden of the strong to shield fragile insects from the raging storm, then very well. I shall bear it all and become this academy's new law. The chain of poems won't stop. I just wanted to show respect to Manabu-senpai, but now it sounds like I'm declaring myself the ultimate shield protecting everyone. If Nagumo hears this, it'll instantly become total war. My overwhelmingly stylish and oppressive words echoed through the room. After a brief silence, the great angel clasped her hands before her chest and smiled kindly. If Nagumo-senpai abuses his authority and tries to force students into unfair expulsions, then I will stop him as vice president. Since this is the request of the president I deeply respect, and if becoming a shield protecting everyone is the role I must fulfill, then I will gladly accept that responsibility, is what Sōsuke said. Hiyori had perfectly transformed my aggressively warlike poetry into an ideal heroic declaration filled with self-sacrifice and respect. Aizen-kun. Ichinos looked at me with tearful admiration. Thank you. I'll stay in the student council too. If you're going to fight to protect everyone, then I'll support you with everything I have. Heh. I knew you would say that, Aizen. A faint but genuine smile of relief appeared on Manabu's face. With the two of you there, Nagumo won't be able to do whatever he wants so easily. I'm counting on you. I only agreed because Manabu-senpai asked me to. Why am I suddenly locked into the role of some savior preparing for all-out war with Nagumo? Sure, maybe it's better than directly fighting him in an election, but now my future as Nagumo's personal hate sponge is completely guaranteed. The atmosphere in the student council room is absolutely going to become hell starting next semester. While crying tears of despair internally, I maintained my flawless arrogant smile on the outside, silently sipping my tea. The only thing I could do as I prepared for the coming secret war within the student council against Miyabi Nagumo. Chapter 36, 1637 words. October. Under the clear and cloudless autumn sky, the long-awaited day of the sports festival at Advanced Nurturing High School had finally arrived. The athletic field was lined with neatly drawn white tracks and rows of tents for each class to gather under. A lively marching tune played from the speakers, while the entire venue buzzed with excitement and tension unique to the festival. Everyone, it's finally time for the real thing. Let's show the results of all the hard work we've put in together. Don't worry about penalties, we'll cover everything with the class funds, so don't hold back. Give it your all. Inside the A-class tent, Ichinos stood at the center as everyone formed a circle together. Oh. We'll protect our place as Class A no matter what. Shibata, Kanzaki, and the others shouted back passionately, pushing the class morale to its peak. Whoa! Everyone putting their arms around each other and doing a team huddle. This is insanely peak youthfulness. I love this kind of thing. On the surface, I merely smiled calmly, but internally my excitement had skyrocketed. At that moment, the silver-haired girl beside me, Hiyori, smiled apologetically. Sōsuke-kun. I'm not very good at sports, so I probably won't be much help this time. But I'll definitely watch and cheer for your cool moments from the tent. Oh. If my best friend says something that cute, then I've gotta give this my all. All right. I'll crush the 100-meter dash and show her how cool I am. Fired up again, I opened my mouth to respond confidently to her encouragement. Do not worry. You need only watch from your safe glass castle as I ascend to the heavens. Weiwa. Why does leave it to me? Watch me take first place, turn into some Demon King level arrogant declaration. And what the hell is a glass castle? However, Hiyori perfectly understood the meaning behind my stylish nonsense, and happily made little fists with both hands. Fufu, do your best, Sōsuke. Seriously, without this archangel, I probably would have been socially isolated in class by now. Breaking from the circle, I headed toward the starting line as the first runner for the first-year boys' 100-meter dash. On the way there, I noticed A-class students positioned all around the field. Students whose events hadn't started yet stood at various angles around the track holding smartphones and tablets. This was the strategy one had proposed beforehand, suppressing sabotage and securing evidence of cheating. TCH. The one who clicked his tongue sharply upon seeing that was the dictator of Class C, Ryuin Kakeru. That bastard. So he predicted we might use fouls or sabotage during the sports festival and set up surveillance beforehand. For this sports festival, Ryuin planned to secure victory for the white team by obtaining D-Class's participation lists through a spy and sharing them with Sakayanagi's B-Class to thoroughly crush D-Class. On top of that, he intended to accidentally take out D-Class's main fighters, Sudo and Horikita, and if possible, even some of A-Class's key players during the competitions. TCH. With this much surveillance, repeatedly causing accidents isn't smart. Even if we disguise it as coincidence, we only get one perfect shot. Kokoku. Aizen Sōsuke really isn't easy to deal with. Ryuin raised his caution toward my invisible manipulation of the board even further. And another person watching the same scene was Arisa Sakayanagi, leader of B-Class. Fufufu. My class excels academically, but our athletic abilities are mediocre overall. This time, we intended to use the leak participation list Ryuin-kun shared to thoroughly crush D-Class and secure victory for the white team. Simultaneously, we had also prepared several underhanded methods to drag down the top-ranked A-Class. Sakayanagi slowly scanned the surveillance network surrounding the track and smiled pleasantly. To think you foresaw our methods and countered them this elegantly in advance. Yes, marvelous control over the battlefield. Truly, Aizen Sōsuke, you are the finest entertainer. Kokoku, sure, now sabotage and dirty tricks are difficult but... Ryuin grinned viciously, convinced of victory. No matter how overwhelming Aizen-kun's personal abilities are, there's nothing he can do while dragging around the massive dead weight known as D-Class. Sakayanagi lightly tapped her cane. A-Class has built a solid defense centered around Ichinos. But no matter how perfect your defenses are, you can't stop information from leaking out through the traitor inside D-Class. Kokoku. This time, you'll sink together with that burden, Aizen. Indeed. No matter how capable you are, you cannot control another class collapsing from within. By the time you realize the information leaked, it will already be too late. Please enjoy the taste of defeat while sinking alongside a mud boat to the very end. While the troublesome leaders of each class admired my perfect defensive measures and confidently anticipated my defeat, I myself knew absolutely nothing about their schemes, as I stood under the brilliant autumn sky at the starting line for the 100-meter dash. And in the lane beside me. You bastard. D-Class's ace, Sōsuke, glared at me with burning fury. I'm definitely not losing to you. I'll crush you completely. Gia. It's the violent guy from the disciplinary hearing. Scary. What's with that murderous aura? Is he still pissed about the 2-week suspension? But you were the one who beat people half to death. Internally trembling, I tried to calm him down with a casual, come on, it's just sports, let's race fair and square. But what came out instead was that infamous line. Don't use such strong words. It'll only make you look weak. There it is again. Why do I keep saying this line? Also, why are there so many situations in this school where it fits perfectly? You bastard. I'll kill you. Veins bulged on Suda's forehead as he nearly lunged at me. See. I completely poured gasoline on the fire. Help. Someone fire the starting pistol already. On your marks. Ready. Bang. The instant the pistol sounded, I unleashed the overwhelming physical ability granted by this vessel known as Aizen Sōsuke and kicked off the ground. It was acceleration on an entirely different dimension, as though using flash step itself. With every stride, the scenery flew backward. Wah! Fast. Even Sudu, who had launched perfectly beside me, widened his eyes in shock. Even D-Class's fastest runner couldn't catch my back. The difference in speed was overwhelming. Absolute. Without allowing anyone to follow, I casually crossed the finish line first. Damn it. Damn it. Sudu arrived late, slamming his foot into the ground in frustration. How the hell did I lose to some skinny honor student bastard? Why yes, I won. Better get back to the tent before he tries to kill me. I tried to leave immediately. But my stylish system activated automatically. Those fangs are disappointingly dull. Did a mad dog crawling on the ground truly believe it could catch a dragon soaring through the heavens? Wah-wah-yawa. Why does my mouth always maximally provoke people who are already angry? Doesn't it know the phrase, let sleeping dogs lie? You bastard. Say that again. Sudu approached with terrifying rage. Inside, I screamed, I'm sorry, while outwardly maintaining a cold gaze of absolute superiority. Perhaps intimidated by my absolute powerhouse aura, or perhaps realizing he couldn't cause more trouble, Sudu barely restrained himself. Next time I'll crush you for sure. Throwing those words behind him, he returned to D-Class's tent. I survived. I seriously thought he was gonna punch me. Shortening my lifespan from stress, I returned to the A-Class tent. Awesome, Aizen-kun. You won by a landslide. As expected of Aizen. To beat Suda by that much. Ichinos, Kanzaki, and the others welcomed me with applause. Victory is merely a process. Just as the sun rises in the east, my triumph is simply the natural law of this world. Translation, thanks. Let's all keep this momentum going. Winning was only natural. Let's all continue doing our best together, is what he says. Great job, Sōsuke. Thanks to Hiyori's flawless translation, the class got even more fired up. Encouraged by their warmth, I tried to enthusiastically rally everyone further with something like, all right everyone, let's push toward victory together. But once again, the merciless stylish system hijacked my mouth. Now then, shall we proceed to the ends of reason itself? Wah. I just wanted to hype everyone up. The ends of reason. Where's that? Everyone tilted their heads in confusion at the sudden mysterious destination. But then our greatest archangel smiled brightly. Let's all push forward toward victory in the sports festival together, is what he means. Oh. We're gonna win. Thanks to Hiyori's perfect translation, everyone's morale instantly reached maximum again. Watching my classmates run off toward their next events full of fighting spirit, I silently pressed my hands together toward Hiyori in gratitude. Hiyori, thank you so much. However, there was someone silently observing all of this from the shadows near D-Class's tent. Aizen Sōsuke. He truly is unfathomable. Kiyotaka Ayanakuji stared at my back with emotionless eyes. Even if we're on the same red team, the true objective of this sports festival is class points by grade. In the very first event, he intentionally crushed D-Class's ace, Sudu, completely and then verbally provoked him. By destabilizing Sudu mentally, he aims to lower D-Class's overall performance in later events as well. On top of that, his anti-sabotage camera setup was perfect. He controls every piece on the board and harvests only certain victory. Inside Ayanakuji's mind, the image of Aizen Sōsuke as a cold and absolute ruler was once again escalating in a terrifying direction. To think he'd deploy such advanced psychological warfare behind the sports festival. I may need to change my approach as well. Thus, beneath the excitement of the sports festival, the endless chain of misunderstandings surrounding the artificial genius accelerated even further. Chapter 37, Chapter 37. 3,153 words. The sun beating down on the sports field showed no sign of weakening even in the afternoon. If anything, it seemed to respond to the students' growing excitement, continuing to radiate a scorching heat that burned against the skin. After finishing the morning events and realizing that the white team was carrying out a strategy involving the leak of Class D's participation list behind the scenes, I kept that information to myself as I headed into the afternoon competitions. The first event after lunch was the star attraction of the sports festival: the cavalry battle. First came the girls' division. From Class A's tent on the red team side, I quietly observed the fierce clashes unfolding in the center of the field. It was an all-out battle between the red and white teams. But looking at the field as a whole, it wouldn't have been an exaggeration to say the outcome had already been decided. Class B's 3rd Cavalry move 3 steps to the right, coordinate with Class C's 2nd Cavalry, and surround the isolated Class D unit. From outside the white boundary lines, Arisa Sakayanagi calmly issued orders through a megaphone. Because of her physical handicap, she couldn't participate directly. However, with her extraordinary intellect and overwhelming command ability, she manipulated the girls of the white team, as though she were moving pieces across a chessboard. Yes. The girls from Class B moved smoothly according to Sakayanagi's instructions, displaying perfect coordination with the martial-minded girls of Class C, as they systematically tore apart the poorly coordinated cavalry units of Class D, KH. We're surrounded. Run. Kaya. With Horikita injured and unable to perform properly, the girls of Class D had become a complete disorganized mob. Against the white team's refined encirclement tactics, they were helpless, losing their headbands one after another and retiring from the match. Ichinos, the leader of our Class A, fought desperately at the front lines and displayed excellent teamwork with her classmates. Ichinos is really giving it everything she's got. She's covered in dirt, shouting herself hoarse. And the girls in our class are desperately following her lead. Even Hiyori's doing her best as a writer. That girl normally spends all her time quietly reading in the library, but now she's making that serious face trying not to fall off. It's admirable, but please don't get hurt. I watched with the anxious feelings of a father observing his daughter's first sports festival while sincerely praising Class A's efforts. But under Sakayanagi's brilliant command, even Class A's cavalry units gradually found themselves cornered. Impressive. Sakayanagi's command ability is the real deal. Even as an enemy, I couldn't help admiring her flawless leadership. She instantly coordinated completely different classes, and efficiently targeted the enemy's weaknesses with precision. She truly possessed the talent of a military strategist. As a result, the girls' cavalry battle ended in an overwhelming victory for the white team. Next came the boys' cavalry battle. Beforehand, I'd tried to suggest, I'm tall, so I'll be part of the base, but you are meant to stand at the heavens, Aizen. We shall become the unshakable foundation beneath you. Kanzaki suddenly started saying stylish nonsense, and before I knew it the entire class agreed, so I ended up becoming the rider instead. I sat majestically atop the cavalry formed by Kanzaki and 3 others. I'm definitely heavy. Sorry, Kanzaki, everyone. I'm tall, so there's no way this isn't destroying your shoulders and backs. Seriously, I'm sorry. Even while internally apologizing profusely, outwardly I maintained the dignified composure of a king. Pai. The whistle signaling the start rang out. I quietly surveyed the battlefield in order to guide Class A. However, don't touch that monster at all. Focus on steadily picking off the weaklings around him. Ryuan's cold instructions echoed from afar. The white team cavalry units were wary of my overwhelming presence, and not a single one approached my cavalry. Instead, all their hostility was directed toward Class D. After being relentlessly crushed by Classes B and C throughout the earlier events, the students of Class D had already reached their frustration limit. The hell with you, Class C. I'll kill you bastards. Sudokoen. Stop. Don't run off on your own. Hirata desperately tried to stop him, but the enraged Sudo couldn't hear a thing. Led by Pseudo, the furious Class D cavalry units completely ignored their prearranged strategy and formation and launched reckless charges. But that was exactly the trap Ryuan had prepared. The moment Pseudo's group charged in alone, they were surrounded by multiple white team cavalry units lying in wait. Their balance was instantly destroyed, and their headbands were snatched away one after another. Whoa! Pseudo's reckless rampage completely destroyed the red team's formation, though honestly, if I could properly command the whole battlefield, I could probably recover this situation, but without Hiyori nearby, I can't coordinate properly at all. While I lamented our communication breakdown, the situation worsened further. Starting with Class D's collapse, the red team's defensive line completely broke apart. Even the other cavalry units from Class A were overwhelmed by sheer numbers and eliminated one after another. In the end, only my cavalry remained standing. Against the swarm of white team cavalry units charging us, Kanzaki and the others stubbornly held the line, while I used my agility to fiercely defend our headband. But we ultimately couldn't overturn the overwhelming difference in remaining units, and the boys' cavalry battle also ended in victory for the white team. After the cavalry battle ended and the students began returning to their tents, a furious roar suddenly tore through the noise from the neighboring Class D tent. You bastards kidding me? Why the hell didn't you follow me? The voice belonged to Pseudo. He kicked over a folding chair and screamed at his classmates with a bright red face. When I charge, you're supposed to follow me. We lost because you idiots chickened out and dragged your feet. Useless trash. The frustration he had built up from repeated unreasonable defeats had finally exploded. Terrified by his violent outburst, the Class D students backed away. Pseudo. Isn't this your fault for rushing in alone? Ha! What did you say, bastard? Say that again. Pseudo grabbed the student by the collar, looking ready to punch him. Stop it, Pseudo-kun. At that moment, Hirata Yusuke, the de facto leader of Class D, stepped in. Everyone's exhausted. Blaming each other won't improve the situation. Let's calm down and prepare for the next event. Hirata placed a hand on Pseudo's shoulder, desperately trying to resolve things peacefully. But in Pseudo's rage-filled eyes, even Hirata's kindness looked like hostility. Shut the hell up, you self-righteous bastard. Don't order me around. Dago. A dull explosive sound rang through the tent. Pseudo's right fist smashed directly into Hirata's handsome face. Gah. Hirata was sent flying helplessly onto the ground. Hi. Kaya ah. The girls of Class D screamed as the tent descended into panic. TCH. Screw this. I'm going home. Spitting out those words, Pseudo walked off toward the dorms without even glancing at the collapsed Hirata. I quietly watched the entire scene from the edge of Class A's tent while internally staring in utter disbelief. No way. That idiot just punched his own ally full force in the face and left. The sheer absurdity was enough to give me a headache. Didn't this guy already get a 2-week suspension last semester after starting violence with a Class C student? I personally handed down that punishment. So why is he doing the exact same thing in broad daylight in the middle of the sports field? He hasn't reflected at all. I turned toward our own tent. Several students from Class A were calmly recording the entire scene on tablets in order to monitor other classes. See. My competent classmates got the whole thing on video. How little foresight does that single-celled moron have? Although exasperated by Pseudo's stupidity, I also couldn't help feeling overwhelmed by the school's insane rules. Sigh. After reviewing past disciplinary records as vice president of the student council, I already know this school rarely hands out severe punishments like expulsion unless the victim personally files a complaint, even when there's third-party evidence. Normally, such blatant violence should result in immediate expulsion. Yet the school seemed content to overlook it under the excuse of student autonomy. What exactly was this school trying to accomplish with such twisted rules? In any case, unless Hirata himself reported the incident, there was no guarantee Sudo could be removed even if we submitted the footage. And given Hirata's personality, there was no way he'd ever betray a classmate or do something harmful to his class. More importantly, this happened during an exam. Teachers are obviously monitoring things somewhere, right? Why are they just leaving it alone under the excuse of student autonomy? A teacher should absolutely step in, controlling the board from the outside and provoking the enemy into self-destruction. That was the white team's strategy. And Class D had fallen into the trap perfectly, collapsing from within. I sighed deeply as I reassessed the overall battlefield. Class D's ace among the girls, Horikita, was taken out by a suspicious accident. And now Sudo, their ace among the boys, has completely self-destructed. On top of their participation list leak causing the red team to hemorrhage points. Even with high-value recommended events remaining, the red team has already crossed the point where they can realistically recover. Also, what the hell is Nagumo doing? He's always bragging in the student council room about controlling the entire second year, yet the white team is leading overall even among the second years. Wait. Did he secretly contact Ryuan or Sakayanagi beforehand? If the red team wins and Class A secures first place in the grade, we could widen the gap against Class B by as much as 250 class points. Did he misunderstand and think I'm trying to dominate the first years? Is he intentionally helping the white team when just to protect his identity as the guy who controls the entire grade, while still keeping his own class at the top? I'm not trying to control the grade at all. I just want to live peacefully. But honestly, Nagumo totally seems like the type who'd do something like that just to annoy me. Petty controlling rulers are the worst. Wait a second. If the red team loses, then part of the reason is because I kept provoking Nagumo in the student council room and building up too much resentment. Crap, I'm totally one of the war criminals here. Class A, and President Horikita too. I'm seriously gonna have to apologize in my heart later. Because of the sports festival's structure, even if Class A ranked first among the first years, the collapse of Class D combined with Nagumo's underhanded interference made a red team victory nearly impossible. But even if the red team loses, Class B on the white team side will probably only place around third overall. As long as our Class A takes first among the first years, they won't close the class point gap. Good. After finishing my internal prostration and apologies, I shifted my mindset and calmly prepared for my next event. I'll simply do my job and lead Class A firmly to first place. The next event was the all-participant individual competition. The 200-meter dash. Once again, I displayed overwhelming speed that literally left the other students behind and claimed first place with ease. At the starting signal, I exploded forward with incredible acceleration and glided smoothly through the curve without losing any speed. Because my center of gravity shifts and muscle usage were perfectly optimized, I could run as though I were sliding across the ground. Aizen specs are seriously terrifying. My body is just automatically executing the fastest possible way to run, regardless of my own intentions, but everyone else sees me as some superhuman monster. Without even losing my breath, I crossed the finish line to a flood of cheers from my classmates. Aizen-kun is amazing. That was way too cool. With the 200-meter race complete, all the mandatory events had concluded. From here onward, the festival moved into the selected, recommended participation events. The next event I was participating in was the recommendation event. Borrowed object race. Contestants would draw a slip of paper from a box placed on the field and bring back a person or object matching the written prompt. On your marks, ready, go. At the pistol shot, representatives from every class dashed toward the boxes in the center of the field. I also reached the box first with efficient movement and drew a slip. The prompt written on it was simple, yet oddly difficult. Someone you respect. Someone I respect, huh? As I ran, I pondered the answer. Ichinos is our reliable leader, and Hiyori is my precious best friend. But respect feels a little different from that. And if I choose Kenzaki, He'll probably start acting extra stylish lately since he's infected with Chuyuni poetry. Then two people came to mind. Someone I can genuinely respect. Those people are perfect. Without hesitation, I reversed direction on the track and sprinted straight toward the third-year tent. When I arrived, Student Council President Horikita Manabu looked at me sharply with his arms crossed. I respected him for his ability as Student Council President and his strict principles. And beside him stood a petite girl. Student Council Secretary Tachibana Akane. I deeply respected her as well for her sincerity and hard work. Maintaining my composed outward demeanor, I turned toward Tachibana-senpai. Tachibana. I would ask that you accompany me for a moment. Me. Caught off guard, Tachibana widened her eyes in surprise. Why me? What exactly was the prompt? I merely came to borrow the guiding star that illuminates the night sky, lest I lose sight of the path I should walk. Come. Translation, the prompt said, someone you respect. You always help me with student council work, and I genuinely respect you, so please come with me. As I extended my hand with maximum stylish poetry energy, Tachibana-senpai blanked out momentarily before peeking at the prompt on my paper. Her face instantly brightened. Someone you respect. Her cheeks rapidly turned red as she desperately tried to suppress the grin spreading across her lips. Foo-foo. Even though Aizen-kun usually acts arrogant and spouts dramatic poetry, he actually respects me properly as his senior on the student council. He always does his work perfectly too, honestly, if only he were a bit more straightforward. What a cute junior. She looked so delighted that I could practically hear her thoughts. And honestly, I was glad the healing presence of the student council was so happy. Yes. If my junior is in trouble, then I, Student Council Secretary Tachibana Akane, shall lend a hand. Come now, Aizen-kun. Her excitement rising, Tachibana practically grabbed my arm and ran with me toward the field. As a result, since I had brought back a student council officer, a universally unquestionable person worthy of respect, the judges unanimously approved it, and I successfully crossed the finish line in first place. Well done, Aizen-kun. Continue striving with me as your goal. I shall endeavor to do so. After escorting the proudly smiling Tachibana back to her tent, I returned to Class A's tent. There, near the entrance, Hiyori was waiting with her cheeks slightly puffed out. Sōsuke-kun, good work. Yeah, I'm back. That was an impressive first place. By the way, what was your prompt? You seemed awfully happy bringing Tachibana-senpai along. Hiyori seems slightly upset. Did I do something wrong? Puzzled, I answered honestly. One would never mistake the radiance of a distant star for a flower blooming upon the earth. It was merely a ritual to better understand those who walked ahead of me. Translation, the prompt was someone you respect. Hiyori blinked blankly for a moment before relaxing her shoulders and returning to her usual gentle smile. Foo-foo. Someone you respect, huh? So that was it. She looked visibly relieved. There is no reason for me to wander elsewhere when the place I belong is where you wait. What? My mouth automatically pulled another stylish move. But Hiyori's mood improved, so I guess it worked out. Internally, I celebrated the return of my best friend's smile. Then, suddenly, Kanzaki came sprinting into the tent during his own borrowed object race. Aizen, lend me your aid for a moment. To overcome this crisis, I require your abnormal vessel. What's wrong, Kanzaki? Why are you suddenly grabbing my arm? Breathing heavily yet maintaining a serious expression tinged with stylish phrasing, Kanzaki dragged me onto the field. Kanzaki. What answer have you arrived at? Translation, what was your prompt? This? No man besides you came to mind as worthy of this throne. Kanzaki dramatically unfolded the paper before me. Written across it in huge letters was Someone who looks like they could become the boss of an evil organization in the future. Pfft. Boss of an evil organization. I mean, sure, my appearance totally screams final boss, but Kanzaki seriously chose me for this prompt with a straight face. That's what you meant by throne. Internally I nearly exploded laughing while simultaneously wanting to cry over the fact that Kanzaki genuinely viewed me as an evil overlord. Yet outwardly, my mighty ego didn't waver in the slightest. I merely gave a fearless smile. I see. You're a lifesaver. Come, Aizen. Kanzaki dragged me to the finish line, while remaining completely serious. And the judging teachers, the moment they saw my imposing aura and overwhelming presence, immediately responded. Ah, yeah. Unanimous approval. Thus Kanzaki also claimed first place. Oi, teachers, don't instantly agree. Do I seriously look that much like an evil mastermind? Ignoring my internal despair, the sports festival continued relentlessly amidst rising excitement. The next recommended event was four-way tug-of-war. Four classes simultaneously pulled thick ropes tied together in a cross formation, a brutal contest of pure strength and teamwork. Standing at the very rear, I firmly gripped the rope while calmly activating my full cheat-level strength to pull with tremendous force. All right. I'll become the foundation so nobody's efforts go to waste. I absolutely won't let us get dragged backward. Amid the white team's interference and Class D's chaos, Class A displayed perfect unity thanks to our teamwork and my absolute support. And so, we claimed yet another victory in the four-way tug-of-war. On the battlefield, the white team's schemes continued to wreak havoc while Class D teetered on the brink of internal collapse. But far removed from that muddy conflict, our classes simply kept looking forward, trusting in one another, and steadily accumulating points toward victory. The conclusion of the sports festival was now drawing ever closer. Chapter 38, Chapter 38. 3019 words. The sports festival was finally entering its final stage. As the afternoon events continued one after another, the heat and excitement on the field reached their peak. The relentless autumn sun gleamed off the sweat-soaked students covered in dust, while cheers of joy and frustration over victory and defeat echoed high into the sky. The next event was the recommended participation competition. Mixed-gender three-legged race. Selected male and female pairs from each class would compete to see who could run in perfect sync. Originally, Class A's strategy had been simple: pair me, who possessed the best physical ability among the boys, with Hitomi Tsub, the fastest girl in the class, and secure an easy first place. Even Ichinos and the others had confidently said, if it's Aizen-kun and Tsub-san together, there's no way you'll lose. It seemed like the pair would be decided immediately. However, during the discussion, Hiyori, normally quiet, reserved, and reluctant to participate in athletic events, suddenly spoke up with rare determination. I want to compete with Sōsuke-kun. Hiyori, who's bad at sports, actually volunteered to participate on her own. Amazing. That's seriously amazing. Even if she's slow, I'll cover for her and absolutely carry us to victory. Internally, I was practically crying tears of emotion as I wholeheartedly accepted Hiyori's earnest challenge. We stood at the starting line and tightly tied our ankles together with the cord. Beside me stood the petite Hiyori, looking slightly nervous. Her silver hair swayed gently in the breeze, carrying a faint sweet scent. All right, to help her relax, I'll casually say something refreshing like, let's run together and definitely take first place. I looked down at her and tried to smile gently. But once again, the overwhelming ego of Sōsuke Aizen forcibly converted my intentions into an absurdly dramatic speech. Do not fear. There is no need for you to match your stride to the path I walk toward the throne. Simply remain by my side and gaze down upon the world as it bows before us. Translation: let's run together and definitely get first place. Yes. I'll do my best. Hiyori blinked in surprise for a moment, but immediately understood my true meaning with perfect accuracy. She clenched her fists and smiled brightly with determination. Ah, she's precious. With this archangel beside me, I feel like I could run anywhere. While we were having that oddly peaceful exchange, my eyes drifted to the pair standing in the lane beside us. It was the pair chosen from Class D. Kiyotaka Ayanokoji and Kikyu Kushida. Oh, it's Kiyotaka. Didn't expect him to participate in this event too. Might as well greet him casually. I intended to cheerfully say, "Yo, Kiyotaka. Let's both give it our all." But once again, my cursed poetic speech transformed my pure encouragement into something that sounded like a ruler gazing down upon the battlefield. "Kiyotaka. Show me how that invisible blade you conceal will carve through this game board. At the very least, entertain me." The moment he heard my words, the usually expressionless Ayanokoji narrowed his eyes slightly. Beside him, Kushida's smile twitched awkwardly. Aizen-kun. Hiyori immediately stepped in with flawless translation support. He means, Ayanokoji-kun, let's both do our best together. Yeah. Likewise. Ayanokoji answered shortly, but there was unmistakable caution and suspicion hidden in his eyes. Inside his mind, rapid calculations were already unfolding. How the invisible blade will carve through the board, huh? He deliberately phrased it that way despite knowing my true capabilities. Don't tell me he's already figured out that Kushida leaked the participation list to the white team, and that I intentionally allowed it while using the situation for my own purposes. To him, even my schemes are nothing more than entertainment. As I thought. Sōsuke Aizen is the most dangerous existence in this school. Once again, Ayanokoji's wariness toward me skyrocketed in an entirely mistaken direction. Kiyotaka looks unusually tense. Maybe he was just nervous before the race. Thinking that, I turned back toward my starting position. Then. On your marks, ready. Go. The whistle rang out. Here we go, Sōsuke-kun. 1, 2. Ah. The instant Hiyori tried to step forward, I wrapped an arm firmly around her waist and practically lifted her body up. Wa. Hiyori's feet floated off the ground. Then, using only my own legs, I unleashed explosive leg power and sprinted down the track at terrifying speed, as though I were running entirely alone. Though it was called a three-legged race, it had effectively become the Hiyori transportation race. Still, our legs were properly tied together, and Hiyori's feet technically moved in the air, so there was no violation of the rules. While the other pairs struggled to synchronize their steps with cries of 1, 2, 1, 2, I blasted past them in an instant, kicking up violent gusts of wind. Hiya! The wind is so strong, Sōsuke-kun. Hiyori cried out dizzily from my arms, but I never slowed down for even a moment. I crossed the finish line with overwhelming speed and complete composure. Naturally, we took first place by an absurd margin. That surprised me. After untying the cord around our legs, Hiyori happily bounced up and down. But we got first place. Amazing, Sōsuke-kun. Indeed. It was only possible because your guidance led me forward. Translation, it's because you ran together with me. Cute. Watching her hop around like a little animal is seriously healing. My stamina and mental energy are fully recovering. I silently narrowed my eyes, desperately resisting the urge to pat her head. At last, the final event of the sports festival arrived. Combined 3-year 1,200-meter relay. Each class would choose 3 boys and 3 girls, 6 runners total, to pass the baton through the relay. It was the centerpiece of the sports festival, and the highest-scoring event. Class A's selected members were Ichinos, Hatsukawa, Shibata, Kanzaki, and finally me, Sōsuke Aizen, as the anchor runner. As the entire student body watched from the center of the field, the first female runners took their positions. Bang! The sharp sound of the starter pistol signaled the beginning of the final race. Class A's first runner, Hatsukawa, got off to a strong start. Shibata followed with his natural athleticism, smoothly passing the baton onward. Then came Tsub and Kanzaki, both running steadily and efficiently. Finally, the fifth runner, Ichinos, came sprinting toward me with the baton. "I'm counting on you, Aizen-kun." At the moment I received the baton from Ichinos, Class A was in third place. Just ahead was a student from Class 3B. Far in front, running alone in first place, was the second-year Student Council President candidate, Miyabi Nagumo. Nagumo glanced back at me after seeing me receive the baton and flashed an arrogant, mocking grin. It practically screamed, "Try catching me if you can." Ugh, Nagumo's provoking me hard. I can't lose this one. Everyone in Class A desperately connected this baton to me. Time to unleash the full Aizen specs. I tightened my grip on the baton and leaned forward. Then, explosion. With a terrifying step that sounded like a firecracker detonating beneath my feet, I accelerated. Sand exploded behind me as I tore through the wind. I felt no muscle pain, no exhaustion. My body simply executed the perfect method for moving forward at maximum speed. Wah! First, I passed the Class 3B runner in the blink of an eye. Then, Nagumo's back rapidly drew closer. At first, he still wore a confident smile. But when he noticed the abnormal footsteps charging behind him, and heard the shocked uproar from the audience, he reflexively turned around. Impossible. What the hell is that speed? His eyes widened in disbelief. The instant I came alongside him, I didn't even spare him a glance. Keeping my gaze fixed coldly ahead, I left him behind in an instant. Damn you! Nagumo desperately pumped his arms, face twisted in rage, but the distance between us only widened further and further. Without allowing anyone to follow, I crossed the finish line in first place by an overwhelming margin. We did it! Aizen-kun got first place. Holy crap! What was that comeback? Thunderous cheers exploded from the Class A tent. As I calmly walked back without even breathing heavily, Nagumo approached from behind, panting harshly. Ha ha! You bastard, Aizen! His face was bright red with anger. Don't get cocky just because you happen to run fast. Even if you took first among the first years, the red team's defeat is already guaranteed. Go ahead and crawl pathetically within the palm of my hand while you choke on defeat. He seriously came all the way over here just to brag and make excuses after losing, but wait. I literally just reflected on how the red team might lose because I provoked Nagumo too much. I need to stay calm here, and avoid escalating things any further. I firmly warned myself internally and decided to respond peacefully. Unfortunately, my mouth betrayed me once again. Blind even to the mud swallowing your own feet, you dare proclaim yourself king of the throne. If you truly believe such a petty scheme was enough to defeat me, then you are not merely laughable but pitiful. There is no mud worth crawling through upon the path I walk. Before you are crushed beneath it, learn the shallowness of your own limits. Yowayawa. I completely counter-provoked him with maximum brutality. Why does my mouth love bullying Nagumo so much? And Nagumo too, why does he keep coming over just to throw premium-grade fuel into the fire? Is he a masochist? Look at him, his pride's been completely shattered. I'll kill you. I swear I'll crush you, Aizen. As Nagumo completely lost his mind behind me, I walked elegantly back toward the Class A tent while internally crying tears of blood over the fact that. Yep. Second semester harassment confirmed. With all events concluded, it was finally time for the results announcement. The total scores appeared on the giant electronic scoreboard in the center of the field. Overall champions, White Team. The moment it was announced, ecstatic cheers erupted from the Class B and Class C tents. In contrast, a heavy silence settled over the Red Team camp. Even looking solely at the first years, Class A had successfully achieved first place overall. I myself had been selected as the best first-year athlete, while the overall MVP of the entire festival was third-year Student Council President Manabu Horikita, and our class had steadily accumulated points throughout every event. However, the reason the red team ultimately lost was obvious. Class D had been completely manipulated by Sakayanagi of Class B and Ryuan of Class C. Their participation list had been leaked, their weaknesses precisely targeted, and their points mercilessly stripped away until they were effectively crushed. And above all, Nagumo, who controlled the entire second year, had maneuvered things so the white team would maintain the lead while still securing first place for his own class. If the red team had won, our first-year Class A would have gained a massive 200 class point advantage over Class B due to the overall victory bonus. Nagumo likely couldn't tolerate someone else taking away the identity of the one who controls an entire year. That overwhelming disadvantage ultimately doomed the red team. The updated class point standings after combining pre-exam scores with sports festival penalties were: Class A, Ichino's 1157 CP-50 is equal to 1107 CP. Class B, Sakayanagi 924 CP-50 is equal to 874 CP. Class C, Ryuan 658 CP plus, or minus 0, is equal to 658 CP. Class D, Horikita 112 CP minus 200 is equal to 0 CP. The red team lost overall and took the penalty, but at least we successfully prevented Class B from narrowing the gap by maintaining first place among the first years. Inside the Class A tent, the students looked gloomy. Damn it. Even though we took first place in our year, we still lost 50 class points because the red team lost. Shibata muttered bitterly. It couldn't be helped. Class D dragged us down way too much. I never thought they'd lose that badly. Amikura sighed. To dispel the heavy atmosphere, Hanami Ichinos stepped into the center of the tent and clapped loudly. Everyone, heads up. Sure, we lost points in the end, but Class A itself still got first place in the year. That happened because everyone worked together and gave it their all. Let's make up for this frustration in the next exam. Her bright smile and encouraging words gradually restored life to the students' faces. She's right. We did what we had to do. This isn't the time to lower our gaze and stop moving forward. Kanzaki nodded, and the class atmosphere slowly became positive again. As expected of Ichinos. That mentality and leadership are seriously dependable. Sitting deeply in my folding chair, I calmly reviewed the sports festival in my mind. This was a complete strategic victory for Ryuan, Sakayanagi, and Nagumo. Well, in Nagumo's case, it was also because I constantly provoked him and perfectly seasoned his pride issue about not wanting someone else to control the first years. I seriously need to reflect on that. But every time someone provokes me, my mouth automatically counterattacks. Still, thanks to the precautions we took beforehand against direct interference from classes B and C, not a single person in our class got injured. That's a major gain. I glanced toward Class D's tent in the distance. Horikita's situation is unfortunate, but that collision alone isn't enough to prove intent, so she'll probably have to swallow it. More importantly, the leaked participation list. Considering the state of Class D, there's definitely a traitor among them, whether bought off with points or threatened by Ryuan. But if it were Kiyotaka, he could easily have prevented the betrayal, or leaked a fake participation list instead. Knowing him, maybe he intends to use even this defeat for something. As I sank into thought, Hiyori came jogging over. Sōsuke-kun. You were amazing today. You looked so cool. She praised me with a radiant smile. Yes. Hiyori praised me, and I'm ridiculously happy. But this wasn't my accomplishment alone. Everyone worked incredibly hard. Even if we lost class points because I provoked Nagumo too much, everyone still gave their best without getting hurt. They all really did great. I wanted to smile warmly and express gratitude toward my classmates. Instead, what emerged from my mouth was an absurdly grandiose final boss speech. The brilliance of an individual alone cannot illuminate the vast heavens. What is truly beautiful are the footprints of those who, though stained by mud, continued onward together while reaching for the stars. The loss of a mere stone upon the board becomes meaningless before such unwavering progress. Aizen-kun. The surrounding classmates tilted their heads in confusion. Did Aizen-kun get mad because the red team lost? Is he disappointed in us because we didn't do enough? The atmosphere in the tent instantly became tense. But Hiyori simply giggled softly before turning toward the others. Don't worry, everyone. Sōsuke-kun is saying, this result wasn't because of me alone, but because everyone worked hard together. Even though we lost class points, the most important thing is that everyone gave their best without getting injured. Is that what he meant, Aizen-kun? Aizen-kun was actually praising us. Thank goodness. I thought he was angry. Thanks to Hiyori's perfect interpretation, relief immediately spread throughout the tent, and warm laughter returned once more. Hiyori. Thank you. Without you, my sincere gratitude would have sounded like the whimsical evaluation of a demon king. Meanwhile, unlike the cheerful white team camp and the recovering Class A atmosphere, the mood in Class D's tent resembled a funeral. Due to their crushing defeat, the class points they had desperately built up had cruelly fallen back to 0. Susan Horikita, despite being completely exhausted and injured, had apparently managed to persuade Sudo to return after he stormed off earlier, but it was far too late to salvage anything. Hey! If that guy had actually tried from the beginning, wouldn't the results have been way better? Ike and Yamauchi glared resentfully toward one person. Their target was Kiyotaka Ayanokoji, the boy who had displayed speed comparable to Student Council President Manabu Horikita during the final relay. Seriously? He's always slacking off, then suddenly acts cool only when it matters. If he'd gone all out in every event, maybe the red team would have won. Please stop, Ike-kun, Yamauchi-kun. Ayanokoji-kun worked really hard during the relay. Kushida and Hirata desperately tried to calm them down, but the distrust and frustration that had accumulated through repeated unfair losses couldn't disappear so easily. Even amidst the swamp-like atmosphere, Ayanokoji alone remained completely expressionless, staring silently at the field as though none of the surrounding noise even existed. I already knew Kushida would betray us and leak information to Ryuan. That's why I intentionally chose not to intervene. Rather than ending things halfway, it was better for Horikita to be completely crushed once, to force fundamental growth upon her. At the same time, the class needed to fully understand the reality that someone among them was willing to betray the class itself. Ayanokoji calmly reviewed the sports festival in his mind. It was slightly unexpected that Ryuan would cooperate with Sakayanagi and attack Class D this thoroughly. But in the end, it became the perfect stage to completely break Horikita's pride and make her confront her own powerlessness. Even the class points dropping back to 0 meant little to him. It was merely a necessary expense toward his objective. Now Class D has nothing left to lose. The only real issue is that Chabashira will become even more troublesome about forcing us upward. The criticism of his classmates and the loss of points were insignificant noise to him. What exactly he was thinking, and what strategies he was preparing for the next battlefield, no one knew. And so the chaotic sports festival came to a quiet close, leaving behind deep scars and new sparks of conflict for every class. Chapter 39, 2003 words. The frenzy of the sports festival faded away, as if it had all been a lie. An advanced nurturing high school was gradually being swallowed by the quiet of dusk. While most students returned to their dorms or headed to Kiyaki Mall to celebrate victory, Kiyotaka Ayanokoji alone walked toward the deserted special building. The one who guided him there was Class B's Masumi Kamuro. We're here. I'm not the one who wants to see you. In the dim hallway of the special building, hidden from the surveillance camera's blind spots, Kamuro tossed those words out irritably and left without waiting for a response. Only silence remained, illuminated solely by the setting sun pouring through the windows. It's been a while, Kiyotaka Ayanokoji-kun. Breaking the silence came the rhythmic tapping of a cane, and the cool voice of a young girl. Emerging from the darkness was the leader of Class B, Arisa Sakayanagi. Her silver hair swayed gently as she smiled with calm confidence, like she were greeting an old acquaintance. "We should be meeting for the first time," Ayanokoji answered in his usual flat tone. As far as he remembered, they had never spoken directly since entering this school. But Sakayanagi paid no mind to his cold attitude, and let out a soft laugh while holding her cane with both hands. "Yes, this is our first direct conversation. But I've known about you for a very long time. Since your days in the White Room, in fact." The White Room. The moment those words left Sakayanagi's lips, a cold glint flashed deep within Ayanokoji's eyes. His expression didn't change. His breathing didn't change. Even his heartbeat remained steady. But his brain began processing information at unprecedented speed. There's no way a student at this school should know that term. Was information leaked from outside? No. That facility would never allow that. Then, who are you? At his short question, Sakayanagi narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. My father is the chairman of this advanced nurturing high school. And he is also one of the investors behind that facility, the White Room. I see. The chairman's daughter. Yes. Once my father brought me to tour the facility. Through a thick magic mirror, I saw you carrying out assignments in that cold, emotionless environment, and I also saw Sōsuke Aizen-kun. Hearing her explanation, Ayanokoji finally understood how she knew his past. Before we continue, do you mind? Ayanokoji took his smartphone out of his pocket. Oh? Something urgent. There's a bit of cleanup I want to handle. It'll only take a moment. He operated the screen and sent an email. The recipient was Ryuan Kakeru, leader of Class C. Attached to the email was a single audio file. It was a hidden recording from when Ryuan had loudly declared in Class C's classroom that he would crush Horikita completely while discussing strategy. As long as an unpredictable bug like Sōsuke Aizen exists in this school, I can't afford to stay defenseless. Ayanokoji reflected on his own schemes. To prepare pieces he could use against Aizen, or perhaps shields to protect himself, he had set his sights on Kei Karuizawa. During the summer cruise ship exam, discussions with other classes only happened once on the first day. But in that brief interaction, Ayanokoji noticed the behavior of the Class C girls, led by Manabe, who kept provoking Karuizawa, as well as Karuizawa's unnaturally terrified reaction. He sensed the deep darkness hidden inside her, and judged that she could be useful as a pawn. Using an anonymous email account, Ayanokoji lured both Karuizawa and Manabe's group into an underground area of the ship without cameras. He intentionally orchestrated a bullying incident and secretly recorded the entire scene as evidence. Afterward, he appeared before Karuizawa, who had sunk into despair after having her traumatic past reopened, and exposed the true nature she had hidden from everyone. Then he told her, "I'll protect you." Desperate for a new host to cling to, Karuizawa's spirit became completely dependent on him, and he obtained her as a pawn absolutely loyal to him. At the same time, he used the bullying footage as leverage against Manabe, threatening her into acting as a spy inside Class C. That was how he obtained recordings of Ryuan's strategy meetings for the sports festival. After confirming the email had been sent, Ayanokoji returned the phone to his pocket. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "Not at all. Foo-foo. I don't know what kind of board you just moved, but your actions are wonderfully efficient." Smiling, Sakayanagi slowly closed the distance between them. "Now then. Shall we continue our earlier discussion?" The warmth disappeared from her voice, replaced by a sharp, icy determination. Genius is determined the moment one is born, by DNA itself. I will never acknowledge an artificial genius created through education. She lightly tapped the floor with her cane and stared straight at him. By defeating you, the masterpiece of the White Room, I will prove that the philosophy behind that facility is wrong. The one worthy of burying a fake genius like you is me, a true natural-born genius. It was a clear declaration of war. But Ayanokoji remained perfectly calm, and simply replied with facts. Can you really bury me? More importantly, why are you so obsessed with me? What about Sōsuke Aizen, who's overwhelming everyone in Class A? Are you satisfied just because you won the sports festival? At that question, Sakayanagi gave an unexpected response. Instead of hostility, she smiled with obvious enjoyment, and even a trace of admiration. Foo-foo. White team certainly won the sports festival, but calling that my victory would be inaccurate. If anything, Ryuin-kun and Nagumo-senpai deserve most of the credit. Personally, I simply couldn't allow the point gap between our class and Class A, with Aizen-kun in it, to grow any larger, so our interests aligned. And besides, if you look at the yearly rankings, Class A still came in first. In practice, it was practically Aizen-kun's victory. No one on that board was capable of stopping him. As for Aizen-kun, yes, I've already played chess with him before. Foo-foo-foo. He is magnificent. A mutant completely unrelated to the White Room framework, without question, a genuine genius. Sitting across the board from him was an exhilarating, supreme experience. So they've already met. Ayanokoji silently organized the information. Sakayanagi and Aizen. Two geniuses had already encountered each other beneath the surface and tested one another's abilities. Competing against him is certainly tempting. However, my personal top priority remains the denial of the artificial genius. Which means, Ayanokoji-kun, you are still my primary target. She paused briefly, tightening her grip on the cane before smiling more aggressively. Of course, as the leader of Class B, I also intend to drag down the absurd genius ruling over Class A. The summit of this school must belong to a natural-born genius like myself. Do as you like. But I have no intention of playing games with you. Foo-foo. Eventually, whether you like it or not, you'll end up sitting across the board from me. For today, this greeting will suffice. Farewell, Ayanokoji-kun. Sakayanagi elegantly bowed before slowly leaving with the tapping of her cane echoing down the hallway. As she walked through the corridor darkened by the setting sun, Arisa Sakayanagi recalled a memory buried deep in her heart. Aizen-kun is undoubtedly a true genius. But what about you, Ayanokoji-kun? The cold white room she had once seen through the magic mirror. There, children too young to understand anything were subjected to brutal education that looked more like abuse than training. Children screaming. Children vomiting. Children unable to keep up with the curriculum being discarded. Even now, she vividly remembered her father's sorrowful expression as he watched that horrifying scene, as though he were about to cry. I can never acknowledge the success of such an inhuman facility. That kind of twisted education should never be permitted in human society. That was why she had to prove it. That innate DNA was everything. That no matter how harshly someone was artificially cultivated, they could never surpass a natural genius. With everything I have, I will deny you, and the very concept of the White Room itself. Meanwhile, walking in the opposite direction, Ayanokoji also sighed inwardly at how troublesome his situation had become. Arisa Sakayanagi had discovered his identity and declared war on him. Ryuin Kakeru was likely raging over the audio file and desperately hunting for spies by now. And above all, the most unsettling existence was Sōsuke Aizen, who had completely seized control of Class A, Chabashira. Sakayanagi, Ryuin, and Sōsuke Aizen. The encirclement surrounding Ayanokoji was steadily tightening. This is going to become troublesome. Expressionless as always, Ayanokoji continued walking through the dark hallway. Meanwhile, while silent sparks flew in the special building, a completely different atmosphere filled a room in the boys' dormitory of Class A, warm, peaceful. Ju-woo-woo. From the kitchen came the mouth-watering aroma and sizzling sound of meat cooking. Wearing an apron, Sōsuke Aizen expertly cooked premium Japanese black beef steak in a frying pan with godlike precision. Perfect. Medium rare done flawlessly. With the abnormal senses and processing power of the Aizen specs, I can control heat better than a Michelin 3-star chef. The red wine and special soy sauce reduction is perfect too. Internally striking a victory pose, I carried the beautifully plated dishes to the dining table. The Class A celebration party was scheduled for tomorrow. But tonight was special. My best friend, and the greatest source of healing in this school, Hiyori Shina, had come to visit my room carrying luxury sweets, saying, "Thank you for all your hard work today. I wanted to celebrate with you a little. A small private after-party for just the two of us." Wow! It smells amazing, Sōsuke-kun. It's like a high-class restaurant. Seeing the extravagant dishes laid out on the table, Hiyori's eyes sparkled. Today she wore a fluffy white dress, making her look every bit like a little angel. Hiyori's smile is healing my exhausted body. All right, I should properly tell her, you worked really hard at the sports festival too, Hiyori. Eat a lot and relax tonight. I smiled gently and sat across from her. But even in such a peaceful and precious setting, the stylish poetry system born from my overwhelming ego completely ignored the atmosphere. Only warriors who have laid down their swords after battle are permitted this tranquility. A fleeting moment spent beside a single blooming flower surpasses even the supreme throne itself. Now then, let us forget the false battlefield and begin the true banquet. Translation: Great job at the sports festival, Hiyori. Eat plenty and relax tonight. Fufu. Thank you very much. Hiyori immediately understood my true meaning perfectly, and smiled brightly like a flower blooming. You were amazing today too, Sōsuke-kun. You looked really cool. Itadakimasu. She took a bite of steak. The moment she did, her eyes widened in shock and her cheeks practically melted in delight. What is this? The meat melted in my mouth. And the sauce is incredible. I'm glad it suits your taste. Internally, I was celebrating wildly while starting my own meal. We talked peacefully about the sports festival and books we wanted to read next in the library. Big class parties where everyone gets noisy together are fun too. But spending quiet time like this with a best friend I truly trust, this is really nice. Sipping warm tea, I watched Hiyori's happy smile. In this school where every class schemed and betrayed one another, this time with Hiyori was my one irreplaceable source of peace. The island exam, the cruise ship exam, and now the sports festival. A lot has happened, but if it's to protect this everyday life, then I feel like I can keep giving it my all. Outside the window, night had completely fallen. For now, forgetting about whatever trials might come next, I quietly immersed myself in this warm celebration with my best friend. Chapter 40, 2,474 words. The day after the sports festival, Sunday. A little after noon, the students of first-year Class A had gathered inside a spacious party room at a large karaoke venue in Kiyaki Mall, one large enough to hold dozens of people. Everyone got their drinks. Then, standing at the front of the room with a microphone in hand, Hanami Ichinos looked around at her classmates with a radiant smile. This sports festival ended with us losing a few class points, but we still managed to take first place within the first years. More importantly, everyone worked together, gave it their all, and made it through without injuries. Let's use this teamwork to overcome the next exam too, as Class A together. Anyway, great work, everyone. Cheers. Cheers. The sound of glasses clinking echoed throughout the room. Even though their class points had decreased by 50 due to the festival penalty, their biggest rival, Class B, had suffered the exact same deduction, meaning the gap between them hadn't shrunk at all. Combined with the pride of ranking first among the first years, nobody looked particularly downhearted. The tables were covered with party food, fries, pizza, fried chicken, and the students chatted happily while praising one another's performances from yesterday. Aizen's last relay was insane. You totally left Nagumo-senpai in the dust. Shibata smacked my shoulder repeatedly while holding a cola. Indeed. Without that comeback, we might not even have taken first place among the first years. Aizen, thank you again. Kanzaki nodded seriously. Think nothing of it. It was not that they were slow. Merely that the laws of this world could not keep pace with the stride by which I ascend to the throne. Translation, you're welcome. It was thanks to the baton everyone passed to me. Ha ha ha, Aizen's scale is always ridiculous. My classmates had begun acquiring the skill to treat my poems as Aizen jokes, laughing them off as they started cueing karaoke songs one after another. Amid the lively music, Hiyori, sitting beside me, fidgeted while staring at the karaoke tablet. Sōsuke. Would it be all right if I tried singing too? I smiled gently, intending to wholeheartedly encourage her. I shall permit it. Let the melody spilling from your soul color this space as it wills. Sing beside me to your heart's content. Translation, of course. I'd love to hear you sing, Hiyori. Hee, thank you. Even in response to my absurdly grandiose approval, Hiyori only smiled bashfully and selected a song. Eventually, her turn arrived. The song she chose was a soft, adorable ballad. Holding the microphone tightly with both hands, cheeks slightly red, Hiyori began singing in a sweet, crystal-clear voice like the chirping of a little bird. Oh! A great angel has descended. What is this healing space? Is she emitting negative ions? This is the best. Internally, I was waving glow sticks at maximum speed while tears streamed from my eyes as I listened. When she finished, the class erupted into applause. Shina-san is so cute. That was so soothing. Phew. I was nervous. As Hiyori returned to her seat slightly out of breath, I tried to praise her sincerely. I commend you. The melody you spun transformed this room into a heavenly garden. Few miracles have ever delighted my ears to such an extent. Translation, you were amazing. Your singing was incredible. Ah, thank you very much. Hearing you say that makes me glad I worked up the courage to sing. Even my overly dramatic praise poem made Hiyori beam with joy. Sōsuke, aren't you going to sing? I'd really love to hear your singing too. Hiyori looked up at me with sparkling eyes full of expectation. Ugh. There's no way I can refuse when she looks at me like that. Fine, guess I'll give it a shot. I picked up the karaoke tablet and selected a famous jazz-style classic everyone knew. As the intro began and I stood up with the microphone, the entire room buzzed with excitement. Ooh! The perpetually arrogant Aizen was finally going to sing. Everyone watched nervously, wondering what kind of chaos would unfold. Then, I began to sing. The voice that filled the room was an unbelievably deep, rich, overwhelmingly seductive baritone powerful enough to shake the speakers. Thanks to the abnormal lung capacity and vocal control granted by Aizen specs, my pitch and vibrato were so flawless even professional opera singers would run away barefoot in defeat. Matching the mood of the song perfectly, my voice alternated between gentle and powerful with absolute perfection. In one corner of the room, Kanzaki stared in shock. Wah! He's actually singing normally. Kanzaki's thoughts descended into complete chaos. No, he's insanely good. But this is Aizen we're talking about. I was absolutely convinced he'd ignore the lyrics halfway through and start reciting original poetry. Yet somehow he's just absurdly good at singing. As expected of Aizen. A man who always exceeds expectations. Ignoring Kanzaki's completely misguided astonishment, I finished the song flawlessly and set the microphone down. Ohu! Aizen is amazing. He's like a professional. So cool. Thunderous applause filled the room. I bowed gracefully and returned to my seat. Sōsuke. That was incredible. You're really amazing at singing. I was completely captivated. Hiyori clapped enthusiastically beside me. Yes. Hiyori praised me so much. I'm glad I sang. Embarrassed, I tried to answer casually. Ordinary people fear the death known as silence and spin meaningless noise to escape it. But if you desire it, I would not mind painting this world over with my voice and making all existence swear eternal submission. Translation: if it made you happy, then I'm glad I sang even though I was embarrassed. Eek. Wait, what? Are we all about to be conquered by Aizen-kun? Nearby, Shiranami and Kobashi turned pale, and clung to each other in terror, after hearing my overwhelmingly villainous declaration. But Hiyori simply smiled and calmly translated. Don't worry, Shiranami-san, Kobashi-san. He's saying, if everyone enjoyed it, then I'm glad I worked up the courage to sing even though I was embarrassed. Sōsuke is actually kind of shy. Are really? Geez, Aizen-kun, don't scare us like that. Thanks to Hiyori's perfect interpretation, the room quickly returned to its cheerful atmosphere. A few days later. Several days after the karaoke celebration. The student council room after school was enveloped in an unusually solemn and heavy atmosphere. Today was the succession ceremony where third-year Manabu Horikita would step down as student council president, and second-year Miyabi Nagumo would officially assume the role. With tomorrow's transition ceremony, I will relinquish my position as student council president. Nagumo, the rest is yours. Standing in the center of the room, Manabu Horikita addressed Nagumo with calm but absolute authority. Yes, leave it to me, Horikita-senpai. I'll transform this boring school you built into what meritocracy was truly meant to be. Nagumo grinned fearlessly and reached for the transfer documents in Manabu's hands. But just before handing them over, Manabu stopped. There is one condition. A condition? I will acknowledge you as president. However, under the new student council structure, Aizen Sōsuke must remain in the position of vice president. That is my absolute condition. TCH. The moment he heard those words, Nagumo's smile vanished and he clicked his tongue openly in irritation. To him, the underclassman who constantly looked down on him was nothing more than an eyesore he wanted expelled from the student council immediately. But defying the current president here would stain his own inauguration. Fine. If it's your final order, Horikita-senpai, I'll accept it. I'll just work him to the bone beneath me. Nagumo glared at me while speaking bitterly. Wow, he's glaring hard. Honestly, I don't want to work under such a petty upperclassman either. But if Manabu-senpai asked me, I can't just quit. More importantly, if I want to protect my classmates from the mass expulsion system this guy wants to create, I need to stay in the student council as a breakwater against him. Internally sighing, I tried to reply politely. But Aizen Sōsuke's pride could never stay silent in the face of such petty provocation. Do you truly believe someone of your caliber can control me? The temperature in the student council room seemed to drop below freezing instantly. My voice echoed low, cold, and utterly emotionless. I move solely to crush those who seek to dominate me. If you wish to amuse yourself playing king upon your borrowed throne, I shall not interfere. But should you trespass even slightly into my domain, then I will crush your throne itself beyond recognition. Translation: since Manabu-senpai asked me, I'll do my best as vice president to protect everyone in my class. Aizen. Veins bulged on Nagumo's forehead as the grinding of his teeth echoed through the room. He looked moments away from grabbing me by the collar, but barely restrained himself because Manabu stood right there. Heh. You're as uncompromising as ever, Aizen. Manabu chuckled softly before finally handing the documents to Nagumo and turning back to me. Apparently, he had interpreted my speech as a clear warning against Nagumo's recklessness and proof of Aizen's resolve to protect the students. I will no longer interfere with the student council. Judge this school with your own methods. Humph. I shall endeavor to do so. And so, amid a painfully tense atmosphere, the student council transfer was somehow completed successfully. That night, still carrying the aftereffects of the transition ceremony, the student council members gathered at an upscale yakiniku restaurant in Kiyaki Mall. It was a farewell party for Manabu Horikita, and Akane Tachibana. The attendees were Manabu and Tachibana, the new president Nagumo, the new vice president Kiriyama and myself, and first-year secretary Hanami Ichinos. Juwu. Thick premium kalbi sizzled on the grill, fat dripping beautifully. Manabu-senpai really loves yakiniku, huh? He's usually so strict and disciplined, but his eyes sparkle a little in front of grilled meat. The gap is kind of funny. Thinking that to myself, I flipped the meat with tongs at the perfect timing. Aizen. Mine rare. Only crimson untouched by flame befits you. Naturally, I understand. Translation, got it. Rare. Mine too. I want mine cooked thoroughly. The fleeting instant before it falls into ash. I shall preserve that moment of greatest beauty for you. Translation, Tachibana-senpai looks like she'd burn it, so I'll cook it perfectly for her. Aizen-kun, can you do mine too? Indeed. The heat upon this battlefield is entirely under my dominion. Entrust yourself without fear. Translation, leave it to me. I'll make it delicious. Nagumo and Kiriyama were glaring at me like I'd killed their parents, but I ignored them completely. The four of us, Manabu, Tachibana, Ichinos, and I enjoyed the yakiniku together peacefully. The meal was surprisingly warm and enjoyable as everyone reminisced about student council memories and the sports festival. When Tachibana laughed and said, "Honestly, when Aizen-kun first joined the student council, I thought we were doomed. But you actually handled the work perfectly, so you really helped us out." Even though she hadn't touched alcohol, her cheeks were red. Seeing that made my heart feel warm too. Eventually, the meal ended, and it became time to present farewell gifts. Nagumo, Kiriyama, and Ichinos each gave their presents first. Then my turn came. Manabu. Tachibana. I stood up and handed them 2 paper bags. Inside. For Manabu, a luxury fountain pen. For Tachibana, a premium tea set with high-quality tea leaves and cups. I want Manabu-senpai to continue writing the path he believes in. And I want Tachibana-senpai to relax and heal a little. I truly respect both of them. Thank you for everything these past months. I'm cheering for your futures. I intended to say those heartfelt words sincerely. But naturally, my soul refused to read the atmosphere even at the very end. This pen is not meant to record the past. It is a blade with which to carve the future battlefield you envision using your own blood. First came the poem while handing Manabu the pen. And peace comes only after struggle. Do not drown in this sweet fragrance, instead, let it become the strength by which you rise once more. Then the poem accompanying Tachibana's tea set. Prove with your backs that my judgment of you was not mistaken. Translation, thank you for everything. I'll be cheering for both of you. Nagumo and Kiriyama looked utterly horrified at my absurdly heavy, Demon King-like speech, while Ichinos looked nervously anxious. But the reactions of the guests of honor were completely different. Heh. Manabu quietly accepted the fountain pen, and nodded deeply in satisfaction. A blade to carve the future battlefield. I see. I accept your expectations. Until the day I graduate, witness my battle to the end, Aizen. Manabu-senpai, how did you interpret my poem like that? Why does it sound so profound to him? Well, he's happy, so whatever. Meanwhile, Akane Tachibana laughed softly as she accepted the tea set. Honestly, you really are the same to the very end, Aizen-kun. Though sounding exasperated, tears shimmered faintly in her eyes. You're arrogant, always talking down to people. But I understand the kindness hidden beneath your words. Thank you, Aizen-kun. I'll treasure this. Seeing tears in Tachibana-senpai's eyes made me feel slightly embarrassed, and I quietly sat back down. And so, the farewell party for the former student council president and secretary came to a close, leaving behind a strangely warm feeling. Late that night, back in my dorm room alone, I lay on my bed staring at the ceiling. It's over. The sports festival. The student council with Manabu-senpai and the others. I exhaled deeply. Back in the first semester, when Manabu-senpai practically dragged me into the student council by force, I genuinely thought it was annoying. I kept wondering why I had to work in such an organization. Manabu Horikita. Strict, yet more devoted to the school than anyone else. Akane Tachibana. Always flustered, always trying her best, the emotional support of the student council. The months I spent working alongside them had not been bad at all. Thinking the student council room will be without those two now feels kind of lonely. Closing my eyes in the quiet room, I pictured the backs of the departing upperclassmen. But there was no time to drown in sentimentality. Starting tomorrow, the student council would enter a new era ruled by Miyabi Nagumo. And the merciless special exams between classes would continue attacking us without pause. Kiyotaka Ayana Koji. Arisa Sakayanaji. Kakeru Ryuan. Miyabi Nagumo. The invisible game board had already begun turning quietly toward the next battle. No matter how unreasonable the situation becomes, if it's with everyone in Class A, we'll overcome it. A faint smile rose to my lips as I drifted off to sleep. Chapter 41, Chapter 41. 1921 words. October arrived and a cool autumn breeze swept across the school grounds. The excitement of the sports festival had completely faded, and inside the enormous gymnasium of Advanced Nurturing High School, students from every grade had gathered together under a solemn atmosphere. Today was the day of the student council transition ceremony, where the third-year student council members would retire and hand leadership over to the new council. At the center of the stage stood the former student council president, Manabu Horikita, beside the newly appointed president, Miyabi Nagumo. As of today, the third-year officers will step down from managing the student council. From here on, Advanced Nurturing High School will be led by the new administration centered around President Nagumo. Manabu's short speech carried overwhelming authority. The gymnasium erupted into applause. Manabu-senpai. Tachibana-senpai, thank you for all your hard work. From the edge of the stage where the officers sat, I quietly watched their backs and offered my appreciation inwardly. Then Nagumo stepped up to the microphone, wearing his usual fearless grin, as he looked over the student body. My name is Miyabi Nagumo from Class 2A, the new student council president. The disciplined school Horikita-senpai built was certainly admirable. But I intend to change the current state of this school. A murmur spread through the gym. True meritocracy. A school where those with ability are properly recognized and can climb to the top. That is the ideal I seek. From now on, I'll make this school far more interesting with my methods. It was a speech perfectly suited to Nagumo, provocative, overflowing with confidence in his own power. The second-year students aligned with him broke into enthusiastic cheers. Afterward came the introduction of the new council officers. Kiriyama from Class 2B would be promoted to vice president. The other vice president would remain me, Sōsuke Aizen of Class 1A, likewise, Hanami Ichinos would continue as secretary. And newly joining the council as secretaries were two second-year boys from Class 2A, Tanakawa and Mizawaki. Sigh. So it turned out like this after all. As I watched the two new members bow on stage, I sighed inwardly. Nagumo stuffed two of his own lackeys into the student council. Now the entire council is practically filled with his faction. And honestly, Tanakawa and Mizawaki. They're so forgettable I can't even tell which one is which. Whatever. I'll just register them in my brain as Mob A and Mob B. After school, the new student council. The first student council meeting under the new administration was wrapped in a strangely awkward atmosphere. Tanakawa-senpai, Mizawaki-senpai, these document formats are organized in this file here. Oh, I see. So we just copy this over there. Yes, exactly. Also, regarding the club application forms. At one corner desk, Ichino's, a first year, was painstakingly teaching the two newly appointed second years how to do secretary work. Normally, seniors should be the ones teaching juniors. But the two had entered the council solely because they were Nagumo's yes men, meaning they had absolutely no practical experience. Meanwhile, Nagumo lounged arrogantly at the president's desk, occasionally glancing at me while grinning maliciously. Ugh, what a pain. While reviewing paperwork at my desk, I internally groaned. He keeps smirking at me like he's so proud of himself. He's obviously trying to say, "See, Aizen. Aside from Ichino's, everyone here belongs to my faction." Is he really trying that hard to isolate me? This guy's supposed to be incredibly capable at manipulating people, so why does he act like such a petty villain specifically around me? Does he just want attention? Ignoring Nagumo's irritating gaze completely, I continued calmly handling my work without expression. And thus, the new student council under Miyabi Nagumo began, with an incredibly annoying atmosphere hanging over it. Several days later, mid-October. During homeroom in Class A, Chie Hashinomiya announced the rules for the next special exam, scheduled for early December. Okay, everyone, pay attention. The next final exam isn't just an ordinary test. It's called the paper shuffle. This exam can dramatically change class points, so make sure you remember the rules. The rules written on the blackboard and explained by Hashinomiya were extremely complicated and harsh. Paper shuffle, exam rules. The test consists of 8 subjects. Each subject contains 50 questions worth 100 points total. Each class will create exam questions for another class to solve, attack, while simultaneously solving questions created by another class, defense. Attack, compare your class's average score against the target class's average. The winning class steals 50 class points from the loser. Defense, compare your class's average against the class that targeted you. The winner steals 50 class points. Classes may choose which class to target beforehand. However, if multiple classes target the same class, selection will be determined by lottery. If a class fails to create questions before the deadline, the school will provide an extremely easy test instead. Students must form pairs of 2 within their class and take the exam together. Pair assignments will be determined by the school based on results from a pre-exam quiz, 100 questions, middle school level. If a pair scores 60 points or lower in even one subject, both students are expelled. If the pair's overall score falls below the school's borderline, both students are expelled. Every year, this exam results in at least 1 or 2 pairs being expelled. Also, since Class A has 41 students and Class C has 39, there'll naturally be 1 student left without a partner, right? That student will be selected randomly based on the quiz results, but don't worry, the failing standards will be halved for solo students. So do your best not to get expelled. Despite Hashinomiya's casual tone, the classroom atmosphere became heavy. This was a survival exam that combined direct competition between classes with the terrifying penalty of expulsion. As I reviewed the rules mentally, I calmly realized just how unfavorable this exam was. I see. Unlike the island or cruise ship exams, this isn't something that can be overturned by one individual's brilliance or improvisation. This exam purely measures the academic strength of the entire class. And when it comes to academics, Sakayanagi's Class B is clearly superior based on past test averages. Even if I score perfect marks in every subject, this is decided by class averages. One person alone can't carry the entire class. This is going to be an extremely difficult battle. After school, strategy meeting. Later in my dorm room, the intellectual core of Class A gathered for a strategy meeting. Ichino's, Kanzaki, and Hiyori. Here everyone, I brewed some tea. There are madeleines as snacks too. Thank you, Hiyori-chan. It smells amazing. Hiyori elegantly arranged the teacups. After taking a sip of tea, Ichino's expression turned serious. About the paper shuffle. I think the key point is definitely the pre-exam quiz that determines the pairs. Yes. The invisible cards distributed beforehand shall determine the fated pairings. Kanzaki crossed his arms and agreed with a slightly more stylish tone than usual. Kanzaki, he's becoming more Chuyuni. I set down my teacup and spoke quietly. A game without punishment is merely a prelude for arranging the board. To bind heaven and earth together, forging chains that support the fools, that is the quiz's true purpose. Hiyori smiled softly and translated as usual. He means, there's no expulsion penalty during the quiz. Therefore, the school will probably pair top students with weaker students to balance them out. Yeah. I think so too. Ichino's face brightened. If they pair strong students with weak ones, one can cover for the other and help them pass the border line. I agree with Aizen-kun's theory. But... Her expression darkened slightly. Our class has 41 students now because Hiyori-chan joined us. That means someone will end up alone, and we don't know who. That's true. If a weaker student gets chosen as the solo participant, there won't be anyone to cover for them. Hiyori nodded worriedly. The only solution is to hold study sessions and raise the overall academic level of the class. The bigger issue is which class we should attack. Kanzaki steered the conversation forward. In terms of total points, our Class A has the advantage because we have more students. But this exam is decided by average scores. Which means against Sakayanagi's academically specialized Class B, victory will be difficult. If we could crush Class B here, the point gap would become huge. Aizen, what do you think? After a brief moment of thought, I answered quietly. The beasts covered in mud will tear into one another within their cramped cages. Meanwhile, the White Queen who smiles elegantly shall bare her fangs directly at our throats. As past records show, her pieces are slightly heavier than ours. Meaning? Ichino's blinked blankly while Kanzaki closed his eyes and desperately tried to interpret my words. Only Hiyori giggled softly. He means, Ryuan's Class C and Horikita-san's Class D will probably target each other. And given Sakayanagi-san's aggressive personality, Class B will definitely target us, Class A. Based on previous exam results, a straightforward academic battle may be difficult. Ah. I see. Kanzaki nodded in relief. Yeah. If it's purely academics, we really are at a disadvantage against Class B right now. Ichino's thought for a moment before raising her head firmly. But that's exactly why I want to challenge Class B. Why? Even if it likely goes to lottery in the end, wouldn't it be safer to target Class C or D instead? Kanzaki asked calmly. Ichino's answered with unwavering eyes. Sure, if we only care about winning, that's the best option. But if we only pick battles we can easily win, the class itself won't truly grow. Even if we stayed in Class A thanks only to Aizen-kun's strategies and strength, it would be meaningless if everyone else didn't improve too. So even if it's disadvantageous, by challenging Sakayanagi-san's class, maybe we can raise everyone's sense of crisis and improve the entire class academically. Kanzaki deeply considered her words. I see. Instead of chasing easy victories, you want to build the foundation necessary for us to become truly strong. You may be right. Fufu. I agree with Honami-chan too. There's much more to gain when everyone overcomes a difficult obstacle together. Hiyori smiled gently. Oh. As expected of Ichino's. She's not focused on short-term wins, but on the growth of the entire class. Truly the ideal leader. While I applauded internally, Ichino's looked apologetic. Sorry, Aizen-kun. You thought so hard for our sake, and now I'm dragging everyone into my selfish decision. I quietly shook my head and smiled gracefully. There is no need for apology. What fledglings require to soar the skies is not food handed to them, but wings strong enough to face the storm themselves. I shall walk alongside the path you choose to lead. Hiyori translated warmly. He says, you don't need to apologize. I think your idea of challenging Class B for everyone's growth is wonderful. I'll support it with everything I have. Aizen-kun. Hiyori-chan, thank you. Ichino's voice brightened instantly, and Kanzaki nodded firmly. Outside the window, the world continued growing colder as autumn deepened. Yet inside this room, filled with the rich aroma of tea, there was only quiet passion for the coming battle, and the promising signs of their growth. The new special exam, paper shuffle, had quietly begun to move. Chapter 42, 2,360 words. Several days had passed since the rules and outline of the paper shuffle exam had been announced. In Class A's classroom, a detailed strategy meeting centered around their leader, Hanami Ichino's, was underway in preparation for the preliminary mini-test. Everyone, listen up. I think there's a very high chance the school will use the mini-test results to pair top-performing students with lower-performing ones in order to balance things out. So to avoid ending up with unpredictable pairings because of mediocre scores, I want the whole class to intentionally control our scores. Standing at the podium, Ichino's wrote several score categories in large letters across the blackboard. So based on everyone's current academic ability, I'm going to assign each person an individual target score. The 6 score groups will be 100, 80, 60, 30, 10, and 0 points. Looking around at each classmate one by one, Ichino's began giving precise instructions. For example, students who are really good at studying, like Aizen-kun, Hiyori-chan, and Kanzaki-kun, will be in the 100-point group. On the other hand, students who struggle a bit academically, I'll specifically assign some of you to intentionally aim for 0 points. Seriously, Ichino's. If we're allowed to get 0, that's easy as hell. Yep. But in exchange, I promise my study sessions will make absolutely sure nobody fails the real exam. And for the middle-tier students too, I'll carefully balance who belongs in the 80-point group versus the 10-point group, and who goes into the 60-point versus 30-point groups. Using the practice problem sets I handed out, we'll individually train everyone on which questions to solve, and which ones to intentionally skip in order to hit your assigned score. As expected of Ichino's. Watching from my seat, I couldn't help admiring her. There's no way someone could give this level of precise individual score adjustments without perfectly understanding every classmate's current academic ability, strengths, and weaknesses. And not a single person is complaining. Everyone completely trusts Ichino's instructions. She really is the ideal leader who can unite all of Class A's hearts as one. A few days later, the fateful mini-test was held, and the day after that, the results were returned. Naturally, I scored a perfect 100 alongside the top students like Hiyori, Ichino's, and Kanzaki. With Aizen specs, middle school level questions were so easy I could solve them with my eyes closed. Thanks to Ichino's accurate planning and the class's unity, the score distribution turned out exactly as intended, and one after another, students successfully ended up paired with the partners they had aimed for. And then came the final issue. In Class A, which had an odd number of 41 students, one person would be randomly selected to participate alone. Let's see, the solo participant for Class A is Aizen-kun. Since the failing threshold is half that of a pair, you'll need at least 30 points per subject, and the total border score will be around 350. Well, for you, that should be easy. Good luck. Their homeroom teacher Chie Hashinomiya casually announced it while glancing at the sheet in her hand. Oh, it's me. Well, with Aizen specs, I'm guaranteed to score perfect marks in the real exam anyway, so there's no danger of expulsion. Honestly, I'm just relieved a low-performing student wasn't randomly chosen. I let out a quiet sigh of relief inwardly. Then the lottery results for each class's chosen attack target were announced. Okay then, here are the matchups. After the lottery draw, it'll be Class A versus Class B, and Class C versus Class D. The moment the matchups were written on the blackboard, a sharp tension spread through the classroom. As expected, Sakayanagi's class chose us as well. Since both sides nominated each other, this matchup was inevitable. Kanzaki crossed his arms and muttered quietly, a fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Just as Ichinos had proposed, we had deliberately targeted the strongest enemy, Class B. And because they had chosen us as well, our direct confrontation with Arisasaka Yanagi's Class B was officially decided. In an academic battle, they were unquestionably formidable opponents. But Ichinos immediately clapped her hands and smiled brightly, drawing everyone's attention toward her. Everyone. Our opponent is Sakayanagi-san's powerful Class B. But remember, we deliberately chose this challenge because we wanted to break out of our shells and grow stronger. With Class A's unity and all the bonds we've built preparing for this together, we absolutely won't lose to Class B. Let's help each other and achieve the best possible result together. We're gonna do it. Let's beat Class B. Ichinos' passionate words instantly lit up everyone's faces, driving away their fear of the powerful enemy and dramatically boosting the class's morale. After school, students without club activities or errands stayed behind in the classroom, and study sessions between pairs began all at once. As for creating the attack questions for the opposing class, it was decided that a special team centered around the top students, myself, Ichinos, Kanzaki, Hiyori, Sub, Hamaguchi, and Ninomiya, would handle it. We want to target the enemy's weak areas as much as possible, but if we get too clever and make the questions overly difficult, the teachers may reject them during inspection. We have to strike the perfect balance. Kanzaki wore a serious expression while glaring at reference books. Meanwhile, Hiyori looked a little worried as she glanced between Ichinos and me. Sōsuke-kun and Honami-chan both have student council duties too. Are you really okay staying this late every day to work on these questions? It would be terrible if you pushed yourselves too hard and collapsed. Ugh. Hiyori is too much of an angel. She's worried about my health. It's true that participating fully in every study session is difficult because of student council work, but I'll join whenever I can and absolutely help everyone. Deeply touched by her kindness, I tried to confidently reassure her. But naturally, the stylish poem system was in top form today as well. Do not worry. There is no need for me to oversee the board at every moment. But I swear that the decisive move that cuts off the enemy's last breath will unquestionably be delivered by these hands. It's difficult for him to participate every day, but he'll support everyone with all his strength whenever he can, so please don't worry, is what he means. Hiyori translated with a relieved smile. Yep. Once Aizen-kun and I finish our student council work, we'll come straight here too. Let's all do our best together. Ichinos agreed with a bright smile, further strengthening the unity of the question creation team. Several more days passed. That afternoon, Ichinos and I were once again handling work in the student council room after school. As always, the new student council president, Miyabi Nagumo, sat at his desk with a nasty grin plastered across his face while openly observing me. His hand-picked secretaries, Tanakawa and Mizawaki, could barely do any actual work and spent most of their time simply staring blankly at documents. What's wrong, Aizen? Your hands stopped moving. Is this amount of paperwork too much labor for the great vice president? Nagumo mocked me with a sneer. There he goes again with his annoying little provocations. But after the sports festival, I reflected so hard on how my taunting pushed Nagumo into scheming behind the scenes. This time, I'll act like an adult, brush it off smoothly, and leave peacefully. Sighing dramatically in my head, I neatly aligned the stack of documents with a loud bam and stood up. To think that an ant crawling upon the earth would attempt to measure the orbit of the stars passing far above its head. Futile struggling only serves to highlight one's own insignificance, Nagumo. Weiwa. That's not peaceful at all. I just poured gasoline directly onto the fire. What happened to reflecting on the sports festival? Why does my mouth instinctively provoke Nagumo every time I breathe? He's definitely going to start pulling sneaky harassment tactics again later. You bastard. Veins bulged on Nagumo's forehead at my cold poetic provocation. Ichinos, we're leaving. I refuse to breathe this stagnant air any longer. I've already finished processing my share of the paperwork. Okay. Good work today, Nagumo-senpai. With overwhelming processing speed, I completed all my tasks before Nagumo could even complain and quickly left the student council room together with Ichinos. We then returned to the classroom and immersed ourselves in the remaining study session and question creation with our classmates. Phew. I think that's enough studying for today. Everyone, good work. By the time the sun had fully set, Ichinos ended the day's study session. Carrying my bag, I headed toward Kiyaki Mall to buy more groceries. Sōsuke-kun. I also have something to do at Kiyaki Mall. Would it be alright if I came with you? Yeah, of course. Together with Hiyori, who jogged over to me, we headed toward the nighttime Kiyaki Mall. After finishing our shopping at the supermarket, we walked side by side on our way back to the dorms. As we passed along a deserted tree-lined path, someone suddenly called out to us from behind. Well now, Vice President from the first year. Going on a date this late at night with such a cute young lady. You certainly seem relaxed. Turning around, we saw a beautiful upperclassman girl standing there, her long silver hair swaying gently in the night breeze. It was Fuka Kiryuin from Class 2B. Good evening, Kiryuin-senpai. Hiyori politely greeted her. This woman, she must be the free spirit who's the only second year not under Nagumo's control, that Kiriyama keeps complaining about in the student council. Somehow, she gives off the same vibe as that weirdo from Class D. Kuenji. Totally the type who lives by her own rules. So then? A man like you, why are you serving beneath someone as dull as Nagumo? I truly don't understand it. Kiryuin narrowed her eyes with amusement as she questioned me. I'm not serving under him. I'm only doing this because Manabu-senpai asked me to. There's no way I'd willingly work under someone as petty and annoying as Nagumo. Wanting to firmly deny her misunderstanding, I answered. Naturally, in the most stylish way possible. Are you hallucinating? To imagine that I would ever kneel before any throne. I merely mingle among monkeys because it is easier to destroy the cage from within. Just as Hiyori was about to begin translating. Ahahaha. Kiryuin burst into loud, hearty laughter that echoed through the nighttime path. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Calling Nagumo a monkey, what a masterpiece. After clutching her stomach and laughing for a while, she suddenly returned to a calm expression, and gazed directly into my eyes with a seductive smile. So then, Sōsuke Aizen. If you're willing, would you like to join me for dinner after this? I'd love to hear more amusing things from you. Tug. At that exact moment, Hiyori tightly grabbed the sleeve of my uniform. Looking down, I saw her staring up at me with slightly anxious, almost wary eyes. Whoa. Hiyori's grabbing my sleeve to stop me. That's unbelievably adorable. Also, this gorgeous upperclassman suddenly invited me to dinner, but I already planned to eat with Hiyori. Don't interrupt this precious time with my best friend. To reassure Hiyori, I firmly rejected Kiryuin's invitation. The course of the stars has already been decided. I have no time to halt my journey for the whims of a wandering meteor without direction. Fufufu, how unfortunate. I've been thoroughly rejected. Despite my cold refusal, Kiryuin didn't look bothered in the slightest. If anything, her smile only deepened. But now I'm even more interested in a fascinating man like you. That's right. Perhaps I should join the student council as well. No thank you. She definitely won't do any work. She'll just wander around causing chaos. I instinctively rejected the idea with all my might. But then... Wait. If this woman joins the student council, Nagumo and his followers might get thrown off balance by her overwhelming personality and calm down a bit. Fighting poison with poison, right? As long as my workload doesn't increase, maybe it's fine. Changing my train of thought, I gave her permission with a Demon King's smile. Very well. I shall prepare a seat for you at this banquet of madness. Come to the student council room tomorrow. Haha, understood. Then I'll look forward to tomorrow. Good night, Vice President, and to the lovely young lady as well. Waving cheerfully, Kiryuin disappeared into the darkness of the night. After she was gone, Hiyori slowly released my sleeve, and looked up at me with slightly puffed cheeks. Sōsuke-kun. Are mysterious and mature women like Kiryuin-senpai your type? Hiyori's in a bad mood. Could it be because Kiryuin invited me to dinner? Is she jealous? No, there's no way my best friend would feel that way about me. If I misunderstand this, it'll be incredibly embarrassing. Besides, while Kiryuin-senpai is definitely beautiful and model-like, she's totally different from my type. I much prefer spending time with gentle, comforting friends like Hiyori. Still completely oblivious to the true nature of my feelings toward her, I poured all my sincerity into comforting Hiyori. No matter how extravagant and thorn-covered a magnificent rose may be, it could never stir my heart. The only thing that brings me peace is the single white lily quietly blooming beside me. The moment she heard those words, Hiyori's cheeks turned faintly pink. Foo. I'm relieved. Thank goodness. She smiled again after cheering up. I'll keep treasuring her as my greatest best friend forever. Internally striking a victorious pose, I continued walking back to the dorms together with Hiyori. Afterward, we ate dinner together in my room and spent a peaceful evening soothing away the exhaustion of the day. As the brutal paper shuffle exam and the upcoming battle against Sakayanagi's Class B approached, the existence of the maverick Fuka Kiryuin, who was about to leap into Nagumo's student council, threatened to throw the entire board into even greater unpredictability. Chapter 43, 2,195 words. The student council room after school was filled with its usual heavy, stagnant atmosphere. Miyabi Nagumo, the newly appointed student council president, lounged arrogantly behind his spacious desk, while the 2 second-years he had brought in as followers, whom I had already mentally categorized as Mob-A and Mob-B, sat at the desks beside him. They were technically working, flipping through documents and moving their pens around. But their processing speed was painfully slow, like turtles crawling along, and every few minutes they would stop to chat and laugh uselessly. Meanwhile, first-year Secretary Hanami Ichinos and I, the vice president, worked silently without pause. They're technically working, I guess, but why have they been staring at the same document for the last several dozen minutes? I could finish that in 5 seconds. Seriously incompetent. Internally sighing dramatically, I continued clearing mountains of paperwork at terrifying speed. Then, as if cutting straight through the stale atmosphere, a confident knock echoed through the room. Without even waiting for a response, the heavy door swung open. Pardon the intrusion. So this is going to be my new playground from today onward. The one who entered was a beautiful girl with long silver hair that shimmered in the evening sunlight pouring through the windows. Wearing a fearless smile and walking with complete confidence, the second-year Class B student entered the room. Fuka Kiryuin. The instant Nagumo saw her, the smug smile vanished from his face. And Kiriyama, the vice president, clenched his pen so hard it looked like it might snap. Kiryuin. What do you want? Nagumo's voice was probing, unable to fully conceal his displeasure. Don't screw around, Kiryuin. You don't even cooperate with your class's special exams, so why the hell are you stepping into the student council room? Get out immediately. Despite being in the same class, Kiryuin pursued only her own interests, and never contributed to the class's victories, so Kiriyama openly glared at her with fury. But Kiryuin acted as though the two of them were no more significant than pebbles on the roadside. Without even glancing at Nagumo or Kiriyama, she walked straight toward my desk. Sōsuke Aizen. I came as promised. So how exactly do you intend to entertain me? At those words, Nagumo and the 2 mob followers frowned simultaneously. I calmly placed my pen down and rose gracefully to welcome her. Good, good, she actually came. With her here, Nagumo and his lackeys should calm down a bit. Welcome aboard. Welcome to my student council. Translation: Welcome to the student council. Glad to have you here. Your student council. A thick vein bulged on Nagumo's forehead. Don't screw with me, Aizen. The student council isn't your personal property. More importantly, only the president has the authority to appoint council members. Kiriyama slammed his desk and stood up, shouting furiously. But Kiryuin merely shrugged and turned a mocking gaze toward Nagumo. Oh? How strange. Nagumo, didn't you loudly proclaim in front of the entire school that the student council welcomes anyone who wishes to join, and its doors will always remain open? Surely the president himself wouldn't go back on his own words so quickly. GHK. Nagumo froze after being struck right where it hurt. It was true, he had publicly made that declaration to show off his supposed magnanimity. If he rejected Kiryuin now due to personal feelings, it would damage his image. Nice assist, Kiryuin-senpai. Nicely done. Time for me to finish this off and lock in her membership. She wanted to join, so I approved it. What's the problem? Keeping a perfectly composed expression, I addressed Nagumo and the others. Your permission was never required to begin with. I have acknowledged her right to stand upon this board. No further justification exists. Translation: She said she wanted to join, so I approved it. There's no problem, right? You little Aizen. I'm telling you that you don't have the authority to approve anything. Nagumo finally stood up and shouted at me. Know your place, first year. Nagumo was now on the verge of exploding, and Kiriyama was practically foaming with rage. The student council room had become a complete battlefield. Maybe everyone should calm down. Nagumo-senpai, Kiriyama-senpai. If Kiryuin-senpai joins us, we'll have more manpower, right? And Aizen-kun, you shouldn't provoke the upperclassmen either. I kinda see. I'm really sorry. I honestly am trying not to provoke him unnecessarily. But whenever I deal with Nagumo, my roasting ability reaches peak condition somehow. In the end, thanks to Ichino's desperately mediating, Nagumo had no choice but to reluctantly accept Kiryuin into the student council. Now then. Since you've descended onto the game board, you can't simply remain a spectator. As a beginning, sweep away this mountain of paper with your talents, Kiryuin. Translation: Could you handle these documents, Kiryuin-senpai? Ahahaha. I see. So this is a challenge for me to prove my brilliance by clearing this tedious mountain of paper. Very well, I graciously accept this stage. While Kiryuin's interpretation wasn't quite as accurate as Hiyori's translations, her naturally confident personality caused her to take my words as a positive challenge to display her talents. Laughing boldly, she accepted the stack of documents. Oh? She interpreted that super positively and got motivated. After the storm settled, I sat beside Kiryuin and began teaching her the practical work of the student council. Yep, this is truly fighting poison with poison. Nagumo and Kiriyama are so irritated by Kiryuin's presence that they don't even have the mental space to mess with me anymore. Smirking internally, I observed her work from the corner of my eye. And then I was surprised. After being shown the process only once, Kiryuin flawlessly handled complicated approval forms and budget documents at incredible speed without making a single mistake. Amazing. I already forgot their names, but compared to those two useless Nagumo followers fumbling around over there, Kiryuin-senpai on her first day is several times more competent already. She may be a free spirit, but she actually does things properly. We recruited an insanely valuable person. Thanks to her excellent work, the student council's tasks finished much earlier than usual that day. Today's farce ends here. Rest your wings, Ichinos, Kiryuin. Translation: That's it for today's work. Good job, Ichinos and Kiryuin-senpai. Yep. Good work. Indeed. Most of the work was rather dull, but spending time with you two wasn't unpleasant. While Ichinos politely bowed and said, "Excuse us, Kiryuin," and I left the student council room without even bothering to say goodbye to Nagumo and the others. Walking down the hallway, I spoke to Ichinos. Now then, let us return to our castle. We must continue forging the sharp blades that will pierce the enemy's throat together with our comrades. Translation: Let's hurry back to the classroom and join the study group and exam preparation. Then Kiryuin, walking beside us, tilted her head curiously. Oh? Aizen, Ichinos. Aren't you going to hold a welcome party for me? After all, I went out of my way to join your student council. Ah. Ichinos suddenly looked genuinely apologetic and clasped her hands together. Sorry, Kiryuin-senpai. We actually have an important study session for our class's special exam after this. We really don't have time today. I see. Preparing for the paper shuffle, huh? How diligent of you. Rather than complaining, Kiryuin merely laughed softly. Then after that is fine. Forget those boring people. How about just the three of us go out for a small dinner together? Ooh, a dinner invitation. Looks like Kiryuin-senpai likes us too. Ichinos has been working hard, so maybe I should treat everyone to something good. And while we're at it, let's invite Hiyori too. Internally nodding, I answered her proposal. The conversations of the stars require no mundane servants. I shall personally prepare the finest banquet upon this board. Translation: Let's eat at my room instead of eating out. I'll cook for everyone. Does that mean Aizen-kun is going to cook for us in his room? With Hiyori absent, Ichinos tilted her head while trying desperately to interpret my words. Ahahaha. I see you're cooking. Now that sounds interesting. I'll gladly look forward to it. Kiryuin laughed loudly and accepted the proposal. Oh. Then can we invite Hiyori-chan too? She's been helping with the study sessions every day too. Shina Hiyori, the adorable girl who was with you yesterday. Of course. I don't mind. And thus, after the study session ended that evening, a small welcome party and dinner for the four of us was arranged in my room. By the time night had fully fallen, Ichinos, Hiyori, and Kiryuin had all gathered in my dorm room. Oh. This room is surprisingly clean and relaxing for a boy's room. Dressed casually, Kiryuin looked around the room with impressed curiosity. Excuse us, Sōsuke-kun. Aizen-kun, we're intruding. I immediately put on an apron and headed for the kitchen. Sōsuke-kun, I'll help too. Should I wash the vegetables? Hiyori naturally tied on an apron and quietly stood beside me. Yeah, thanks. Leave it to me. While Hiyori and I worked together in the kitchen to the pleasant rhythm of chopping sounds, Ichinos and Kiryuin chatted at the dining table about what had happened in the student council earlier. Still, Ichinos. Why does someone as straightforward as you continue staying in a corrupted student council under Nagumo? Surely quitting is also an option. Swirling the water in her glass, Kiryuin asked calmly. You may be right that the current student council isn't in a healthy state with Nagumo-senpai controlling everything. But because of that, someone has to keep working from the inside for the students' sake. Aizen-kun always finishes his work first too. So I'm not alone. I see. It's naive in a way, but I don't dislike that about you. Looking into Ichinos' honest eyes, Kiryuin smiled with satisfaction. All right. While those two are getting along nicely, it's time to unleash Aizen's cooking skills at full power and prepare an ultimate dinner. The menu: homemade roast beef salad, rich carbonara pasta, and for the main dish, beef stew slowly simmered in red wine. Soon, the rich aroma of gourmet food spread throughout the room. Before long, dishes worthy of a luxury restaurant filled the dining table. Aizen-kun and Hiyori-chan's cooking is incredible. Kiryuin-senpai, hurry and eat before it gets cold. Then I shall gladly partake. Kiryuin picked up her fork and took a bite of the roast beef. The moment she did, her sharp, cool eyes widened to their absolute limit. Wha? What is this? She gasped in astonishment and stared at me as though seeing something unbelievable. The flavor of the meat is perfectly sealed inside. The balance of acidity and sweetness in the sauce is exquisite. And the stew meat melts in the mouth like snow. Aizen, are you really a high school student? This surpasses even first-class hotel chefs. Yes. Even the always composed Kiryuin-senpai is shocked and impressed. Aizen's spec truly is unbeatable. Internally celebrating, I calmly sipped water while outwardly maintaining my composed expression. Amazing. Aizen, you truly are an interesting man. Not only intelligence and physical ability, but cooking skill of this level as well. Tell me, would it be alright if I occasionally came here again for meals? Brushing back her silver hair, Kiryuin smiled in an unusually good mood. And then, Hiyori's hand stopped moving. I noticed that the girl beside me had frozen while holding her fork, her head lowered slightly. Is she full already? Or was the stew too rich? Kiryuin glanced briefly at Hiyori before grinning mischievously and adding. Of course, Shina and Ichinos would be invited too. If I monopolized such exquisite food alone, I'd probably be punished by heaven. The moment Hiyori heard that, she immediately lifted her face again, her smile blooming brightly like a flower. Why yes. Let's all eat together again sometime, Kiryuin-senpai. Oh, so she just wanted everyone to eat together. Hiyori really is such a thoughtful girl. Relieved by Hiyori's smile, I continued eating. After dinner, Hiyori happily stood up and said, I'll prepare some tea, before serving everyone fresh black tea. As the elegant sweetness of Darjeeling tea filled the room, we chatted casually about the student council, school life, and other trivial things. Still, the unity of your class A is impressive. In this school dominated by Nagumo, I truly look forward to seeing how your class overturns the board. Sipping her tea, Kiryuin narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. I placed my teacup gently onto the saucer, slowly looked around at the three gathered before me, and quietly spoke. There is no need to overturn the board from the beginning. The very path I walk shall become the new law itself. For the throne has always existed beside me. Oh honestly, Sōsuke-kun. What he means is, let's all continue working together and overcome every challenge from now on too, Kiryuin-senpai. Ahahaha. So you're his personal translator, then. Shina, you're quite entertaining too. My supreme fashionable poetry was perfectly neutralized by Hiyori's flawless translations and Kiryuin's hearty laughter, and so the warm dinner gathering continued peacefully late into the night. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.